Hey guys, welcome. I'm here with Scarlett. I'm not sure if she
Hello.
stepped away or not. Oh, hey,
Oh,
Scarlett,
I'm
you're here.
here. I just gave up.
Oh, good. Good timing.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect timing. Yep.
Yes. We're we're tuned in. Like sometimes I'm taking the words right out of your mouth, and you're doing the same to me.
Yes.
Um,
I heard
so,
your call.
oh, great. I just got back from walking at the store, and I seriously contemplated actually hitting go live from my car while I was driving, but I decided that was not smart, so I didn't do it. Don't stream and drive, kids. That's
You're taking it
not,
to the streets, Julie.
it's not a good idea. Don't stream and drive, kids. It's very bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so I didn't do it. I was just frustrated because I'm sitting in traffic and then someone's going 15 miles an hour in front of
Mm.
me. So yeah, frustrating. But anyway, um, hey Zaptin Kaboom, nice to see you. Hey, top of the morning, top of the morning.
Top of the morning.
Hey, Joshua, you're in Maine. I know it's not morning there. Nice to see you. Hey, Jay Sleek,
Happy
welcome.
Friday the 13th.
Oh, it's Friday the 13th. I completely forgot. Yeah.
I'm gonna throw some salt over my shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My
Pet my
whole
black
life.
cat.
Oh yeah, and I've got a black cat right here. My whole life is Friday the 13th, so I don't have to worry about Friday the 13th because my whole life is bad luck.
So you have to worry about Jason chasing you with a machete.
Well, not at least not him. I don't have any
Oh,
guy in a
okay.
hockey mask coming after me yet. But yeah. Good morning, Dieter. Oh, 4:20 a.m. over there. Yeah. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I would never expect you to get up so early, but that's really kind that you want to be here. Um, hey Amy, welcome. It was a fun Severance talk we had last night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was I didn't know what to expect. We just I wasn't sure. I was still on the fence right up until the moment we did it if we were gonna do it. Um, but it was fun, and I made a
Mm-hmm.
thumbnail for it. I made a thumbnail after the fact, so it now actually has a Severance thumbnail, and I decided to give it a name, Severed Ties.
Nice.
That's gonna be the name of the series, making connections, as in severed ties, severed obviously, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just kind of trying to make connections between things, and so that's going to be an ongoing series, covering Severance in January when season 2 comes out. And so every week we're doing a rewatch in my Discord every Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, and we watched episodes 1 and 2, then we went live and we talked about it. We had Amy on panel, we
Mm-hmm.
had
With
Mr.
Alice. With Alice was with us for a little bit.
Dallas, yes.
No, with
Um,
Alice, not
oh, with
Dallas.
Dallas. I was like, wait, Dallas?
The whole
Yeah,
city of Dallas was there.
the whole city of Dallas.
It
Yeah,
was amazing. You should have been there.
I was like, wait a minute, are you saying Amy's from Dallas? I didn't know what you were saying. Um, but yeah, with Alice came on for a little bit, and Mr. Grant Gregory AI. That was really cool. We had a nice discussion with him. He stayed on for quite a while, and
Grow and thrive.
grow and thrive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. So that was fun. And people actually we had like 20 something people watching, which was
Mm-hmm.
neat. I never streamed on anything other than From before. So that was cool. It was 1 in the morning when we started, 1 a.m. Eastern.
Yep.
But people, so like 20 something people joined the conversation. We had a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I didn't expect to actually stay on as long as we did, but it was just so much to discuss, and we're talking about 2 episodes at once, so it's amazing we were even able to get through it. If this were From, I could never get through 2 episodes in one stream.
Mm-hmm.
Just no way. But we did it. So that was fun. I'm looking forward to continuing to cover that. And if anybody here has not seen Severance, wants to give it a try, highly, highly recommend. And you can watch with us too if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Um, hey,
Yeah,
Golden
and
Side.
in our videos too, in our lives, we'll have a section for the people. The first part will be for the people who haven't seen it before, and then there'll be our spoiler section for people who want to talk about that have seen the whole season.
Yes, which is a very smart idea. Because some people, yes, a lot of people did see it. It was a big hit. They want to watch it again and talk about it before the new season. And then there are some who are still just discovering it, like Scarlett here. So, we talk about, I really enjoy podcasts that have one person who has seen the show and one person who hasn't. I think it's a really interesting, it makes for an interesting discussion to listen to. And so I just talk about what I was thinking when I saw that particular episode. You give your impressions, and I make sure I avoid spoilers. And that's really the format. And then we'll have a section. The second part will be for people who want to talk spoilers. And yeah, I think that's
when I run away conveniently.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
We could do Yellow Jackets the opposite way.
We could do that. That's true. We could do that. Yeah, that would be interesting. Hopefully I'll like it, because a lot of people say I love this show and I've got to watch this show. So it would suck if I watch it now after all that and be like, I kind of hate it or something like that. But hopefully
I'd say if you didn't like the pilot, I'd be surprised. But I mean, you may not like it. I mean, I could edit out the cannibalism scenes. There's a little bit of cannibalism.
Yeah.
Eensy beensy.
Just a little dash of cannibalism.
I mean, maybe that's kind of like one of the main points of the show, but
yeah.
But it isn't a ton. It isn't a ton, and what they do sometimes with it is very artistic. It isn't very graphic.
Yeah.
Like they'll just have, it's like more surreal, like, because I said it before, it was like girls dealing with trauma. It's almost like go into like a dream space.
Yeah.
Like they don't believe they're doing what they're doing because it's so horrible. So you almost see something else happening instead,
So it's like they dissociate from what they're doing.
Dissociate. Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting. Yeah. So I like that. That's, if you're gonna handle it that way, then don't sensationalize it. Don't milk the drama of it and show it in a really brutal way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that. That's cool. So yeah. Maybe I will be into it, and if I try it and I like it enough, then yeah, we could do that for sure. So otherwise it would just be a bummer. You'd be talking about how much you love the show, and I'd be like, oh, I hate this, I hate that. Whatever.
Yeah. I think the pilot's free to watch on Showtime, so sometime maybe we can have a watch party. You can just watch that and make a decision.
Yeah, it's a good idea. For sure.
But quite honestly, when it came on free, it was like on a free weekend on Showtime. I heard a little bit about it, and I pretty much binged like 5 episodes in one night because I kept wanting to know what was going to happen.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's hard when you have the ability to watch as many episodes as you want. It's hard to have willpower. There were times watching certain shows. I'm usually pretty good at keeping it to 1 episode per day, so I don't rush through it too fast. But it's hard sometimes with shows like Dark and shows like From, like Severance, Lost, they suck you in so much that it's very hard. And I've watched all of the above after the fact. Severance, Lost, From, Dark, what else? Silo. I always discover things after there's at least 1 season, and if by chance I get lucky enough to find a new show that I love, that I get in on the ground floor with, they freaking cancel the damn thing every single time. Like 1899, Society. There's so many shows like that. On the rare occasion when I actually manage to find it in time and I watch it when it first comes on, and I'm waiting for a renewal announcement, and they cancel the damn thing. It's so frustrating. And then I find other shows, and I missed out on 2 years of theorizing with the Fromley here. I'm so mad that I found From 2 years late. People say, oh, you're lucky, you didn't have to wait. I would have rather been with the community. Half the fun is theorizing and talking with the community.
Yeah.
I don't think I was.
It's easier going episode to episode with that. As you go.
It is, yeah. So
yeah, I didn't even watch the second season of Outer Range because they set up a big premise, like was almost sci-fi, but then I guess the second season was character building, and they were going to bring it back to sci-fi at the end, but then they were canceled before the third season. So I was
Mhm.
like, should I bother watching the second season?
Right. That's how I feel about The Peripheral.
Yeah.
And
Oh
and I
yeah, I like the peripheral. Yeah.
so it's like, is there any point? Is there any point in even watching it? Um, I I just I'll probably check it out because people say it's really good, and I like it's parallel universes. I think so. Like that, I like that, even though it's kind of
Yeah.
overdone right now.
Yeah.
People are getting sick of it. I still enjoy parallel universe shows, even though they're everywhere. um,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, like yeah, this past year, there's been a lot. Um, Constellation and Dark Matter, those
Mm,
were both from Apple TV, also. But Constellation was superior, if you ask me.
yeah.
And that got see once again. There's another one. I watched that when it first came out, and it got canceled. So, and I watched Dark Matter, and honestly, I didn't care if it got renewed or not. I really didn't. Number one, I thought it was inferior to Constellation. It
Yeah.
was okay for me. It was more soap opera than anything else, and I don't like soap opera romance stuff. I'm not into
Mhm.
that. And number two, I didn't care if it got renewed because I felt like it had a satisfactory ending anyway. They resolved what they needed to resolve. So yeah, I have bad luck with TV, really bad luck. But at least I found you guys now. I found the Frumley 2 years late, and well, you know what would have been the worst luck though if I finally found this community. I built my channel with From all around From, and then it got canceled. Like if it didn't
Yep.
get renewed, if I jinxed it, maybe
Mm.
I would have felt like I jinxed it if it got canceled because that's my luck. I never should have joined the fandom. I got it canceled. I was
It
here.
would have been confusing if MGN canceled it at this point because it's gotten so much more fandom around it than in the prior seasons.
Yeah, it would have been insane. It's their flagship show. They would have been
Mm,
absolutely out of their minds if they canceled it at MGM. If this were
mm,
Netflix, it would have been on the chopping block. It wouldn't have even made it past season one.
mm,
Netflix cancels everything, everything
yeah.
good. So many things, like the ones I already said. Archive 81. That's another one I
Mm,
watched when it first came out. Gone. So there's one exception, and it's one that honestly it didn't really matter to me if it got renewed, even though I loved it. What the hell is it called? The one about what was it? Was a really popular show, and it's about people who are being like like what is it? Like they move into this new house, and the whole neighborhood is being weird and watching them all the time. What is it? The Watch? Was it The Watcher? And then they get letters. They get letters in the mail saying saying I'm watching you. I've seen your whole family. And what the hell
mm.
was that the Watchers? What the hell was it called? Am I forgetting the name of the show? Even though I loved it. Um, and it's based on a true story.
Mhm.
I think it was The Watcher. Yes. Yeah, it was The Watcher, and it got renewed, and even though I loved it, it didn't really need to get renewed because they already used up all their source material. They resolved the story. It's I don't even know what they're gonna do with the season two. It might actually suck.
Mm,
Whenever shows get renewed in under those circumstances when they have a really self-contained story in season
uh-huh.
one and it was never meant to have another
Mhm.
season, it usually goes south. It, it's
Yeah, it's like a Wayward Pines problem.
exactly. Exactly.
They've got a Wayward Pines issue going on.
Yeah, exactly. That another one was Under the Dome. They used up all their source material, but the network got greedy, and so then
Mhm.
it went off a cliff. It didn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah.
Stuff like that that shouldn't have had a second season. It doesn't need it. So I honestly don't even know what they're going to do. But The Watcher was so freaking good. It was just yeah, I felt like it was wrapped up, and the
Mhm.
true story was wrapped up too. There really was a guy who sent letters to this couple saying like I'm watching your family and all this stuff like have you seen what have you looked around your basement yet, or it was all this creepy shit.
Yeah.
Like,
What's in your basement? That's where I put the bodies.
yeah, I don't remember the exact words, but it was something like that. And talking about watching their children,
Yeah.
and yeah, and saying like I forget what it was, but like it was very unsettling, and it really happened to this couple. And but in real life they didn't actually stay there. They moved away.
Mm-hmm.
They moved away because they were too freaked out, so they never actually lived in the house. But in this one, yeah, they dramatized it for TV, and they
Mm-hmm.
obviously stay in the house, and everyone's weird, and so you're wondering which of the neighbors is actually the one watching them. They're all weird and creepy, and just show up standing in the yard, like looking at them in the daytime. And yeah, very enjoyable show, but didn't really need a second season though. Yeah, the best part of it is that it's actually true. That it actually happened, but yeah, just not in the dramatized way. And yeah, some people think the couple made it up just for attention or something, but that would be stupid because they bought this house and the house basically lost all its value because of the story in the news. So
Mm-hmm.
if they did that to themselves, then that would actually be foolish. Anyway, that yeah, long tangent on that,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm yeah, long story short, yeah, I'm just glad I found the Frumley, and it got the Frumley, and I'm like, we get to stay together as a community, because if they just canceled the show, what would we even do? We would have to find some other show to all, you know, commune together with. And I, I don't, who knows if we could ever do that. Someday the show's going to be over. We would just lose this community. That would make me very sad. I'm not looking forward to that day
So you
at
gotta
all.
try and move. You gotta try and move them towards Severance, and then move them towards Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, like we all
And then
need
by the time
to.
that gets around, From's around, and then move the From. After that, move it to another thing.
Yeah, yeah, 'cause that's honestly the first thing I thought of when I heard that it was renewed. We get to stay together. We get to stay together as a community. It's not just about a TV show
Mm-hmm.
anymore. It's not just about that. It's a community here that we've built as a community. Every channel, not just mine. Like
Mm-hmm.
we see the same names in every chat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah. So yeah, I'm glad to still be here with all of you guys, and that we have, even though we have a long wait, that's okay. We get to stay together as a Frumley. That's all that matters. We can wait. There's been some confusion though over when the show is coming out, because I'm sure you must have. I don't,
Yeah.
this part, the 2026 thing, but I'm sure you
Mm-hmm.
probably heard people were getting false hope from one of the interviews with the showrunners,
Mm-hmm.
because who was it, which was it, I think it was John Griffin who kind of screwed up, and he said, we're wildly, was it him or Pinkner, I don't remember, one of them said, we're wildly hopeful that From will return in 2025, in
Mm-hmm.
like the fall or something, by the end of 2025. And he said it's just rumors that it was said that it was 2026. And the other one, whoever said it of the two, the other one corrected him and said, no, wait a minute, we're going to shoot in the fall. That
Mm-hmm.
means we're probably going to finish by the end of the year, which means we'll most likely be releasing the show early 2026. Let's not get the internet all fired up coming after us, and then the studio coming after us saying you need to have this in 2025. Everyone is saying this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. If you heard that they're wildly hopeful it's 2025, it's really not going to be. It's not. They don't want to shoot in winter, and I
Mm-hmm.
guess for the weather conditions they want, they need to shoot in the fall. So that's
Hmm.
what they're going to do.
No,
Uh,
that's.
yeah, yeah. They said they want to go back to a fall shooting schedule, which was what they originally did,
Mm-hmm.
and it was brutal on them shooting in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
It wound up being something that was actually useful to them,
Mm-hmm.
um, that they wrote into the show, and it worked with what they were. It was kind of a happy accident. It worked with what they were going for anyway, with the seasons changing. But they said it was rough on the actors. It was freezing, so they're not doing that again. They could be in production right now, but they're not doing that again, and I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just glad we get to stay together. I can wait. Uh, that's cool. That's the longer they take, the longer we get to still be together as a fandom, and hopefully we get season 5. So that's years more to come, which is cool. Anyway, welcome, Golden Child. You were there with us last night too in the watch party and the live. Glad you could make it for part of the watch party. I saw you pop in. There are a few people popped in after I started, so I felt bad. Not everybody saw the beginning, but yeah, let's see. Hey, Albert Cunningham, you were there in our chat in the middle of the night. that was cool. Thank you for joining. Very glad to see you. Julie is exhausted. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I slept all day after that all night watch party and live, but I'm still tired. Amy said this day is usually my bad luck day. Do you find Friday the 13th, like, do you feel like you have bad luck on it, Scarlett, or do you think it's nonsense? I don't.
No, because I feel like it's extremely lucky because I like the number 13 and Friday. All the Fridays named after all those sexy goddesses like Freya and Venus. So I think it's a good day, and I think the only reason they needed a bad day is it's the only day of the week named after a woman.
Really? Okay, I didn't even know the origin of that. I don't know anything about the background of Friday the 13th, so that's interesting. Wow, named after a woman, huh? Wow.
Yeah, after a female goddess, and therefore it's evil and bad.
Okay, and who was the goddess?
Well, depending on the language, it's Freya, the Norse goddess of I don't know, nature, sexuality, what have you, and then Venus, because the Romance language version of it relates to Venus, like your Spanish and French and stuff. Viernes, something like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I never knew
because all the other ones are named like Monday for the moon, Sunday for the sun, and then there's like Odin is Wednesday, Woden, and Thor's Thursday, I do believe, or Tur. Yeah, they all come from different gods.
Interesting.
But that's the one named after a goddess, and so it became bad luck. Fridays became bad luck because it was ruled by a woman. Whoa.
Oh.
Spooky evil. I don't even know how 13. I don't even know how 13 became like a scary number. So I don't know.
Yeah, 13 is so people are so superstitious about the number 13 that there are some buildings that don't actually number their floors with a 13. They skip from 12 to 14, which is so bizarre. What do you think is gonna happen just because you have a number 13 floor? I think there's a movie, The 13th Floor. There's an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark from when I was a kid called The 13th Floor, which is one of my favorite episodes. But yeah, I wonder what the deal is with that. It's so silly. Superstition is such nonsense. But and yet I say that, and yet I kind of believe. Sometimes I believe in jinxes.
Look it up. I want to know why the number 13 is bad.
Sometimes I believe in jinxes, though. I feel like I jinx things by saying something prematurely. So I'm not completely without superstition.
Okay. Can you?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. It says the number 13 may be associated with some famous but undesirable dinner guests. In Norse mythology, the god Loki was 13th to arrive at a feast of Valhalla, where he tricked another attendee into killing the god Balder. In Christianity, Judas, the apostle who betrayed Jesus, was the 13th guest at the Last Supper. That makes sense to me.
That makes sense. Yep.
Because Balder was a god who couldn't be killed by anything except mistletoe, and Loki found that out. So he found Balder's Achilles heel out and then hit him with a dart that had mistletoe in it, and it killed him.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I find this so fascinating.
It's fascinating.
A lot of people in this fandom have knowledge of mythology that I don't have, and it's always interesting to hear about it. It's cool. And there's a lot of mythology there are a lot of references in From, so it's cool to get that context.
Well, I have a community group that has a festival each year where they chuck apples at Balder.
Wow. That's
They have a mannequin dressed up as Boulder, and then they throw apples at him, and then one person gets to throw the mistletoe thing, and then they go, "Oh, Boulder's dead." And Freya cries a lot. Somebody's playing Freya, and she cries a lot about her son. It's very dramatic.
wow. That sounds fun. It's good that it's a mannequin and not a person dressing up as
Yeah,
him, though.
yeah,
That wouldn't be
yeah.
good.
Yeah, around holiday season, they just donate presents around him and try to see if they can't like have donations that go up past Boulder and cover
Okay.
him up, and then take it to
Cool.
Toys for Tots or whatever.
Well, that sounds fun. Yeah. Um, there's some weird stuff that happens in my state, and I don't know if I think it might be mythology related, but like I don't know, people dress up in these really strange costumes and do a parade every year.
Like mummers or something.
I don't know I don't know what it is. They dress up as all these different creatures and they call it the Ancients and Horribles Parade. I don't know what that
Wow,
means.
that sounds very Lovecraftian.
Yeah, it's
Are
weird.
you sure it's not Cthulhu, Julie?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's they do it on July 4th, on the 4th of July every year in
Mm,
Gloucester, Rhode Island. I have no
okay.
idea why. It was founded in 19 I just looked it up. It was founded in 1926. So it's been going on for a very long time. It's a like parades of horribles are a New England tradition dating back to the 1870s. What it is though, I don't really understand. That they dress up. Okay, wait. They dress up to satirize politicians and other public figures.
Hmm.
They dress up in weird costumes. I don't. Yeah, I don't really understand it, but sounds interesting.
What's it called?
It's called the Ancient and Horribles Parade. The Ancient and Horribles Parade. Yeah, it's yeah, it's cool. Um, but anyway, yeah, it sounds like something you'd be into if you lived
Ancient
in
and
Rhode Island. You'd probably want to check it out. It sounds quirky, and you like quirky
Well, I'm looking
things.
it up.
Yes. Yeah, I figured
Yeah.
I figured
Huh.
you like quirky, interesting things like that. So, uh,
Yeah.
yeah, like honestly, I would rather do that than to go to a typical parade where I don't really understand the lure of typical parades. They're pretty boring. To just watch a bunch
Mm.
of people marching by. Rhode Island is really like it's really big on its 4th of July parades, but I don't know. I find it dull. Anyway, yeah, that was
Huh.
cool. We had a lot of people on,
Well,
Amy.
you never gone to the Ancient and Horribles parade though.
No, that one would probably be interesting. Like I don't know why I never did. I never actually knew what was going on. I never heard of it until my ex
Mm-hmm.
told me about it. He lived in the town where they did it. So,
Mm.
it's not something that Rhode Islanders all know about for some reason. It's just like a subset of people.
Just
Um,
the cultists.
just the cultists. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Jeter. The name of the Severed Ties. That's what you're responding to.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Um. Uh. Thanks, Amy. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, glad
Spontaneous fun.
spontaneous fun. Yeah. Spontaneous impromptu live. I literally just made a background for it really fast, and like I literally did it like 10 seconds before I went live. I made that. It's
It's great because Adam Scott's right there in the middle.
yeah. Adam Scott is right in the middle. He's a very small little person walking in the middle of all of it. So it's perfect. And that's the company he works at and the parking lot, which is very artistically designed. So I just made a screenshot really fast, cut it down, and then uploaded it. And that's it. It was fun. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy covering that show. I really liked
Mm-hmm.
having people to talk to about it. That's Severance and From are shows that need to be discussed with people, and I watched them alone, so
Mm-hmm.
it's great to finally have people to talk to about these shows. So
Mm-hmm.
much fun. And thanks. I'm glad you had fun, Albert. Yeah, thanks for coming
Mm-hmm.
to the chat. Hey, Faith and Repentance. I hope you're doing all right. I know it's got to be a really tough time for you after what you shared with us the last live. So yeah, just sending lots of love and support, and we're all here for you. Hope you can, take your mind off things. Amy says, I was so dumb. I didn't realize I didn't have my mouthpiece near my mouth, and that's why it sounded like I was far away. Oh, no, you weren't. That's not dumb. Stuff like that happens. I have technical issues all the time. Don't worry about it. We could hear you. I heard
we could hear, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It happens. Oh, thank you, Faith Repentance. Thank you. Yeah, hit the like, guys. I would appreciate it if you could do that for me. Thank you very much. Yeah, my views went up. So the views for our live, it kept climbing after we went off.
I think that's how you're gonna build a fandom for it, like our little fandom, our little, piece of Severance.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm trying to get more of a Severance fan base here going, because I can't find a lot of active fandom activity. Like, I can't find much at all. So I'm hoping we can try to help with that. Tony Teflon, he got in on From when it started, and there weren't many people talking about it back then. Very few people. And he built,
that's what I say. The first people I even came across were his and What Is From cast.
Right.
And those are the only two podcasts doing it.
Yes, that's right. So they helped build the fandom. They really did. Tony really helped build the fandom, and getting them whipped up and excited about the show, keeping them excited in the off season. So channels can do that. So I mean, I'd never expect to be able to do what he did, but it would be cool to get more Severance fans excited and wanting to discuss the show. That would be cool. So I'm going to keep at it. I added more to the description. I made a thumbnail, and I'm going to try to get more people. Hey, Crime and Uncle Fletch. Hello, Fromaholics. Yes, we are Fromaholics indeed. And hey there. Let's see. I need to do a Yellow Jackets rewatch. Yeah, I need to watch for the first time. It's coming back in February. So wait, how many seasons have there been?
2.
Okay, I really need to hurry up with that.
Yeah, you may need to skip over a little spoiler stuff for Yellow Jackets that's down here.
Oh shoot. Oh.
You may have to close your eyes for a little bit.
Who said it? I'll just avoid looking at the person.
Amy said a little bit about something that happened, so you may want to skim over a couple comments if you want to go in fresh.
I'll skim over a couple things. Yeah. Fletch said, I think season 2 of Yellow Jackets was what kind of took me away, but it's an awesome first season.
I like this comment.
Hey, my hearts. First thing I heard was dash of cannibalism.
Yeah, it's just a little squinch, a little squinch of cannibalism.
It's
not all about cannibalism. It's more people dealing with trauma. But there's a little tiny pinch, a little squinch, a little dash.
Just a little bit. Okay, yeah.
A little flavor.
Yep. Yeah, that's an odd thing to come in here. Right out of the gate.
See, that's the spoiler. Don't look at it.
Okay, I'm not looking. See, I didn't look.
Okay, good.
Thank you. I scrolled down. Okay. Yellow Jackets is amazing. You wouldn't be disappointed, Julie. Easy call. Okay. All right. I believe you. Everyone's saying that, so I believe you. I've only heard one person say they didn't like it, actually. I've never actually, out of all the people I've heard discuss the show, I've only heard one say they didn't like it.
The only people I have heard that didn't like it were guys that didn't like a bunch of female leads.
Oh, okay.
So I just didn't bother listening to the rest of it.
Yeah, unless, especially since aren't they playing high school students?
Well, so it's on 2 different timelines. There's teenagers on one timeline, and then ladies that are in their 40s on the other timeline. It happens in the first part happens in the 90s of the teenagers, and then it's like the modern time.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, sorry.
Yeah. And there might be a third timeline, the third season. They've teased a little bit of a 1998 timeline, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not. That's
So
a lot of timelines.
a lot. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say, because if it's about a bunch of high schools, or if they're a bunch of women, young women, and they're high schoolers, and it's not like they can even, watch it because they're lusting over them. So yeah, I could see why. I could see why some men would be like, yeah, I'm not really,
Is that why most guys are like, I like the teenager part, but I don't like the ladies in their 40s part?
Yeah, maybe.
Even though Christina Ricci is super hot,
Yeah,
still smoking.
right. I mean, I don't know. I like a more balanced cast of men and women. I prefer that, but
Well, in the present time, there are more male characters. There's just only, well, I mean, there's 2 or 3 male characters in the teen line,
yeah.
because it's about a soccer team and their coaches are men.
Okay.
And one of the coaches brings his kids, his 2 sons. So there's male characters.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I
But
just like,
just the leads in the modern timeline are 4 of them are very known, well-known award-winning actresses.
right. Well,
And
that's cool.
then guys are like, boo,
Right. Yeah.
because they aren't guys.
They aren't guys. Yeah. Well, it sucks. Yeah. Fletch said people that watch Silo doesn't Solo give Victor vibes. He does. I was saying that in another stream, another From stream. I was saying like, wow, yeah, he reminds me a lot of Victor. He was alone for 20 years. We don't know how long Victor was alone for, but it was many years. And Solo's pretty messed up and strange, like socially awkward, and yeah, so very interesting character. I'm enjoying him. I haven't seen the latest episode yet of Silo. I have to watch it. It dropped last night. Yellow Jackets went a bit too far and got too dark for me. Oh, really, Amy? Okay, good to know.
It's one of those shows that has enough comedy for me that it balances it out.
Okay, well, that's good. Comedy helps. Yeah. Albert says a little, but he also reminds me of other characters from other media. Yeah, definitely. Like Solo's definitely got some Victor parallels, but he reminds me of someone from the Fallout series. I've never seen that one.
Fallout is great.
Oh, okay. I should watch that too then.
Yeah, that's one I have access to if you ever want to watch it, like, because I have Prime.
Cool. Just for me, and I've watched morbid things before, said Amy. Like Saw. I've never watched any Saw movies. I don't like torture.
I don't find Saw and Yellow Jackets even in the same book.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much of just like the people, the characters and what they're about and what their motivations are and how they deal with trauma just is so much more than any of the gore that they have. When they do, it isn't very long. It's not much.
Okay, well, that's good.
And it's realistic because they're like trying to survive. It isn't like they're going out of their way, to just be gross.
That's good, because like as far as that, and so with Saw, that's another thing. I don't like torture and I don't like cannibalism. So those would be issues with Yellow Jackets in terms of the cannibalism. But look, I mean, I watched From, and I just tolerated the torture of Tian Shen. If it's a good enough show, if it's a good enough story, I'll tolerate it, as long as it's not torture porn, where it's literally just there are certain things that are just straight up torture porn, where it's just about the gore and the blood, and there's no deeper meaning to it. I wouldn't watch that.
And we did think that From was going to have some cannibalism.
Yeah, and I would have had to deal with that. I was really hoping it wouldn't go down that dark path, and I was relieved that it didn't. I mean, we just had a little dash of it, though, with Fatima drinking the blood. We had a dash of cannibalism in that, so that was something. And
I honestly thought when she killed Tilly, she was just going to be gnawing our leg. So
right, yeah, you would think, but turns out the starvation was a nothing burger, but not really. It was part of the mind game. People who say that it was pointless, you got to look a little deeper. There was a reason for that. There was a reason why they were pushed to the brink of starvation. The whole point of it was to make them do something reckless, like Boyd going out there with Tian Shen and not getting her to safety,
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, she died. And then boom, what happens the next day? They get food.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidence? I don't think so. That they were just
Yeah.
only starved them until something like that happened. The
Mm-hmm.
point was not to kill them all or starve them all. It's it's feeding on their pain
Mm-hmm.
and fear and suffering. So
Yeah. It's almost like a sacrifice they had to have to gain the food.
exactly.
Because Kenny's mom made all the food in town. It's very metaphoric.
It is. Absolutely. And so people who think that that was pointless and it was, we're being jerked around and it was a nothing burger, you got to look a little closer at that. I understand if it's not the show for you and you prefer like the real threat of starvation and not a mind game. Okay, then it's not for you. It's not for everybody. But yeah. Um Mackie said Apple has good shows. Servant was good. My favorite show. I never even heard of that. My favorite show
Yeah,
is
it has Lauren Ambrose in it, who is also in Yellow Jackets. I don't know if
okay.
you know her. She was in 6 Feet Under as well.
Okay. Well, see, this is the problem. This is why I find shows after the fact that are so amazing because
Mm-hmm.
I don't know all these shows because there are too many streaming services and it's not like the old days where
Yeah.
you had certain networks on
Mm-hmm.
TV, and then at the end of every season in May, they would release their pilot information for like all the shows coming in the fall, and you would look and see what looks interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now everything is scattered to the winds. There are shows everywhere on every different streaming service. How do you find them all? It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough. So yeah, yeah. That they better not cancel it. Yeah. Let's see. Fletch is that Jim on the picture. Wait, what picture? I missed something. I forgot what he was saying. Anyway, I don't know. Um, Raised by Wolves is Raised by Wolves,
Mm-hmm.
well deserved third season in 1899 a second season. Yeah, I've heard good things about Raised by Wolves. It's another one
I
that
also have that. We can watch that.
yeah, that's I gotta try that. Everyone says that's really good too. Yeah, Amy, that was The Watcher was the one with the girl. Yeah, they keep getting letters that was from a stalker. It was really good. Hey, Ants, nice to see you. I have really bad panic attacks. Being alone makes it way worse. It's just me and my 11-year-old boy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, hopefully we can help keep you company. You guys keep me company. I'm very isolated and I've had panic attacks too. I had a panic attack where I thought I was going to pass out and I fell down and I think it actually caused more of my pain conditions to get worse, like much worse, because of the way I fell. So it's no joke. Panic attacks are no joke. Like you can literally actually injure yourself if it's bad enough. So yeah, I hope this helps, Aunt. I really do. We're all here for you. Amy said that tunnels in the house. Yeah, oh yeah, there were tunnels. Yeah, spoilers for the watchers, but I forgot about that. There were tunnels in the basement. It was like, have you
Yikes.
looked down at the letter said, have you looked down in the basement yet? There was a door down
Yeah.
there. Yeah, that was crazy. It was a good show. It was a good show. I hope they can pull it off and come up with a good concept for a season 2 and they don't ruin it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I suggest checking out the After Party if you like murder mysteries with the side of comedy. It's nothing special like From, but it's a fun short mystery you can solve from episode 1 if that's your thing. That's another one I've never heard of. Interesting. Yeah, I like murder mysteries with some comedy. Absolutely. Cool. I will check it out. The animated show Pantheon is a great show with the same themes. Oh, thanks for that suggestion, David. Amy said the first season of Under the Dome was good, but yeah, I agree. It ended up going downhill and turned trash. I legit don't even know what happened in it or how it ended because it was so confusing. I don't even know. I couldn't tell you how it ended or what the answer to the mystery even was. Bobby G says, "What's up, gang? Hey, welcome, Bobby." 13 Ghosts. Oh yeah, there was a movie, 13 Ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
Amy says, I loved Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah. Is that, or you mean Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, that was good. That was a classic. I enjoy it as an adult, and it was made for kids in the 90s. It's not like kid shows today, though. It's genuinely scary and sinister and funny. Even as an adult, it's enjoyable to watch. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not ashamed.
I'm gonna run downstairs for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. I'm not ashamed to say I still like Are You Afraid of the Dark and watch it. There's a movie called Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. That's a really cool movie, actually. I would recommend that also. There's one from the 70s, and then there's a remake. It's more recent. David Edgiel says on Friday, October 13th, 1307, the Catholic Church ordered the arrest of the Knights Templar. They were tortured, then executed. Oh, I remember reading about that. Yeah, that's wild. Ooh. Yeah, so I know that's another source of the superstition surrounding Friday the 13th by King Philip the Fourth. Oh, not the fourth. Is that the fourth? Yeah, the fourth of France. I'm tired, guys. Sometimes my brain hiccups a little bit. Albert says we do a zombie day here. Mackie says sounds like LARPers. I always wanted to LARP. What's a LARPer? I don't know what that is. Dieter said he could hear Amy. Hi, Ty Briggs. I'm super excited about Severance. Me too, man. It's an amazing show. Such a unique premise. Oh my god, it's phenomenal. Genius premise. Never seen anything else like it on TV. Scarlett says that it's similar. There is a similar concept with the show Dollhouse, which I've never seen, but still, it's not like they're identical to each other. It's its own thing. It's unique. Dieter says, anyone watched Ghost Ship? It's pretty old by now, like me. You're not old, Dieter. I know how old you are. You're not old. If you're old, then I'm old. So you're calling me old. I'm not old either. We're still young. I watched it a lot because I love the mystery. Didn't really like all the bloody stuff. Yeah, I think I don't remember if I've seen that or not, but it sounds like something I would like. It sounds like something I would like. I like creepy movies about ships or shows about ships. That's part of why I loved 1899. It was a creepy show on a ship. Hey, Neomac. Welcome. I haven't seen you in the chat before unless you changed your name from something else. Welcome. Hey, let's see. What does this say? The girl from Yellow Jackets is also in Heretic. Oh, yeah. I think I've heard of Heretic. I like female leads. Yeah, me too, Dieter. Ty said they treat guys like crap in Yellow Jacket groups, but the show is great. If you ask any dumb guy questions, they get really rude. Okay, well, that's not cool. That's not cool at all. Are there a lot of dumb guys in Yellow Jackets? You have till March of next year, till the next season of Yellow Jackets, so you got time. Oh, good, Albert. Good. Amy said trying to find that comment. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Amy. Don't worry about it at all. I just skimmed over it. Scarlett warned me, so I didn't see anything. Don't worry. Like I don't expect people to avoid spoilers for shows that have already aired in this comment section. My only request would be, since I really do love Lost, is that maybe avoid saying spoilers past season 4 of Lost. Just as a favor to me. I know it's an old show, but I don't expect people to avoid it anywhere else. But yeah, if you could avoid spoiling Lost, that would be cool. Just because I'm watching it right now and I really do love this show. I know it's 20 years old, so I can't be mad at accidental spoilers, though. There's like 2 guys in Yellow Jackets in the past timeline and a few in the modern. Okay. Solo got some devious secrets. In Silo? Yeah. Yes, he might. He might. I haven't seen the latest episode, so I don't know. Did Jim get killed because Tabitha discovered too much information? He tried to stop her digging. A house fell on her. Yes, Neomac. I think that's exactly why. Exactly. And it was too late. By the time he went there, the house already fell on him anyway. So it's like there's not even anything he could really have done to stop it. And that was the cost of her. Knowledge comes at a cost. She went down in the cave and saw the cave mural, and god damn, every time Tabitha discovers something, new makes a big discovery. Jim is the one who has to pay the price. It's not fair. Justice for Jim. I have my issues with the guy, but wow. She was digging the hole and she discovered the cave and the mural, and Jim gets punished. The house falls on him. She discovers her origins from when she was reincarnated. He gets his throat ripped open. The poor guy. Shit, can't catch a break. Ty said Solo showed a dark side this last episode that made him not remind me of Victor anymore. Oh, I'm going to have to check that out. Agreed, Ty, but I don't want to say anymore because Julie didn't watch it yet. Okay. Yeah, thanks. It's all about the mystery. No, don't be sorry, Amy. It's fine, really. Totally fine. This is, it's not like, it's when there's a show currently airing and people say spoilers from upcoming episodes, that's the only time I'd have a problem with it. And you would never do that. People were doing that with From. Trolls were coming in and spoiling stuff. That's the only time that there's a problem. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I didn't think Fatima was going to make it to season 4. I didn't either, Ty. I didn't either, but maybe that's why they didn't kill her off. It was too obvious. Everybody predicted she'd probably die, and so they kept her. Doc, hey Doc, what's up? Yay, for multiple devices. I can be in 2 streams at once. Yes. I do that too. Like, thanks for coming, Doc. Yeah. I do that sometimes too, being in more than one stream at the same time, bouncing back and forth. Sometimes I do it in the same device, different tabs, but it's tricky. Sometimes, same. I thought Tabitha or Donna would die. We saw Donna's memories, like with Jim. That's why I thought one of the 2 would die, said Dieter. Yeah, a lot of people predicted Donna, but yeah, she's still alive. I'm glad. I really like Liz Saunders. I really, really do. I love her. She's a great actress. They need to just give her more of a plot, though. Albert says, to add to the food, when Boyd first got there, Father Cautry said to Boyd that there was nothing out there, and Boyd said he was going to go out, and then he finds the goat. Oh, yeah, interesting. That's true. Yeah. Yep. The point of no return. And the talismans. Yeah, then he found the talismans. Legacy of Monarch is good and renewed for season 2. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm starring all these things where people make suggestions so that I can add them to a list. Dieter said, yeah, it's weird. No one else found in, wait, what does that say? I don't know. Clarify that for me, Dieter. Found something in the forest. Animals? Animals. I think you were trying to type animals. David said, when Siegfried tasted the dragon's blood, he was able to decipher the language and sing it to the woodbirds. After Fatima tasted the blood, she learned the language and origin of the monsters. Huh. Oh, you always come with such deep insights and references to history and mythology, David, and psychology. It's really interesting stuff. I enjoy it. Keep it coming. I definitely think that Fatima, once again, applies to knowledge comes at a cost. It's the same thing with her. She had to carry that monster pod and be forced to actually commit murder against her own will with Tilly and birth this horrible thing. And that was the cost that she had to pay to get that insight, that revelation that the monsters were human and they sacrificed their children so they could be immortal. So knowledge comes at a cost. Again. So let's see. The Servant, but you have to be a M. Night Shyamalan fan. I am. So I think I would like it. Cool. Then I'm definitely going to check it out. His latest, his more recent stuff isn't as good, but I like classic M. Night Shyamalan, the older stuff. The Servant. Okay, I got to check out The Servant. You guys are getting me interested in it now. Raised by Wolves. To be honest with you, I watched the first scene of Raised by Wolves. And forget about getting too weird. It was already too weird. At the beginning, I was like, what the hell am I watching? These weird aliens and like, it's so strange. So I watched the first scene and I stopped watching, but I've heard a lot of people love it, so I'll have to try it again eventually. I really liked the premise, but what was that ending? Oops, I meant Monarch Legacy of the Monsters. Of Monsters? Okay. Is Handmaiden Tale still running? Yes, Ty. It's coming back in 2025 for the final season, The Handmaid's Tale on Hulu. Fantastic show, but very bleak. Very bleak. There is no comedy. There is no humor. There's no lightness. It is brutal, brutal to watch, but you can't take your eyes off of it. The performances are phenomenal. The story is harrowing. I'm addicted to it, but it's one of those shows that I could only watch once and then never again. I wouldn't rewatch it because it's harrowing to watch. But you can bet my eyes are glued to it when I am watching. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to end the series. If June the main character, if she's ever going to actually, escape for good. Or if she's going to be back, trapped there. Like, even if she's out, you can't be sure. You can't be sure what's going to happen. And her child is still stuck. Her child is still back in, what used to be the United States. So, one of her children anyway. So yeah, I'm really interested to see where that's going to go. If you like Godzilla, Monarch was really good. Okay. You're awesome too, Aunt. Yeah, you're awesome too. Glad we could be here as a community supporting each other. The new Dexter prequel premiere was good. Okay. I've been interested in the Chucky series. I've heard that mixed things. Some people liked the Chucky series, some people didn't. But it sounds. I think isn't the kid who plays Ethan in Chucky? Wait a minute. Simon Webster. I think he's in Chucky. Simon Webster. Is he in Chucky? If he's in Chucky, that's even more reason why I want to watch it, because he's an amazing little actor. Yeah, he is in Chucky. Yeah, I don't know if he's like if he's at the center of it, or yeah, I don't know if he's like the main character or what, but I definitely have to watch Chucky now just because he's in it. He's such a good actor. I really like Simon, and fingers crossed, I should hopefully be able to interview him next week. Hopefully it's not going to get canceled again. But the date that they asked for is December 17th now for me to interview him. And I said yes. So fingers crossed. It's nothing is set in stone until we actually get there. Hopefully it happens, because I would love to be able to interview somebody, to actually conduct the interview myself. I got to help interview Smiley with Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision, which was amazing. Amazing. And if I get to do this will be my first interview, where I'm leading it with anybody. Like I've never done that before, so I'm excited. Hopefully it works out and he's able to do it and not push it back again. We were supposed to do it already, but I'm just great. I don't care about the delay. I'm grateful for the opportunity if I get it, and it gives me more time to prepare, because I wasn't really ready. I have to figure some stuff out. But yeah, he's a good actor and amazing smart kid. Dieter said, I like Godzilla, but Godzilla and King of the Monsters were the best. After that, it was too much. Godzilla X King didn't make sense at some parts, like the son of is a bad guy all of a sudden. What the F? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of Godzilla stuff. Westworld was amazing, seasons 1 through 4. That's on my list. That one's on my list. You can order these murder mystery things in a box. It comes with all the evidence, and you have to solve the murder mystery yourself. Oh, cool, Aunt. That sounds like fun. Under the Dome was great. And the book was great. Okay. Yeah, once they ran out of source material, that's when it went downhill. I'm sure the book was great. Let's see here. The Godzilla and Kong ones require require me to shut off part of my brain, but they're fun. Godzilla -1 was seriously good, though. I haven't seen any of these Godzilla things. Gary Cole Murder Mystery in a Box. The one I have is called The Lighthouse. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. Link it in the Discord, Ant. That sounds fun. The Pope Prophecy is kind of scary. Haven't seen that. Have to check out Dollhouse too. Albert says LARP equals live action role play. It's like playing Dungeons and Dragons in real life. Oh, okay. Thanks for explaining that. That sounds fun. Mackie, live action role playing. Okay. Like if we got together and built a from town to live in for a few hours a day. Oh boy, that would be fun. That would be super fun. I wish we could do that. Yeah, Godzilla -1 was good. The language is to get used through get used though. The language is to get used though, and the weird Godzilla eyes. Okay, we're not old, saying while waving my stick in the air. Dieter. We're not old. I feel old sometimes because I'm in a lot of pain, but that's not normal for someone my age. It's not my age that's causing it. Can you imagine a from LARP? Oh my god, that'd be crazy. I work late nights. Happy to catch a live stream. Oh, happy you could make it. Yeah, I'm glad, Neomac. That's cool. Deadly old newspaper clippings, fake, but they're really cool. You have like a little book. It comes with all the suspects, a map, postcards, police reports. Yeah, they're actually really fun. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah. Spoilers can happen. It's not always to bug people. Sometimes people get very excited. Absolutely, Dieter. The only thing that's a problem is if the show we're talking about is currently airing and people spoil stuff that hasn't happened yet that have leaked online. That's the only time that's a problem. Anything else is totally fine. Only streams I watch. So nice to escape from politics for a few hours. It's very good for your mental health. Oh my god, Aunt. Yeah, truer words have never been spoken. It's nice, yes. And I make it a kind of a rule, to avoid politics in these streams. I in my Discord and in my streams, we all need a break. I sure do. I know I do. Dieter says, who would be the victim if Tabitha finds something new now? Jim's ghost. Well, Ghost Jim is coming. I bet. Ghost Jim. Yeah, right. So like who's gonna get punished now if Tabitha finds something new? I don't know. The kids? Aunt said I started watching Lost. Don't spoil it if you can help it. I understand if somebody makes a mistake. Of course, and I understand too. It's a 20-year-old show. Totally. Doc said we might find the next season premiere that Tabitha was ready and already has a whole Doug for Jim. Yeah, just kidding. Yeah, God. Yeah, she's all ready to get rid of him. She was done with him from episode 1. Jeter said, I don't follow politics I hear about, but we can't change what they do, so I'll leave it and go with the flow and try to adapt. I used to love politics. I loved it, but I can't stand it now. I have to avoid it and bury my head in the sand. I can't take it anymore. It's just too much. It's not fun anymore. It's just vitriol and hate. It's just awful. I can't stand it. I was a political science minor in college, and I ran out of time, or I wanted to major in it too, because I love it. I love studying it. I'm passionate about my views, which I won't share publicly, but I'm passionate about them. It's just no fun anymore because that you can't have a a respectful discussion anymore with anybody. Like you have to always be afraid that you're going to get attacked. Oh my God. Like I shared something on Twitter recently, and I deleted it after because I was like, what the hell? All I did was share a picture of John F. Kennedy on the day that he was assassinated. It was the anniversary of his assassination. I shared a picture of him and a quote. That's it. This was like the 1960s. And yet I did that, and then like this person who I guess hates like all people of a certain political persuasion, who I could tell by looking at his account after, all of a sudden he followed me and liked like 15 of my posts that have nothing to do with politics. And I felt like I was being stalked. So I got nervous and blocked him and deleted the post. So you can't even post a quote from John F. Kennedy from the 1960s without people stalking you and being creeps. So just be careful out there. It's toxic. I would advise people like just avoid in social media spaces. It's a cesspool. I don't even go there anymore. I would avoid it for your mental health and so you don't get doxxed and attacked. Ant said every time they chase information, the town pushes back. The rainstorm, the snow, the creep show in yellow. Yes, exactly. Sarah said that her brother believed that when they if you push too hard, this place is going to push back. And we've seen that. Your wife is digging a hole for you, Jim. Good one, Teeter. Your wife is digging a hole for you, Jim. Oh my god, that's the comment of the night right there. You win you win the live stream tonight. I'm starring that. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Oh my god. I wish Scarlett were here for that one. I'll show it to her after. That's fantastic. Yeah, you win the internet for today, Dieter. Ant said, keep in mind the first episode said they had many days of no incidents. Only stuff started to happen when they started trying to gain information. It seems like they would leave them alone if they stop. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Okay, yeah, I knew it was animals. I know, I figured it out, Dieter. Neomax said, I think Boyd's wife is Eloise. She had dreams like Tabitha. Ellis sounds like Eloise. It's possible. The only thing that would suck about that is she's already dead. So it wouldn't be as fun, like finding out a live character on the show is Eloise, but she's the right age. She would have been the right age range to be Eloise. So you never know. Never know. Hey, Josiah. Nice to see you. Has anyone talked about how it started snowing after Kenny spiked Sarah's snowman in episode 5? Oh, season 2, and then it stopped after she put it back together in season 3. What does that say about this place? That is really interesting, Josiah. I like that. Oh, yeah, because I believe in the manifestation theory. I believe that things can be manifested from people's thoughts, actions, feelings, fears, all different things. And yeah, like the season change accelerated quickly after she smashed that ornament. And then, oh wow, that's really interesting. And then she put it back together. It kind of had a reverse effect. Like, you would think building the snowman back together would cause the winter to come, but no, it was the opposite. And it seems like a manifestation type of thing happened there. Because, yeah, we didn't see any more snow. I thought it was going to be nonstop snow. It would never end. It would be a blizzard. And then halfway through the season, the snow was gone and it was raining and there was fog again. So that is fantastic. Great insight there. I like that a lot. Ant said, I could be wrong, but I think the man in yellow proved that there's no way out. He can kill anybody at any time. I think, yeah, he probably could kill anybody at any time. It's possible he was kind of set free, though, by the song being played and Tabitha and Jade remembering who they are. It's possible that he was able to come into the physical world because of that. Maybe he couldn't do anything himself personally until now. He had to use the monsters. I think he controls the monsters. The guy who plays the man in yellow, he referred to his character as management. Like he's a manager of the monsters. So, but I think the monsters could take anyone out at any time too. I still think there's a way they can break the cycle, but how is I don't know. That I don't know. I just know that if they don't break the cycle, it would be a terrible ending for the show. So I think it's got to be possible. Or it's going to be so. What's the point? If all of this ends with a massacre and Ethan is the sole survivor, it all just starts over again. What was the point of us watching them go through all this for 5 seasons if we get 5 seasons? That's why I think there's a way out, but your guess is as good as mine as to what that could be. As of right now, I don't know. Like, let me know in the chat what you guys think. Like, what could be the way out of here? Maybe by boat. Maybe by boat. The whole if I had a boat thing, Boyd and his boat key. Maybe it's foreshadowing that there's a way out by boat that they can't find. They haven't found yet. That's a popular theory. What does it mean to save the children? What does that mean? They're dead already. Can they go back in time and stop the sacrifice? And then will that somehow open up a door or a way for them to get out? The metaphorical door, I mean. So I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. And we'll start talking about episode 2 again. Because there's more to say, and I started the last live really, really late. So I wanted to get back into it again with some people who may have had to miss it last time. And also, the last one, I listened back to it a bit. My voice sounded pretty bad. It was breaking up because I had too much stuff on my Chromebook. So please let me know in the chat if my voice is crackling or cutting out or roboting. Please let me know so I can do something to fix it. Because I listened back to the last live and it didn't sound so good. So yeah, there are things I can do to try to fix it if you guys could let me know if I'm coming through clearly or not. The man in yellow will be the Negan from, I don't know what that is. You'll have to explain that. Explain that, please, if you can. David Agiel says, Pantheon starts in a school class with a history teacher talking about mythology. There is some online bullying, then a flashback. Then there is a mysterious person communicating only in emoji. Oh, that sounds so interesting, David. I like that idea, that concept. Ooh, okay. Very cool. Oh, you liked Chucky? Nice. All right. I'm going to check it out. Albert said, I don't remember Ethan, but maybe the kid was Ethan and I never noticed. I'm pretty bad at actors. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I Googled it. Yeah, it said it was Simon Webster. Hey, AAMM. Welcome. Nice to see you. You should try to interview one of the editors or from instead of an actor if you could. That would be a good idea, Albert. Yeah. It would be a good idea. One of the editors. I know I can't get any of the writers because even Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision couldn't get any of the writers until just this week for the first time. She's been interviewing. She's a journalist with experience. She's been interviewing people for a very long time. So I don't expect to be able to get the writers or the showrunners, but maybe some other people who work on the show. Who knows? Oh, cool. Thanks, Aunt. Posted the pics in the Discord. Kind of ironic. It's about a lighthouse, right? Yeah, I was thinking that. Yes, yeah. No politics. Yeah, I do ask that people refrain from political talk here. We need a break. We all need a break. I do think they're going to get together. That might be one of the reasons to kill Jim off, to add more conflict in the town. I do think they're going to hook up, maybe play. Yeah, like Tabitha and Jade. Maybe. They're going to be pretty distracted by all that stuff going on, though. Neo Max said it's all distractions and lies. I try to live a happy life. It feels like they want people to live in fear. Yeah, the politics of fear. It's a real thing. It's a problem. Doc said I got doxxed for supporting peace in Gaza. I'm sorry to hear that, Doc. That sucks. It doesn't mean you don't care about the other side. Like you can care about everybody's suffering. Gaza, if you want, of course you want peace in Gaza. We all want peace in Gaza. That's terrible. Who wouldn't want that? What's wrong with people? Don't think they want us to live in fear. They try stuff and are always stubborn and make the biggest mistakes while looking to the people. Always focus on your own luck and don't wait for others. Yeah, some politicians want us to live in fear, though. Yes, it's a real thing. Fear mongering is what it's called. Dieter says, I win, shut it down, downhill from here. Well, the stream gets better and better, like always. Thank you. I appreciate it. David said, American politics fascinate me. It's polarized like divide and conquer. 100%, David. Divide and conquer. It is polarized. It has never been more divided, and it's a shame. I don't know when it's ever going to get better at this point. It just keeps getting worse. In Australia, we swap between Liberal/Labor all the time. We don't care who wins. We vote for whoever offers the best tax cuts. Well, that's just being smart, Yeah. What did I win, Teeter? I don't know. I'll have to think of a prize for you. You win the internet for today. Albert says that's a good eye. Doc said Josiah just brought that observation to real stream too. It's a really good observation about the season change. Yeah. I'm glad he brought it up here. I love that. And Josiah, I starred your comment because I'm definitely going to end up wanting to use that and what is the term? Credit you, credit you for that. I always credit people when I use anybody's idea for anything. Dieter said everyone should be able to say what they want, always people that don't agree, and everyone has a different opinion. Right, exactly. AAMM said, I would really love for Eloise to be Donna or Sarah. Me too. If not, then I want her to be someone we haven't met yet. Yeah, me too. Somebody who's still alive. That would be more exciting. Abby would be interesting, but the problem is she's already dead. It would be amazing if it were Donna. Donna needs a story, guys. Like, think about it. What's Donna's plot line? What is her plot line? She's just the leader of Colony House, but she doesn't have a storyline for herself at all. Like, she doesn't see any visions or anything supernatural. She doesn't have like a real story arc. Kenny doesn't see. I mean, Kenny had a dream, a crazy dream with a cicada burn, so he had it. He had something supernatural. Christy has a storyline that's not supernatural. Christy has Moriel, which was kind of supernatural because Moriel ended up there. It was weird. But Donna doesn't have anything that's really hers in terms of a storyline. It's they need to give her something. She's a great actress. Give her something to do, some kind of story arc for Donna. Maybe I hope it's not going to be a romantic one, Donna and Henry. I'm just not into that idea, but just give her something. So if she were Eloise, I would freaking love that, but I doubt it's going to happen, unfortunately. And Sarah reincarnated, Eloise reincarnated as Sarah would be amazing too. That's what Tony Teflon thinks. Ant said, I wonder if they can't attack Jade and Tabitha for some reason. It seems like maybe it's just me, that they keep their distance from them because they can really run up and kill anybody they want. Why? Yeah, it's interesting. The man in yellow, he was right in the area. Like, why didn't he just go kill? Like, Jade and Tabitha were the ones who gained all this knowledge, and the price of that knowledge was Jim's life. But if he wants to throw an obstacle in Tabitha's path, why not just kill her? That's the ultimate obstacle. Just kill her. He could have just run after Tabitha and gotten her. So it's curious as to why that he didn't do that instead. I thought Eloise was Donna. I still think it's possible, says Doc. I still think it's possible too. I don't know if we're going to get that lucky for a cool twist like that, though. But I would love it. Ant said, good call, Josiah. Sarah said that cicadas was her brother's biggest fear. That's correct. I definitely believe in the manifestation theory. And I'm almost caught up to you guys in the chat. So, yes, I'm not an hour behind. Matted yellow management, David says, like micro data management. Yeah, kind of like in Severance, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, I think the only way to get out is at night by water or the train tracks. AAMM. Yeah. I think that maybe at night. That's why the monsters come out at night, because people can't get out. The only hitch with that is Donna's story. There's Donna's story where Donna says that they circled around and they came back in a circle once, and then the monsters came and attacked and whatnot. So if we believe Donna, then we know that somebody did circle around at least one time. They did circle through at night and came back around. So if we believe Donna's story, then that would mean that you still can't get out, at least by the road at night. Maybe there's a way out through the forest. I tend to think that if there's a way out, it definitely is through the forest. At night, possibly, or even in the daytime by water. Who knows? But more likely at night. Why would town be safe? Why would town be safe for the man in yellow? Hey, Catherine Brown. Are you talking about how Julie was telling Jim, you got to get back to town? I think this is where it happened. This is when it happens. it sounds like maybe the man in yellow can't go to town, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it's against the rules of this kind of game that they're playing here, which I do think it's very much like a game. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Ant said it's either they set him free already, got too close to answers, and he had to break Tabitha. Yeah, he had to act to break Tabitha. Yeah, definitely. Doc said, oh, since I'm not in Tony's stream, anyone have the tea on which streamers have been disrespectful to him? He is too polite to say himself. I want to know too, Doc. I'm going to message him and ask him. I'm friends with him on Facebook. I'm curious. I want to know who was doing this to him. He was having to stand up for himself. So that's a shame, you know. Leave Tony alone, especially now. Leave him alone. He lost his brother recently, so I hope people back off whoever was going after him and being disrespectful. That's not cool. I like Tony. He's a good guy. He's been nothing but kind to me. I'm trying to, like, I would love for him to find a way to interview the showrunners because he deserves it. So I'm wondering how Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision was able to get them. I'm curious how she did it because I know it wasn't easy. But Tony's been doing this from day one, and I would love to see him. If anybody deserves it, in addition, you know, if anyone else deserves to interview them, it's Tony. He's built this fan base up, gotten them whipped up and excited, even in the off season for years. He's got a fantastic show, and I would love to see that happen for him to get to interview them. He has a good heart, and he's supported my channel. He's had me on his show. He's literally sent people over after his show to mine, and I mean it's really cool for him to do. A lot of people found my channel thanks to him. So I hope people leave him alone now. You know, not be rude anymore. Dieter says your voice is perfect. Oh, thank you. I'm kind of dehydrated right now, so I don't know. My voice might not sound so good. I need to drink some water. Saving the children. I think it means save the children of the current cycle. Ethan, Julie, maybe Fatima's baby before the place hijacked her pregnancy and more kids to come. Okay, AAMM. Yeah, maybe that. I was thinking that too. You know, maybe it means save your own kids. F them kids, those dusty kids, as people say. Maybe save your own kids. Neo Max said, time in a bottle. Jim Croce, I don't know if I say that right, but would have been a perfect song for this show. 100% it would. Doc says, I need to finish watching Chucky. Yeah, I gotta check that out. AAMM said, I think the townspeople might be presented with the same opportunity of sacrificing a kid to come home, and they will have to hide Ethan. Maybe Julie, maybe not Julie because she might be 18 next season. Yeah, I tend to think that, like, this place wants people's kids, and I think that it's likely that in every cycle, someone is driven to try to sacrifice a kid or possibly even successfully try to, you know, murder a child. So that's I think that's likely actually that it probably tries to make history repeat itself. And that's why I think Miranda told Victor and Eloise to hide where Christopher couldn't find them, because I think he lost his mind and thought that he needed to sacrifice them. That's my working theory at the moment. I've been thinking that for a while. Ant said, even if they do make it out, what do they do? What do they tell people about their loved ones that died? Yes, all the normal people are going to think they're nuts. I don't see a way out, even if there was one. That's a good point, you know? What are they going to tell people? They're going to be murder suspects. It's a great point. Albert said, I think it's going to be sort of like how Sarah was told to kill Ethan. Yeah, I think so too, right? Exactly. I care about both sides, Doc. Yeah, absolutely. The first picture you posted looks like someone's butt. Oh, I didn't see the Discord yet. That's funny. Yeah, I think that it comes with a fake butt, this murder kit. I don't know why. That's kind of strange, but okay. I think they would have to go back to the beginning and leave it there, and then everybody in the town will never exist. I think Julie will have to make a decision to kill her brother or free the children. Okay, and that's the thing. If they do successfully go back and stop the sacrifice of those kids, I think that maybe I don't know if everyone would be wiped out of existence, but everyone who was reincarnated and all of their offspring through all of these years would cease to exist, in my opinion, because the reincarnation only happened because of the sacrifice. That's the problem, and I don't. It could happen. There's a version of time travel in stories where you can wipe people out of existence, the grandfather paradox. But I don't think this show is going to do that. It's going to be closed loop bootstrap paradoxes, I personally think, which is what we saw with Julie and the rope, like I explained in one of my videos. So I don't think they can stop the sacrifice of those kids. It would change too much. But that's just my opinion. Donna is like the mother of the town. That's true, David. You know, it's the problem is she doesn't have a story arc. Like, we just see her suffering because her people are dying and she's breaking. She's breaking more and more, but they need to give her a story arc, I think. She deserves one. She's a great character. Donna has known about everything for a long time and met the man in yellow and was told she can live if she doesn't let anyone get too close. Level, just kidding. Okay, Albert, you're kidding, but I think a lot of people might actually think that because the Donna mole theory is still a thing. So yeah, some people actually think that, and that's fine. All theories are welcome. I don't think so, but I think Donna is connected to Fatima and Victor, Catherine. Fatima and Victor. Yeah, okay. I mean, she feels like a mother to Fatima, and she always supplied Victor with the peaches, right? AAMM said, I think something big is coming for Donna because she's been on the back burner storyline-wise the last couple seasons. Exactly. They got to give her more. Give her a story arc. David said season 1 and 2 were filmed in fall, and season 3 was the winter solstice, so the return should be in March. Yeah, probably March 2026, I would think. Hey, Me Moon, welcome. Jade and Tabitha also have eternal life since they keep coming back. Yeah, they actually got the curse of immortality too, in a way, because they keep coming back. Exactly. And even though they didn't sacrifice the kids, they tried to stop it. My guess is they probably tried to stop it and maybe they were physically restrained, tied up, so they couldn't do anything. Mackie says, I think the man in yellow doesn't go after Jade and Tabitha because they always come back in another cycle. Okay, so yeah, if he gets that, yeah, that's right. If he kills them, they're just going to come back anyway. You're right. Absolutely. Catherine said she comes back a little smarter each incarnation. Yeah, I think each time they probably get a little bit further. Somebody said in one of my streams that, like, in each cycle, maybe she gets a little bit closer. And so in this, wherever she left off in the last cycle, in her last life, whatever point that she left off at, that's the point where the next incarnation gets passed. And I really liked that idea. They were saying that Miranda died near the faraway tree before she could get into it. And Tabitha managed to get out via that tree. And then what happens? She ends up getting her memories back at that tree too. So it's like there's a special, it kind of is like a special significance to that spot. That was where her past self left off and couldn't pass, couldn't make it through that point. And I like that idea. I thought that was interesting. So there could be something to that. I think that they've made more progress in this cycle than ever before. I think Eloise is stuck in some type of alternate time. She might have the same powers as Julie, and she just got stuck in time. Yes, Aunt. That could be. She could be a story walker. Or Julie could have story walked back and found Eloise and stashed her somewhere. Maybe Julie took her somewhere. And that's why we don't see her. Doc said, I think it might have been Tony who theorized that the slow walkers walk slow because they already know what happens, so they don't need to run. Oh, I hadn't heard of that one. Yeah, that is a fun theory. That's cool. Aunt said, well, at least the writer said it's not purgatory, and it's definitely not a dream, so I'm happy with that. Yes, guys, like, we got some great information. Where did I find that? I wrote a list of the biggest takeaways from that interview, and they did give us some good information, the showrunners, Jeff Pinkner and John Griffin. They said, number one, they said it is not purgatory. This was from E-Man's interview. He got them to give up some goods. I was amazed that they actually debunked some things. So they said, they were like, is this, like, what can you tell us? What can you debunk right now? And they said, it is not purgatory and it is not a dream. I was so happy to hear that, because the only ending that would ruin this show for me is if it's purgatory and they're all dead the whole time. Okay, I made a list. So this was the list. Let me see if I can.
I'm back, by the way. I just want to hear your list.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a list. Let me share it. I'll share the screen. Where is it? Let me unhighlight that comment so you can actually see. I always forget to do that. I leave comments up forever. So the key takeaways. Number one, Sarah never had worms in her arm when it said kill the boy. Those were not worms. Some people thought they were worms, but they were not. It was like a stigmata kind of thing. Like it looked like somebody carved it into her arm and then it disappeared. So not worms.
I mean, I almost thought it applied that Sarah cut herself when she was younger.
Oh, maybe. Could be.
Like self-harm.
She seems like the type. She seems like she could be mentally ill. So, number two, Tabitha is not Victor's sister. They said that definitively. No, she is not Victor's sister. So, the show already, I think, put that to bed. She's not Eloise, but I did see at least one person still thinking that she's Eloise somehow. So, she's not Victor's sister. Number three, From is not purgatory or someone's dream. It's not. Thank God. Thank God. That would suck. Number four, he asked, do the monsters eat the organs? They refused to answer. They said, stay tuned. So that could mean maybe. Where do the organs go? We don't know. So maybe they hedged on that. Number five, the monsters could always run, but they chose not to. They always had the ability to run. They chose not to run. And just like I figured, they tried to explain that to us with what Kenny said in episode 2, which we're covering right now in the rewatch, that there are only so many places you can run to. So they just stopped running. They don't need to run. So they confirmed that. And they also said what they've said in other interviews, that the man in the yellow suit was inspired by a guy John Griffin saw on the street who once looked neat and clean, later saw him again and his suit was dirty. He looked like he'd gone on a quest and failed, like a magical figure who'd been defeated, which was very interesting wording. Very interesting. John Griffin said he used him in a lot of short stories he wrote before. That doesn't mean that the character doesn't have a lot of depth. Now, these are my words. So Griffin was just inspired by the way that guy looked. And I think the fact that he thought this guy looked like a, quote, magical figure who had gone on a quest and been defeated, unquote, I think that's an encouraging clue that there's a lot of depth to this character and he is magical in some way, but he was corrupted. Maybe he started off not being evil. So I liked that.
Yeah, I've heard in other interviews that they said he was almost an angel-like in the beginning with a clean suit, like dancing like he was an angel trying to figure out a human body, which I thought was interesting because they have the Elgin thinking Kamala is an angel.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So, I got to watch more of these interviews because this stuff is really interesting. I haven't seen all of them yet. So number 7, when they were asked if the man in yellow in the painting has a scar on his face or not, because it looks like he has a mark, and people are wondering if the man in yellow could be Randall, they refused to confirm or deny it. So that's still a maybe. Number 8, they wouldn't confirm or deny that Smiley's rebirth looked like the red squid thing in the cave painting. I found that surprising that they wouldn't confirm or deny it. I mean, I guess they want to keep the theorizing going, but come on. E-Man showed a side-by-side of them. Family Theory is the first one I've ever seen who actually put it on his channel. Scarlett, you pointed it out yourself.
I have a really good picture of it with all the folds in it that make it look exactly like the painting.
Yeah. I don't have a good side-by-side representation. I want to get it side-by-side, have a good image in my file to show every now and then. I need to do that. But yeah, come on now. Of course that's what it is. I really believe that's what it is. E-Man showed a side-by-side comparison. Smiley's Rebirth looks exactly like the Red Squid painting, but they wouldn't confirm or deny it. I think they didn't want to say it because they're aware of the theories and they don't want to, give too much away. But and the last thing is that they expect season 4 to be released in early 2026 with filming wrapped by the end of 2025. So yeah, we're not getting it till 2026. There's just no way. So yeah, great interview. If you haven't seen it on E-Man's channel, check it out. And check out Tony Teflon's interview of Doug Hughes, the Man in Yellow. I talked about that at length in another stream. Check that out because that was amazing.
And check out the other 2 interviews that Doug Hughes has on What Is From Cast. One including Bob Munn, who played Frank Pratt. And he's also the mayor of Halifax. Fun fact. And they all know each other because they all work in Canadian theater. So it's a good listen.
Cool. Yeah, I've got to check that one out myself. I have to listen to that. Doc said, I think they are afraid of Tony's questions. He's really good at getting actors to say things that give clues. Yes, you're right. Yeah, the 3 J's, Jack Bender, John Griffin, and Jeff Pinkner, right? But yeah, Tony got the Man in Yellow guy, Doug Hughes, to give up some stuff. A little bit. Not a lot, but it was interesting. Vanessa Wicked, hey, nice to see you as always, Vanessa. You're so sweet. Neo Mac says Tony interviewed Elgin. Yes, I watched that and I called in and talked to him. Nathan Simmons. He lost a lot of weight. Yeah. Nathan was terrific. I really enjoyed calling in and getting a chance to talk to him. I was so happy. So this season I called in to Tony's show and I talked to Nathan Simmons, Cliff Saunders, who plays Dale, and the last one was the Man in Yellow, Doug Hughes. I wish I had called and talked to Tian Chen's actress Elizabeth Moy and Liz Saunders, but I couldn't on those nights. But I was happy to get to talk to them. And of course, Smiley. We got to interview Smiley. That was amazing.
Yay!
Yes. I'll never forget that. Ant said the Creep Show Man in Yellow is his new nickname. Copyright. Yeah. Bobby says, if the place is after children and it can control who and what comes into it, then why only 2? Why not 12 or 13? It seems like it's probably always 2. That's true. I don't know. The original story was 7 kids, so you'd think it would be 7 kids every time. So I find that odd. I don't know. How were they sacrificed, says Neomac? Any ideas? I think they're laying in the bottom of the water somewhere. They look like they've been possibly drowned, and they look like they've had radiation exposure, but it could just be like they were born in the dark. Like Scarlett said, you said that you think maybe they were always in the cave. They were severely vitamin D deficient and malnourished. So born in the dark, murdered in the dark, literally. It could be. Is that what you think? Like, do you think they were literally kept in cages down there for their whole lives or something?
That kind of seemed what the setup was.
It seems like it. It seems
Which seems crazy because they're probably 7, 8, 6 to 7, 8 years old, and they've lived underground their whole lives.
Oh my God.
That makes crazy.
It's insane, and it makes it even worse. Yeah. What did they get this? I mean, it would imply that maybe they got this offer when the children were born, and so this was the deal. You have to do this, and then when they get to a certain age, then sacrifice them. Because otherwise, why keep them down there all that time? It must have been pre-planned this way. It's so crazy. I don't know. And then they'd have years to even reflect on what they're doing.
Yeah.
That makes it even
makes it so much worse.
That makes it even worse how premeditated it must have been. Oh, it's unimaginable. Ant said, yeah, I think this town is built on sacrifice. It seems like when somebody dies, the townspeople gain something they need. Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. Now, when Khatri died, it was like, I feel like the reason, yeah, see, it actually applies with Khatri too. I've thought about this. Look at the timing of when he died. Knowledge comes at a cost. This was immediately after Khatri convinced Boyd that Sarah is a huge asset and she needs to be kept alive. They need her. And Boyd agreed, and Khatri immediately got his throat slit. Immediately. I don't think that was a coincidence. That was I think that was the whole knowledge comes at a cost. As we go back and continue this rewatch, I'm going to have that in my mind and looking at how knowledge comes at a cost in all these different circumstances. I definitely think is going to be a major theme of the show, and sacrifice. Sacrifice. So Khatri's life was the sacrifice that had to be made to gain the asset of Sarah and her abilities. I mean, just look at the timing. It fits. I mean, sometimes I think there are happy accidents where maybe they didn't have the idea knowledge comes at a cost from the beginning. Maybe the showrunners did say sometimes, people put pieces together that they didn't even intend, but it fits and it's a happy accident. But yeah. Bobby G said, I think the soul system on this show is different and would allow for Ant's proposal in preventing OG sacrifice. It's possible, but I do wonder if everyone would be obliterated. All the reincarnated people, would they still exist? That's the problem. Donna's hands are always in her pockets. Yeah. What's in Donna's pockets? I love that meme. I'm glad she survived. Bobby G said, just because you destroy the eternal Miranda's soul doesn't mean you destroy Tabitha. Tabitha was a much different person when she entered from. I think their souls attach when they come into town. Oh yeah, Bobby, that could be. Maybe she wasn't born with Miranda's soul. Maybe it kind of entered her, kind of combined with her soul. Who knows how it could work.
Yeah, we were talking about how both her and Jade were unconscious when they entered from, and we think maybe that's when the soul transference happens.
Yes, that's entirely possible. Like that could be when it happens. But when that happens, though, I think they really do become. It's like they become that person, because when she had that revelation, she really was convinced this was her life. Like this was not just something she's like memories that she's seeing or a vision. She said, we had a child, like we tried to save them, and one of them was ours. She's referring to this Ankui kid as hers and Jade's. So she becomes Miranda essentially. So whether she was from birth or not is up for debate, for sure. But yeah, like Jade, when this happens, this could be when the soul transfer happens. That's entirely possible. Jade with his head on the rock. Either way, it's symbolism for the fact that unconsciously they are these people from their past lives, and they died over and over. That's why they look dead. He looks dead. She looks dead in the RV, and I mean, it's a 1-to-1 perfect correlation between the two. They even both had to be carried between two people like this.
Mm-hmm.
Unconscious, still unconscious. Tabitha didn't wake up until after they carried her out like this, out of the RV. So I love how they did this. I can't say that enough. I just love the symbolism of it, the foreshadowing. Wow. I know that they didn't plan everything in the show, but they obviously planned Tabitha and Jade as reincarnated people. So this was deliberate. This isn't me reading too much into things. It's undeniable now. that they planned this for sure. And it makes me just love this show even more. I'm more hyped on this show than I ever was, as if I wasn't already obsessed enough, right? I mean, I've done a freaking 11-hour live. So, I mean, don't you feel like, do you feel, I mean, I know you loved all 3 seasons, but like looking back now that we've seen this reveal, looking back, doing this rewatch and making these connections, seeing how they planned it, the evidence, like, does it make you more excited about it, more enthusiastic? Because it sure makes me feel that way.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah. It's just, it makes you appreciate the genius of this show even more, the brilliance of it. When you go back and see, wow, I didn't think a rewatch would be this exciting, to be honest. I love the show, but I didn't think I'd be this into it as I am. But I see these things, I'm like, holy shit, they planned it brilliantly, and they showed us in our faces, they foreshadowed things that we never would have connected at the time. You'd watch this in the beginning, no one would have ever thought, oh, they're both reincarnated, that's why they're both unconscious, and and they're both carried by 2 people. No, but yeah, you look back and it's just genius. Too bad they can't retroactively give them all the Emmys for this, because I mean, they deserved it even then, just for the performances and the writing, everything, the writing, the art direction. But now they deserve it even more, now that we understand what all this means, right? So they're nominated for a bunch of Saturn Awards. I hope they all win. I never heard of that. Have you heard of a Saturn Award? I've never heard of that before, but
oh yeah, I've heard of Saturn Awards.
What is it? Is it for horror or something, or is it just shows in general?
I can look it up.
Okay, I didn't know if you knew. You don't have to look it up. Unless you want to, but I really think Donna loves Fatima. Absolutely she does. 100%. Yeah. Ant said, I'm really watching season 1. The dude who left the flowers for the monster is a total moron. I forgot how much I hated him. Porn stuff.
It says
yes. Go ahead.
It says the Saturn Awards are American awards presented annually by the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror Films.
Okay.
The awards were created to honor science fiction, fantasy, and horror film, of course, but have since grown to regard other films belonging to genre fiction as well as TV and home media releases. So there you go.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's good, because I feel like the Emmys are kind of snobs about horror, the horror genre. What?
Yeah.
Like, I feel.
Am I having a lag?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. What did you say? The last thing you said.
Oh, first I said that Steven Spielberg is holding one in a picture when I brought up Saturn Awards.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear you. Okay, cool.
And the second thing was, I agreed with you about the horror aspect, that the Oscars tend to, I don't know, they get a little bit more open-minded in the last 10 years, because Avatar and some of these things have won, but
right,
before that there was a lot of drama.
Right. I feel like there's a lot of snobbery when it comes to the major awards and the horror genre, and it's underappreciated, and it's underrated, and that sucks, because the From actors deserve all the accolades. And I wrote that in a tweet. And just tagged Fromily and From on MGM, and Harold somehow saw it, and Harold liked my tweet, which made me happy. He deserves it. I said, especially him and Scott McCord deserve Emmys.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like the Grammys and rap music. It took a while for them to come around and actually realize that rap music deserves accolades too. For a long time there was prejudice against rap music in the Grammys. So, but yeah, it's time.
I think that's why you have a lot of splinter award shows for different genres.
Right.
Like you have country music awards, and you'll have Black music awards shows and stuff like that, just because they want, or Latina music awards,
It's a shame that that's even necessary. Like the BET.
Yeah, it is.
like the BET awards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's a shame, you know, that awards shows in general are not more inclusive of all different of diversity in general, you know, diversity of genres and race and all of that stuff. But anyway, Ant said they got the curse of immortality, but being that they didn't willingly sacrifice their kids, they're not turned into monsters, right? You gotta really have game to flirt with a monster, right? I think the man in yellow caused the massacre from the show. Maybe it was him, because you gotta wonder, okay, why did the ultimate, you know, the full sacrifice happen? We still don't know enough about that. Why did the whole town die in 1978 except for Victor? And I think that we got Infinite Umbra here. Let me add you. Okay. Hey, Infinite Umbra, what's up?
Hey, Julie, what's up? Hey, what's up, Scarlett?
Hi.
How are you guys?
We're just frumming.
Just frumming all the time. Yeah.
Yep.
My girl likes to from all the time. So
Yeah.
I'm slightly, my voice is slightly I like to call it ashy. My voice is slightly ashy because I had caught a cold the past week, so it's almost out of there now. So I might sound a little distorted here and there, just so as a heads up, but I'm here with you guys.
Cool. No worries. You sound fine to me, so no worries at all. I was gonna say before you popped on, like, I think we got a clue from episode 2 of season 1 that there could be a lone survivor in every cycle, because Kenny made this speech. Oh wait, those are extra pictures I added after. Hold on. Most of these are chronological. Kenny made this speech because we were just talking about the massacre, like why did the massacre happen in 1978? And so that made me think of this, because there was a lone survivor. There's been a lot of debate. Was that a mistake? Was Victor supposed to survive it? Or was it a glitch? And that's why things are kind of stuck. Maybe that's why the monsters are still dressed in 50s and 60s clothes. But I personally think that it was intentional, that in every cycle, I think there probably was one lone child survivor. And Kenny says something in this episode 2 of season 1 that kind of reinforced my theory, where he said, oh, if every game with my dad would always end the same, I'd be down to my last piece, just moving around the board trying to avoid him. So that, I think that might be a clue, right? Because
that Kenny just plays chess really, really badly.
Yes,
because the only time I ever play chess like that is when I'm playing like a 7-year-old that just wants to fight all the pieces instead of using chess strategy.
Yes, right.
He said he didn't like chess anyway, so Kenny's probably just playing like that.
Yeah, right. He's probably really bad at chess, but I mean, I found this interesting because chess is a metaphor for what's going on the show. They presented that to us for a reason from the very beginning, because one of the first scenes in the whole show was Kenny playing chess with his dad. They presented that to us, and then we had this scene where Kenny literally compares what's happening to them to a game of chess and says, we're running out of spaces on the board, Sheriff. So, and when he's talking about it would always end with him down to his last piece, he was bringing that up and talking about it because he's comparing it to what they're going through, saying, you know, like they're fighting a losing game. That's what he was trying to say, that they're not going to win. And he was always down to his last piece. So we're looking at a metaphor here that they presented, and we know that the showrunners, I got to find the interview where they said this. I keep forgetting to ask Robert. Robert Saunders told me this. I hear this all the time, that the showrunners planted major clues in the first 2 or 3 episodes. And I think this is one of them. And it would make sense too, because they've already hinted, we've heard them hint that They said the answers to the end are at the beginning in season 3. And that was a reference to the boy in white telling Christopher, the answers to the 1978 massacre are at the beginning of, meaning the history of the town, the beginning of the town.
Or if Gina says that chess is a universal language, much like music.
Yes. Yeah. Who said that? I forget who said that.
Gina.
Gina said chess is a universal language.
Never forget Gina. Never forget.
Never forget.
So many people just walk by her dead corpse. Let's not forget Gina, okay?
Yes. Yeah, let's not forget. Gina was just completely passed over and ignored.
Yeah. I just didn't care. Christine or anybody didn't just go, oh my God, Gina.
No, I know, right? That was, something that's so funny. I didn't even notice that on the first watch. I ignored her too.
I totally noticed it on the first watch. Why doesn't anybody caring about that she's dead? She's like a big blood puddle on the floor.
I know, right? Oh my God. They just walked right by her dead body. Poor Gina. I understand why Kenny would overlook her because he's focused on his dad in the next room. But everybody else, they just ignored her.
Yeah, you'd think one of them would be like, oh my God.
I know, right? Oh my God. But yeah, I think this was a clue that there was a soul survivor in every cycle. But what do you think, Scarlett? Do you think it was every cycle, like a soul survivor maybe?
Well, I mean, it presents good evidence that that they're just as. It's just a really bad game of chess, though. You think they have a better game of chess?
I know, but it seems like that's what's going on here, and that's what they're trying to tell us, that there are two sides here, and I really believe that the two sides are the man in yellow and the boy in white, and they're fighting on opposite sides, and they're using people. They're using the people like chess pieces.
Yeah.
And I think the boy in white is doing it to try to help. The man in yellow is trying to cause harm, but the boy in white is doing messed up things sometimes. In the ends justify the means. That's what I think. And my personal theory is that they both are bringing people here. Man in yellow bringing people here to torture them, and the boy in white bringing people here to try to help. Which also causes harm because he's hurting them by doing that. But yeah, that's what I personally think is going on here. But
well, I did have notes where I correlated like a lot of the main characters with the the main chess pieces, because I think all the pawns are red shirts.
Yes, yeah. So,
but now I think Boyd's the rook, because before I think I had Boyd as the king, but then he had that rook on the desk, so maybe he's the rook.
Right. Yeah,
or rook. Maybe Kenny's the rook because he gave him the rook. One of those guys is a rook.
Right. I mean, so and what is the, refresh my memory again? What does the rook do?
It move. It's a. I read this thing, which was interesting because it equated them with the king and queen. It's like as powerful as like two queens, or so. I mean, like a queen as powerful as two rooks, or something like that. It was a really interesting chart. But the rooks can move all the way across the board, like in a straight line. And they can also castle the king. There's a move called castling where you move your rook and then you move the king beside the rook, so the rook is protecting the king. So it's a pretty valuable piece.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, even though Boyd is the center of the show, that doesn't mean he would have to represent, I don't know a lot about chess, but, you would think, oh, the king or the queen would be the most important or something. Yeah. But this, though, that sounds like it makes sense to me. Like he could represent that. Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be like a castle or a fortress, so he might be protecting the fortress.
Yeah, see, I mean, you can see it looks like a castle. It's, it's kind of beaten up. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like a castle, and it's blood-stained. It's which is a metaphor in itself. It's blood-stained from all the carnage that's going on here. they did this for a reason. They showed us this shot for a reason. That's a great point that I hadn't picked up on that you said about this shot in particular. So yeah, that was deliberate imagery. Umbra, what do you think? Like, do you think there are like two opposing sides, like a game of chess, or do you think something else is going on here?
You know, I never thought about it until you mentioned that and brought up the whole point of the man in yellow doing this and the boy in white doing that. But that does make a lot of sense, actually. And it would make sense on how some people are getting pulled there to over time and things like that to try to win this game, so to speak. I would say this, and that I heard you guys talking, I think this past, what was it, Wednesday? I think you guys went live.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you were saying that Scarlett had the belief that everybody except one survivor would die in this cycle, right? Kind of a repeat like Victor. I actually too believe that as well. But I want to believe that it'll be a happy ending like you, where they actually break the cycle. But I'm almost weary that it might do the same thing. And it's this whole like, oh, it's just Ethan left. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. So just to go to that point of them having this one survivor left to continue the game, it might just be the case of that. But no, I like that idea. I like the idea of it being a game of chess, so to speak. Makes a lot of sense.
Right. Especially when you think about how specific characters seem to fill certain roles in town, and certain characters seem like they're brought here specifically for the purpose of manipulating them into causing harm, like Sarah and Elgin. They both were good people who wanted to help. They were brought there, but they had certain traits that were exploited. Sarah seems traumatized, like she had serious mental issues. She was easily exploited. Elgin, I think he was exploited for his religious faith, the fact that he believed that this woman was an angel, the kimono lady, and so he blindly believed in her. So yeah, it seems like certain people are brought there to manipulate and cause harm to people, or just brought there to suffer in some cases, and then others seem like they're being brought there to help. I mean, there's, Father Kotri, maybe he was brought there to provide hope and solace to people, to help. Boyd, it doesn't get more helpful than Boyd, Mr. Fish and Loaves, with his 30-year military career, going to the worst hellholes on earth, making do with the smallest amount of resources. What better person to select if you're trying to help, to bring here to this hellhole with such limited resources? So it seems like he was brought there to help. Either that, or it could have been just a mistake. He wasn't supposed to be there. I know there's a theory that Abby was supposed to be there because she had a dream as a child. But I don't know about that. We don't know what her dream was. All she said was she had a dream. It could just mean she dreamed that she died and woke up. A lot of people dream that you die, and then when you die in a dream, you wake up. I took it to mean that personally, but you never know. Maybe Abby was selected to be there for some purpose, and Boyd was selected to be there to help. They happen to be together. Who knows? But
well, even people like Bacta, she knew that nursery rhyme from her grandmother's, so she had some connection to From that other people didn't have.
Right. Yeah. And it wound up being helpful because she remembered the rest of it that they didn't know. That helped Boyd figure out what to do because she remembered the rest of the nursery rhyme. So maybe she was brought there to help. The roles that people fill, it seems like people are selected for certain reasons. So maybe in some cases it's to help, maybe in some cases it's to hurt. And I know some people think nothing is there to help. There is no force trying to help. That's what Randall said. But I believe Ethan over Randall. He's a little kid, but he said in season 1, when they were writing questions on the wall, we should ask who here is trying to help. I always remembered that. And he's like our go-to character for insight, even though he's a little kid. what he's saying seems to be true. Talking about all the quest stuff and how this works, the thresholds. So I believe Ethan. I think there is a force trying to help. And it's probably the boy in white. He does messed up things sometimes in order to help. Bringing people there is a messed up thing in itself, obviously.
Well, I think it was explained that when he told Christopher straightforwardly, it didn't work.
Wait, what did you say? He told Christopher
when the boy in white said that he told Christopher like straightforwardly, and it didn't work.
Yes. Yeah. So I guess maybe Christopher couldn't handle all that knowledge being dumped on him like that, and he snapped. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, the boy in white said, I think it's better that you learn on your own. To Victor, he said that it's the only way you'll understand. So he's leading people to answers. Season 3 showed me. That's what changed my mind. I changed my theories based on what I see. I thought Boy in White was evil. I saw season 3 and I thought, no, I don't think that anymore. He led Tabitha out, and that wound up being helpful in that she got insight into Miranda from Henry that she never would have had. She saw all those paintings, and he's leading. What he said to Victor confirmed to me that that's what he was doing with Tabitha for sure. He was leading her to those answers on her own to figure it out. And he said it's the only way to Tabitha too. I'm sorry, this is the only way. So you got to pay attention to the wording in the show. The wording is deliberate. So yeah, that's what changed my mind about him. Even though this little kid, I mean, at the end of this episode when I first watched it, I what else are you supposed to think of this? Of course you're going to think he's evil.
Yeah, shh. I'm full of secrets.
Right? Come on. But I think that was a misdirect. Mm-hmm. I think everybody who watched this saw that and was creeped out. How could you not be? Like, it's creepy as hell. It's the creepy little kid horror trope. I don't know. But so what do you do you think the boy in white is trying to help or not, Scarlett? Like, is he trying to help in his own way?
I think he's ambiguous to his own agenda.
His own agenda. You think he's trying to stop?
He's playing his own agenda. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but he's definitely playing for his own agenda, which can include both good and bad things.
And possibly trying to stop the cycle, stop it happening, which you could say is helpful. We don't want this cycle to continue anymore and for more people to suffer. That's what it seems like. But Umbra, what do you think? What do you think about the boy in white?
I think he might have stepped out.
Oh, okay.
There's a message in the inner chat.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm trying to do better at I get excited and I ramble and I go on, and then sometimes I forget. I'm not good at structuring things. So sometimes I forget when I have a panel to go through and ask people to talk. So I apologize for doing that sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah. Doc said they kind of did the chess thing in Lost. If they do a chess thing, I hope it's very different. I'm halfway.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Have you watched Lost far enough to know that?
No. I'm still in the middle of season 4, so I don't know if there's another side yet. I've heard that there is, so I know that. But all I know is just the regular people versus the others, and there's Jacob, who I don't know anything about yet. But that's it. Oh, good, Doc. You started Severance. I'm glad you like it.
It's quirky and fun.
Hell yeah, it is.
I mean, when we were doing the watch party, I was like laughing. I had my mic off, but I was just like giggling to myself most of the way through the pilot.
Yeah, I'm so glad you liked it. I knew you would. It seems like a show that would be up your alley. So I'm glad you liked it.
I've always wanted to see it. I just don't have an Apple TV.
Right.
I'm just unfortunate because there's always seems to be one show on each streaming service I want to see.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy them all.
Yeah, you buy them all. It's no better than paying for cable TV. It adds up to the same amount.
I mean, luckily, Showtime, like with Yellow Jackets, had a DVD release. A lot of the Mike Flanagan stuff on Netflix that I really like the Fall of the House of Usher and Haunting a Hill House, have DVD releases. And Severance
Yeah,
has a Blu-ray release, so I'll just buy them on physical media and
right.
enjoy them over and
Yeah,
over, with no
yeah.
worry of them just taking them off of their streaming services for no reason, like HBO did with Westworld. They just took Westworld off for like no reason.
Oh, see, that sucks. This is the problem with streaming, and I don't like it. I used to download everything, and then I knew I'd always have it to keep, and now,
Mm-hmm.
or I'd have DVDs. I had a million DVDs, and
Mm-hmm.
before that, I had a million VHS tapes. But
Mm-hmm.
now we're dependent on these streaming services that could just take these shows off
Mm-hmm.
at any time, and you've invested all this money subscribing to them.
Mm-hmm.
So I worry about that sometimes, and I have my own little sites that I'm not supposed to use, but I have my own little sites because I can't afford every streaming
Yeah.
service. And you have to worry that
Or they edit them weird, like the Yellow Jackets. They had this joke that was kind of edited out, and it was still in my DVD set. And then when I was talking to Cyber Queen Media, they were like, "Oh, I thought there was a joke here," and I'm like, "There
Mhm.
was. I don't know why they took it off. It wasn't like off color or anything. And actually, it was funny and made the scene funnier." And I'm like, "Why did they edit that in the streaming service?"
Right.
It's really bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So I have an issue with that too. Like I've had shows that just disappear and it sucks. But
Mm-hmm.
Neo Mac said the boy in white was so happy after the massacre. It looks like he won the game. I realized that. I know what you're talking about. There's a scene where he's on the merry-go-round smiling
Mm-hmm.
with a bunch of dead bodies around. So I know how that looks. And but the way I explain that, I think that's a misdirect too. We saw that in season 1, and I think it's a misdirect to make us think he's evil, but I think he was kind of trying to just distract Victor from all the carnage and the bodies. Like he was beckoning to him to follow, smiling to kind of reassure him. That's what I think. But I mean, yeah, like this right here,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this looks evil. He's
A little
smiling and
dead body back there.
there's a dead body back there. Of course, it's creepy. I'm not gonna lie. It's sus. It's sus, and it's blurry, but he was beckoning to him to
Mm-hmm.
come,
Yeah.
and then like the thing keeps turning, and it seems like he disappears off of
Mm-hmm.
it.
Right into the
Um,
portal.
yeah, like is this thing is the maybe this? That's I like that theory that you had
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that maybe the merry-go-round is a portal. You spin
And he
around
went
on
in,
it.
he could have got it out. Like Victor, all he had to do was get in that portal and just go.
Yeah. Um, but I don't know. I still think he was just trying to distract Victor at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, don't look at all that. Look over here. Although he did kind of, I don't know why he would make Victor, push Victor to go take
Mm-hmm.
an item off of every body and bury it.
Mm-hmm.
That he had to get close to those corpses to do it. But there had to be a reason why I think those relics were important that needed to be preserved. I don't think it was just to honor the deceased. I mean, don't you? Like, it had to have some other purpose,
Mm-hmm.
I think. Anyway, I'm
It looks like a
behind you
painting.
guys.
It looks like a painting.
Isn't that a beautiful shot? I love that
Yeah.
shot. It's so nice. I love it. And there's a creepy stinger in the score when you see that. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it definitely is trying to lead you to think he's evil. That
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean that he is, but yeah, it could go either way. It's still ambiguous, and he could have his own agenda, like you're saying too.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. I'm so afraid to even try to play a short clip of something. Like now, I'm afraid because I don't want to get the stream pulled again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I keep the volume off, I could play short clips of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. That's what I did last night.
It worked okay with Severance, but you know, Severance isn't under Paramount. I think Paramount's like a problem.
Oh, really?
Well, they own Yellow Jackets too, and they're really picky about Yellow Jackets. But you know,
yeah, I'm gonna be careful. I might play just a few short clips during this live because there's some stuff in here I really wanted to play clips of, even though we went through all the pictures.
you could probably play a couple seconds and stop, and a couple seconds and stop.
I'll do that. I'm loading it up now.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is this? Thanks, Aunt. I don't know what I said, but
Yeah, good call. All right.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what I said, but thank you, Aunt. It was a while ago. Bobby said, well, they said it wasn't purgatory a dream. They did not say it's not an experiment. True. Bobby said she comes back smarter, or she came into town with a real partner. Miranda didn't have Henry. Tabitha had Jim. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, that's a deviation from the cycle. Well, Henry's lucky. I mean, he probably wouldn't have ended up dying like Jim, because I don't think Miranda ever had that epiphany that Tabitha just had. Because if she and Christopher had that epiphany, then why would Christopher still be a threat to her children? He would know that they're essentially soulmates who shared a child once. Like, that's why I don't think that they had that epiphany and knew about their origins. I don't think. What do you think? They probably didn't know, right?
What's your full question?
Like, Christopher and Miranda, do you think they had the same epiphany Tabitha and Jade had about their origins? Like, did they remember all of it?
I don't know. I think it could be like what you said before, like each reincarnated couple gets closer.
Right. I think so too.
And they might have known a little bit more than the next people, but not as much as Jade and Tabitha. And they could have also freaked out because it seemed like Christopher was going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in a way, Jade wasn't going crazy, like kind of psychotically crazy.
Yeah.
Enough that Miranda feared him, and Tabitha doesn't fear Jade.
Exactly. Yeah. So something happened. I really think that if they had the same epiphany together, like Tabitha and Jade had, that Christopher would not have been a threat to her kids. So maybe the boy in white just dumped all this information on him and he snapped because he didn't believe it. That's the thing. He didn't believe it. He said everything here lies in that flashback. Yeah. So whatever he was told, he didn't believe it. So that definitely confirms to me that he didn't know about his origins. So that means Tabitha and Jade have made more progress than them, which is good.
Yeah.
And Catherine here said, I think Donna would take a deal, not out of selfishness, but for herself, but to save people. She's hard and tough, protective. She's so kind to Ethan and even Elgin, Victor, all of them. Oh yeah, she definitely cares about everybody. I believe that. Dieter said the video with Nathan Simmons with his eye out. Awesome. Yeah, that was so gross. Dieter posted a really funny clip of Nathan with a fake eyeball coming out of his eye. It was gross.
The one on a spring?
Yes. It was gross. It looked fake, but it was still gross.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's his look for season 4.
Yeah,
they find the eye, but they can't put it quite back in, so it just dangles
out of his eye socket.
Yeah.
Yes. Teeter said, or the kids are buried near the stones where Father Cautry was praying. Yeah, that's a possibility, Teeter, for sure. Let's see. Umbra, are you back? No, I don't know.
Back?
He said he was back.
I'm back. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So I was muted as I'm trying to talk my bad.
No, it's okay. I do that all the time. While you were gone, we were talking about the nature of the boy in white. What do you think at this point with everything we've seen? Is he trying to help in some way, or do you think he's an evil figure?
I'm torn because he seems to be helpful, and I was listening to you guys as I was walking away. I had my phone with me to hear you, but he was smiling pretty deviously after the slaughter to help bring Victor over to the merry-go-round or whatever. So it was kind of off-putting.
Mm-hmm.
And so he looks happy, like right there. Even he's like, "Shh, come this way, so I can kill you." But I don't know. I think he's got to be a force for good, though. He's done too many things that's helped. So I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but it's just odd, and it could be the case that distortion over time is going to warp him into being the man in yellow. Or the man in the yellow suit, should I say? Because we've already seen him get older. And what if he continues getting older until the next season and the next season, if that's the case, into being who we think he is, right? Or into who he could be, at least the man in yellow.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know how that might play out. I just find it really odd. And I like to know who he was before he, became this entity or whatever he is. It's just too much left unanswered right now for us to really say.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I did hear you guys talking about the theme of chess as it relates to things here, and I mentioned a bit before I stepped away. How about this? If that's the case, that it's chess themed, who would be what piece? Like I heard you guys mention the red shirts, which we all know from Star Trek fame is somebody expendable. Somebody like Dale would be a red shirt, right?
Yes.
Expendable. So he went into the faraway tree, and the brother was added to the slab of concrete. Right? What if the case is that he was expendable, or at least he hadn't completed the quests that our young brother keeps speaking of, like the quests that weren't completed. Tabitha had completed most of her quests, and she's like a bigger piece, like let's say the queen, because I can't think of anything else. Let's say she's the queen. I would say Boyd would be the king. So with Tabitha being the queen, maybe that's why she was able to go through the faraway tree and literally get home after the fact. Now, of course, she was assisted by the boy, in white pushing her out the window, but still, she was able to get out. So each chess piece has a different moves they can make in the game, right? And she's able to go further away because I believe the queen can kind of jump a bunch of spaces at a time when they move. So maybe that's the case for her. Same thing with Boy, him being the king, or Ethan could be the king, because the king is the protected piece. You have to make sure to protect the king, or it's checkmate, right?
Right.
So, and they've shown certainly that they've tried to take Ethan out here and there, although it seems like a daisy. I mean, if they really, really wanted to get at him, I feel like they would do more. But they've shown that at least they've specifically had somebody like Sarah target him. So maybe the case is killing him wins the game for the man in yellow, the bad side, if you will. So I think it plays out in some way like that too. And the boy in white has to try to prevent that, because maybe that's what happened to him in his cycle, where he was the king, so to speak, and he got killed. So now he's lingering around trying to prevent that from other cycles, but they just haven't quite listened to him. So that would lead me to believe also that if that is the case, that maybe they might break the cycle in this one. Right? That's possible that we can actually see it come to fruition. So just throwing it out there, theory crafting a little bit. But yeah, I don't know if it all makes sense. I'll have to think on it more, and I'm not the biggest chess player either, so I'm kind of reaching here. So Catherine Brown just said that the queen can move anywhere in the board, so that goes more to the theory, right? Tabitha goes through the tree, literally goes anywhere where she wants, goes home. She's the queen. Boyd will be the king, or what if he's not the king and the boy in white? I mean, excuse me, Ethan is the king. What piece would Boyd be? The knight? What would he be?
Could be. Could be. I don't see you have more knowledge of chess than I do. I tried to like I played like a tiny bit. I never really practiced enough. It was many years ago to actually know what I was doing. So I actually forget what the individual pieces do, what their roles are. And now that I'm really into this theory, I'm planning on like reading up on it and learning more about it. Because I would like to kind of try to assign roles to the different characters, what they could possibly play. And what you were saying about Tabitha being the queen because she could move so far, that makes a lot of sense to me. She was able to leave town. You know, she was brought back, but yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a perfect metaphor for the way chess actually works. But I think it's meant to be at the very least a loose metaphor for the way things are working here and the way that I think there are two opposing forces that are bringing people in to use them as for certain purposes, specific purposes and roles. And there are rules to it. There are rules to this game. So yeah. Yeah, so like that's really interesting. Ethan being the king, yeah, that could be, you know, and Victor could be the previous one. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah. So, like, if you look at it, for instance, I'll read some of the rules. In chess, a king can move one square in any direction, including diagonally, as long as the square is unoccupied by a friendly piece or the move wouldn't put the king in check. Outside of that, a bishop can move any number of squares diagonally. So they too can technically travel across the board, just diagonally. And it's so long as there is no other piece in the way. The bishops is considered long range pieces and can be very dangerous, which kind of fits somebody like Sarah. If you think about it's a very dangerous piece.
Yeah.
It, goes all the way across doing whatever they do. That sounds Sarah-ish to me. Sarah's a bishop.
Yeah.
The king seems very immobile, right? They can't really go far. And a pawn, as Catherine brought up, can't kill a king.
Yeah.
But a bishop can, right, Catherine? So if Sarah's a bishop, she could kill the king.
Oh, yeah. Very well. Yeah, that very well could be. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. This show sends you down all different rabbit holes, and some of them I think are, dubious. Like some of them are a stretch, but this chess thing was put in our face so much and from the beginning too, the fact that it was introduced in the very beginning in one of the first scenes, we had chess being played, and then we had Kenny comparing this to chess in episode 2. And then season 2, we bring it back with Father Cautry sitting there with a chessboard talking to Boyd as a ghost. So yeah, I don't think it's a stretch that they could be using this as a metaphor for the way it's working here, and it could give us some insight into how this is going down. Like that there are two opposing forces. There are theories that there are multiple forces battling. It's not just two. Or that it's all one, just one big bad, and that's it. It's all evil. But I just think, I don't know. To me, I'm really liking this chess metaphor with the two opposing sides.
Oh, Chris Smalls makes a good point. Julie could be a bishop too. Yeah, that makes sense because she's a story walker, right? So she's going all the way across the board. She's going all the way across diagonally.
Yes.
That's possible.
That's possible. Absolutely. With her story walking now, that makes sense. She's able to do things that other people are not capable of doing. That's the thing. Certain people, they play very specific roles that no one else plays in the show. Sarah's role is totally unique. Elgin's role was unique to him. Julie's role is completely unique. So, yeah, I'm liking this. William Waddy. Hey, William. He said Father Cautry and Tilly were bishops. I gotta do a lot more thinking and research on this. I'm fascinated by this.
So a king, a bishop, and a knight can force checkmate on a king, a long king on the other side.
Mhm.
So the bishop can do it, the knight can do it, or the king on the other side can do it. I would probably venture to say the king on the other side is, I don't know. Would that be the man in yellow? I'm not sure.
Could be. Could be. Yeah. Or maybe the two forces that are playing the game, they're separate. So I would say it depends. It depends on what we think about the man in yellow. If the man in yellow is the big bad, then he would, or he's, right under the big bad working for him, then he could just be moving pieces around on the board, bringing people in, and he's not represented as one of them. But if we think he's just someone from a past cycle who was turned into some kind of monster, then yeah, he could correspond to a chess piece. So, could go either way. I think that he's moving pieces around himself. Like, just the way that he did this thing with Jim, with talking to him on the radio, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, and he brought it back at this point. It seems like, and Doug Hughes in an interview described himself as management, that he thinks that he's kind of management over the monsters, which to me suggests, yeah, he's probably orchestrating things himself. I don't know. He's a big question mark. There's very little we know about him, but I like the idea that he could be one of the forces bringing people into town, moving those pieces around, manipulating people. That's what I'm thinking at the moment, but we don't have a lot of evidence to go on yet. He's brand new, so that's where we can get into the fun theory crafting with him. And there's still so many possibilities, but just the fact that he was introduced as, the fact that we have two characters here now that are, classified only by the color that they're wearing. They don't have names. Boy in white, the man in yellow. They're both mysterious entities. To me, it just seems like they introduced them specifically to be foils to each other, to be two opposing forces. Because of that, that's what they're setting up from the looks of it to me. I know that there are theories that the boy in white becomes the man in yellow, which could be. That's entirely possible. For me, though, he would first have to become, let me see if I can share it. He'd have to become this first. Otherwise, why did they show us this? This looks like him. He's wearing the same clothes, or man in white. And so it's possible he eventually turns into the man in yellow. There's still credence to that theory. But first, I think he would have to become this, and over time, maybe be corrupted, become the man in yellow. My personal opinion is that this is the boy in white's true form right here. They showed us this from very first episode in the opening credits, and it's undeniable that he's dressed exactly the same. Same white shirt and white shorts, but he's a man with a crow for a mouth and what looks like a knife in his left hand. It's hard to see, but it's probably a knife. The fact that he's dejected looking, has a depressed look to his face, it's all in the eyes. You look at the eyes, I believe that's a clue that he is not inherently evil, that he is playing a role he doesn't really want to be playing. And yeah, he's holding a knife. He has to cause harm to people. Maybe he's bringing people in, which causes harm to them. But it's all in the service of trying to end the cycle and ultimately help, in my opinion. If you look at the eyes, and then like compare that to, let me see if I can get the man in yellow one. Yeah, right here. It's all in the eyes. You look at the eyes of this guy, they're evil. I mean, he's got evil, creepy eyes, evil looking face. And so yeah, I think that those are our two opposing forces, and until they show us something else, give us more evidence, that's the theory I'm going with, that ultimately it's going to be the man in white versus the man in yellow. They're going to have to eventually get rid of Vox Smith. yeah, they explained that he's growing up. They explained it well in a clever way, but I think by season 5, my prediction, by season 5, who knows, maybe even season 4, we're going to get a man in white. He's going to look just like that painting.
And that picture was funny. The one with the boy or man in white right there with
Yeah.
the crow lips or whatever. That
Yes.
man or boy, he got trees around him too. Symbolically, that could be like marijuana, and he's just high because he looks high right there. he looks like, man, I'm so tired of dealing with this from world.
Yeah, right.
He had to get himself lifted. That's all that is. I think he's on cloud 9 right there. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah, like you can't like how else can you interpret this guy's face? That doesn't look happy. That doesn't look evil to me. Look at him.
Yeah, he's like, man, I've seen some things, man, and some stuff.
Yes. Like,
Would you recommend it? Yeah, he's out of there.
yeah, he's like, he is so over this. He's just like, oh God, but he's resigned to this role. This is what he has to do. And yeah, he's surrounded by trees. I think he's stuck too. I don't think he can get out, or whatever entity he actually is. I don't really know. Is he a spirit? Is he an avatar for something else? I don't know, but I think maybe he was originally a victim himself, and he's stuck too, which is why the trees are all around him. He appeared to Tabitha in Camden on the street, but I think that was just a vision, not really him being able to leave. I don't necessarily think he can leave, but
I don't think he can leave either, and I think he's just a lingering spirit, and that's why he's trying to break the cycle. That's why I would lean toward him being a good spirit, if that's the case. He's trying to end this so he can go and move on, right?
yes.
And also maybe prevent them from dying too. But like that's the only way he can really do it is by getting them to learn the information he's trying to get them to learn to stop this, stop this evil entity. I would think that's the case. I don't think they would have him there just to be like, oh, he's actually evil too. The more I think on it, it makes no sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
He would have to be a positive force. Because I don't see the upside to being like, oh, you thought he was good? Nope. Everything is bad here. Like, I don't really see that. So,
right.
He has to be something.
I agree. Yeah. It wouldn't really make sense to me if they're both evil. I mean, yeah, I've heard people say like maybe there are multiple evil forces that are just playing a game for fun with these people. And I understand that it's possible.
That would be depressing.
It would be.
That would be depressing. What I'm going to do is pretend I'm good with them and then get them killed. Me, I'm just going to be bad and kill them.
Right?
Let's see who racks up the most bodies. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
That's messed up.
It is messed up. Yeah. Right. And again, I think Ethan was right when he said that one of the questions that they put on the wall should be, who here is trying to help? We should ask who here is trying to help. So I think that's a clue that someone's trying to help. There is an entity trying to help. And we damn well know it's not the man in yellow. He is not trying to help anybody except maybe help Tabitha be rid of Jim once and for all. But he's not helping. We know he's not force for good. I think we can all agree on that one. And AAMM said, Julie, that drawing you show of the boy in white with what you say it's not, that you say that's his true form. He still looks like a kid in the drawing to me, not a man. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't look like as manly as the man in yellow painting. I will say that he looks like he still has a face that looks youthful. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know. It just, to me, it doesn't look like an accurate representation of a little boy. For me, it looks like a man, I think. A young man, but a man. There are men who have kind of boyish faces. that baby face. I would say man, but yeah, that's up for debate. It might be that he's a boy. Either way, I think that's our opposing figure, and they've shown us that from the beginning. Now, the fact that he has a crow for a mouth, that makes me it's a little confusing, because I don't associate the crows with goodness myself. But I mean, maybe it's kind of a sign that he's afflicted by the evil forces here too. He's trapped. The crows have him trapped too. The trees are all around him. So I look at it that way. That doesn't mean that he's an evil entity just because he has a crow for a mouth. My personal opinion.
It's
Now,
interesting though, because it can go either way, right?
it could.
Because it depending on the culture, because crows, I often think the way you think, like crows are kind of a bad omen, and they are in some cultures. Ours probably is that they're a bad omen. Native Americans see crows as a positive,
Right.
So they see them as a good omen, and it both represent death and an afterlife typically. Which we would say that he's a spirit, right? So he's in the afterlife, and he's trying to, or at least he's trying to get to it. So maybe he's the crow that's trying to lead them out of that and get himself back into the afterlife properly. And also too, isn't there a crow that's kind of like flying around at times in the show?
They never show it. They only show it that one time when a crow crashes through the window. Every other time, it's in the closed captions. It'll say crows cawing, but you never actually see them in town, which is kind of odd. Yeah. But
okay.
But yeah, you're right though that crows have different connotations in different mythologies, and they could be a force for good.
Yeah. Check this one out right here. In Native American lore, I guess, so the crows can be seen as they're considered good luck. In Western cultures, like that's why I said we would see it as bad, because our culture definitely dictates that it's bad. But it says in spiritual guides, some Native American traditions, crows are considered spiritual guides and messengers from the gods. In my opinion, his role is kind of a role of a messenger, right? Kind of to lead people the right way, or whatever, or at least hint to the right direction.
Interesting. Yeah, and that could actually make sense in the context of when the crows appear to people when they reach the fallen tree. The crows. See, I have a theory that a lot of other people have wondered that, and have this theory that maybe if you go over the fallen tree and you go that direction, it might be a way to avoid being stuck. And the crows, where do they always appear? They appear on the other side of the fallen tree. We saw it happen in 2 different instances now, where they're on the opposite side of the tree. If you look at them as possible messengers, trying to lead people somewhere, it could be that they're over there trying to say like, "Hey, over here, come this way, on this side of the tree." But it has the opposite effect, and it freaks people out, and they just go back to their vehicle. Yeah.
So to William Waddy, I have to rhyme your name. It's the black in me, William Waddy, the from Daddy. No, I'm sorry. Rook, the rook's primary function is powerful pieces that control large areas of the board by moving any number of squares horizontally or vertically, making them excellent for controlling open files and delivering checkmates. So check this. It says they are considered a key component for supporting other pieces and advancing pawns towards promotion.
Oh.
So would you think that would fit Kenny and Randall in that case?
Well, Kenny definitely supports other people. I mean, he went out in the woods looking for Tabitha. He went out looking for food. I mean, he supports Boyd. Boyd. He's Boyd's right hand. Like Boyd really, like, he does turn to him for support. He continually does that. He did it again in season 3, and so you could say that about Kenny. Now Randall is good in an emergency. He's always running to the rescue and turning hero when there's an emergency. So that could apply to him in that circumstance. Otherwise, it's not that helpful. But yeah.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe or maybe we're still to see what Randall can actually do, to be fair, right?
Yes.
Maybe that's the case. But Kenny definitely fits that description. I'm with you on that one.
Yes. 100%. Yeah. It's interesting. I like this. Golden Child said Kenny's dad did say to the nurse that Jade wasn't the problem. It was the other one, meaning Toby. He definitely is an important chess piece. Yeah, maybe he was taken off the board for a reason. He said that what he said to the nurse was, "I don't like him. Look at the mess he made." And so who knows? Maybe he was a chess piece that was taken off the board right off the bat. Like it's possible. Like you could say that Sarah, if this is like an analogy to chess in any way, Sarah is definitely a chess piece, and Sarah took him off the board for sure. So,
Right.
So this could work. Chris Small said Julie would be bishop. William Waddy said Julie would be queen or bishop. Albert Cunningham said the king is the weakest piece and can be checkmated with any piece. Okay.
Which is true. I looked into it, and the queen can also. So both can be checked by the weakest piece.
Yeah.
They just have certain moves they can make that protects them, specifically the queen. The queen can move in a lot of directions.
Yeah. So I mean, we may not be able to make a really clean, accurate one-to-one correlation between all of these people and chess pieces specifically, but it could be an overall metaphor for what's going on and a clue to the fact that there may be two opposing forces bringing people in, using them in different purposes. But Scarlett, you there? Are you still there, or what are you thinking? I don't know if you're there or not. You've been quiet.
So who did they say was the bishop?
I think it was it where is it? I started. Was it who did they say was bishop? Oh, well, William Waddy said Father Cottrey and Tilly. Chris Small said Julie.
Okay.
William Waddy said Julie, queen or bishop. So maybe Julie.
I almost feel like maybe Father Cottrey. I think it almost feels like Boyd a little bit, because the bishop is a defender of weak squares and pawns. So, I mean, that could fit a few people, actually. Technically, it could fit Sarah. She's a defender of weaker people. The other people couldn't do what she does, right? In that sense.
Yes.
As far as the dirty work, and the mental fortitude to continue being still somewhat normal and sweet. Boyd definitely fits it because he's a defender of those who are, weaker than him, or at least mentally.
Oh yeah.
He's like a leader amongst them. Who else would fit that? Defender of someone. Maybe Acosta.
Acosta could be. Yeah. Acosta. Yeah, I don't know. She is right now. She is just being a problem in that she's getting in the way of certain things. So yeah, I don't know. Like she could have honestly, like she could have been brought in by the side that's trying to cause harm. She could be. I would say she's probably on the other side because I think she's going to be an obstacle. She's going to be an issue. That could change, but for now, I think she's going to be a problem in season 4 in terms of Boyd. After what she just saw, the way that the reaction that she had to Boyd torturing Elgin, and seeing that Donna was in on it, Kenny was in on it, they didn't stop it. And Ellis was there. I think Ellis was there. Nobody stopped it. Yeah, Ellis too was there. And she comes in and sees Sarah gouged out Elgin's eye. So I foresee her being a problem. So I think she may have been brought there. I mean, it could be just happenstance that she was in the ambulance with Tabitha. Tabitha was going to be brought back come hell or high water anyway. But maybe she was brought there to cause problems, because we know on the bus, somehow it was orchestrated that multiple people on the bus seemed like they were handpicked to come here.
True.
And if that's true, then you could say more than one person on the ambulance was handpicked too.
That's a fair point. 3 in particular. Victor's father, obviously Tabitha coming back, and now Acosta. Also,
Yeah.
I think you're right. She's definitely going to cause some issues with what she saw happen there at the house.
Yeah.
I mean, she still technically fits the bishop role in defending the weak, as being a cop, and
Yeah.
even though she knew, for instance, she jumped in a way in the kitchen. I forgot what the situation was. She was like, being the role of a protector, but you're right. She could be used. Her want to be a protector could be used against Boyd in the team. So that is true.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think there could be a split, a schism in season 4 where people really turn on Boyd. It was already happening and it was already becoming more of an issue, and now there could be a split coming where people start siding with either Boyd or Acosta. Maybe Acosta tries to kind of take authority herself. No, nobody is going to push Boyd out completely, but I do think there could be another split. Like there used to be a split between Colony House and Town. There could be a split where there are 2 factions and one faction is behind Acosta. Maybe, or at the very least, I think she'll cause problems and division, even if she doesn't have any authority to do anything. Mackie Val said Sarah might be a universal chess piece. Not sure who she'd be with. Catherine said a queen can only live to the end if her king is still alive. Interesting.
That's true. The king is the most important piece, which is why I said Ethan might be that piece.
Right. Yeah, because Albert here said, yeah, the king dies, it's game over. So that's interesting. Yeah. So this is educational for me, because I only learned a little bit about chess, a very little bit, many years ago, and I've forgotten all of it. I only played maybe a couple of games, not enough to actually learn all of this. This is interesting stuff. Mackie Val said, who would be the chess pieces for the monsters? We might not know enough of them. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Would they be chess pieces? But I don't really know. Maybe they're just being used at this point to murder people. So maybe they would just be pawns, I would think. Just completely being used, because I don't think they have any self-determination. Jasmine Monster said, I didn't choose to be this way. I don't think they have any autonomy, really. They're the tip of the spear, as we were told. So if they were anything, I think they'd be pawns. Albert,
I agree. That makes a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah. Albert said here, I see all the villagers as pawns, and in chess, when the pawn moves to the other side of the board, it can turn into whatever piece it wants. Oh, cool. I did not know that. Besides the king. Okay. Interesting stuff. David here said, Acosta is the wild card. She will cause trouble with Boyd. Donna and Kenny will likely get involved as well. I think so too. Yeah. They're not going to be able to cover up what happened because she won't keep her mouth shut. We know she's a big mouth and a hothead. So they're not going to, if she wasn't there, they probably would just make a pact and not tell anybody what happened with Sarah and Elgin, but she's not going to be quiet. Let me see what else you guys have been saying. Shorty Womp Womp, hey, welcome. Yeah, you were saying that the boy in white was smiling on the merry-go-round to soothe Victor. I agree on that. Neo Mac said Jim was the pawn. Yeah. If anything, Jim was definitely a pawn. He didn't have any like there was nothing he could have done to prevent anything from happening like it did. He was a pawn. Albert said Jim was the pawn. getting to the other side of the board, turning into a queen. But yeah, and then getting taken out instantly.
Dang.
Okay. It sucks.
Everybody stop hating on Jim. He's a good father who was always there by his children's side in an alternative universe.
Yes. Yeah. Father of the year, that Jim. Absolutely. I was no fan of Jim, but he didn't deserve what he got. He really didn't. That sucked. And yeah, he did do something big in the end. He figured out that the numbers would correspond to music notes. So yeah, maybe he did advance, got to the other side of the board, and then got taken out instantly.
It's so funny though, because he figured out that it was 12 way back. He's like, oh, 12. I figured it out already. 12. Just so nonchalantly.
Yep.
Like if they would have applied him further, they probably would have solved everything by now.
Right. Yeah, that was so funny. It seemed like just a joke, a throwaway line. Yeah, the answer is 12. I figured it out. And oh my God, the foreshadowing. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Catherine Brown said, is it two sides or two sides of the same coin, like Dark? Good point, Catherine. Good point. Yeah, in Dark, it's ambiguous. It isn't like there's no pure good or pure evil on either side. So it's like two sides of the same coin. Okay, Scarlet is back. I'm not going to say any more on Dark because I don't want to spoil it for her. But I see what you're saying there, Catherine, for sure. So in terms of this show, I would say that there is no pure good side. Boy in White is not purely good because if he is bringing people in to help, he's also torturing them by bringing them to this awful place. So there's no pure good. But I don't know about...
If you wanted me to go back downstairs for a little bit, you could talk Dark.
No, I don't need to do that. She made up one point and I agreed with it, but I would just say in this show, specifically in this show, like I've been saying, I don't think Boy in White is evil, but he can't be purely good either if he's causing harm in that the ends justify the means and he has to cause harm to ultimately help. Obviously, if he brought Boyd to town, for example, well, Boyd is suffering. He's going through hell because of it, but he's helping these people. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. So it's ambiguous. And I like when there's ambiguity and it's not just black and white, good and evil. That's been done to death. And it's just, I like it more complex. I like to see, I don't know how it's going to be in Lost because I'm not far enough down that road, but I like it when it's more like not black and white, not cookie cutter, like a cartoon villain versus a pure angel. It's not that at all. Now, you look at the Man in Yellow though. The Man in Yellow is... You would say, of course, yeah, he's got to be pure evil, but maybe we're going to find out a backstory for him where he was corrupted, like the actor who plays him said on Tony's interview. Villains, he quoted Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, and it's a quote that basically says that villains aren't born that way. They're formed by their circumstances, by the world turning its back on them, and so maybe so there's going to be an ambiguous nature even to the Man in Yellow. We may find out a backstory of him where he was corrupted, and that's why his suit symbolically represents that. It was once a pristine yellow and now it's tarnished, it's dirty because he's been corrupted. So I think that, I'll be curious to find out what his backstory is, if he was one of the original townspeople and he was corrupted, turned into some kind of different monster than them. Maybe he was the ringleader, or I've seen people say maybe he was like the mayor of Fromville originally. It could be. But
He's certainly different than the
he's different.
monsters. Yeah. But still
He is.
monstrously strong.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how that plays out. Going to the whole the theory with the hook, what was it? The Tuck Everlasting theory
Yes.
that I had applied. It could be that, and then remember that that played into immortality in that, and the water there is what granted them immortality.
Yes.
It could be a case where maybe he played the role of facilitating that immortality gain with the deity or with the entity or whatever, and convince the townspeople, so to speak, to buy into it by sacrificing their kids. So that's why he has kind of a role over them in a way.
Yes.
And the deity, and I think of that Lake of Tears situation still, and it makes me wonder how do they get to that, and is that where the entity ultimately is?
Yes.
That's my thinking. And that would be, of course, where the immortality is granted by the deity in that Lake of Tears.
Right. It could be. Yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah. Like that could be how they got their immortality. That could be the source of and it would make sense. I have a picture up here of the guy who played the man in the yellow suit in Tuck Everlasting. I think it's Ben Kingsley, I believe.
That is, yep.
Yeah.
Nice picture.
Yeah. And Scarlett, I saw what were you saying in the chat? I just missed in the private chat. You said I think
we're talking about. I'm playing Alan Wake 2 on and off with my boyfriend, and we have this part that is a parody of the Twilight Zone called Night Springs.
Oh, okay.
And I think you really would like it. You play a waitress. It's really crazy. It almost looks like Twin Peaks, and you're a waitress, and you're running around killing Alan Wake's haters.
Yeah.
But they stay. It's funny. It's a parody.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, I love Twilight Zone related things. Anything like that, I would love for sure. But as far as
they have these hater zombie things are running around saying books shouldn't be read like books shouldn't be like movies, and they say these like hater things, and you have to like run around and shoot them. It's just funny.
Oh, it sounds fun. I like that.
It's silly.
Yeah. Bye, Dieter. I don't know if you can still hear this, but bye. Thank you for being here as always, my friend. Thank you. So I'm still working on finishing this video. I kept saying I'm going to have it out tomorrow. I'm going to have it out tomorrow over and over again. And I still haven't gotten it done because this is probably the longest video I've ever made. I may have to divide it in two because I don't know how to edit yet. And I'm going to have to talk for close to an hour, I'm afraid.
What is the video about?
It's going to be all about the man in yellow and the boy in white and everything, all the evidence I could come up with for what I think they are and what is the nature of them. What are their agendas? I think they're the two opposing forces here. And so it's all the evidence I could find. And I bring up this. This is why I have this photo. I am going to bring up Tuck Everlasting. And I have like the script already written, and it's obviously like Infinite Umbra is the one who made the connection to begin with. So I'm mentioning you in the video because you're the one that thought of it.
Oh, nice. I feel honored. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think it was a great find. There are major parallels. So in the video, hopefully I'll finally finish it tomorrow and release it. But one of the things I talk about is that this could be an influence on the show. This is the man in the yellow suit, and he's a huckster. He's a con, like not a con artist, but like he's trying to find this this source of eternal life that comes from a spring in the woods. And so he buys the forest and he wants this so that he can profit from it, and he's the villain of the story. He's a very mysterious figure, no name, just called the man in the yellow suit. And there are a lot of parallels to From. He one way that he's able to find this immortal family in the woods is that he hears a melody from a music box that I think he had heard from his grandmother. His grandmother had played the song. Yeah. And we have ties to grandmothers in From all the time. And music box, hello?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and children's literature seems like it could be an influence on the show.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. You know, you got the Cromanuckle, which is a fictional thing, but the Flight of the Cromanuckle is a fictional children's book. It's not real. They made it up for the show, but that's been at the center of the show from the start. You got, like you pointed out, Scarlett, there are no Bibles in town, but there are
Bible stories
for kids. Yeah, for kids. So what does that tell you? It's interesting. And of course, you pointed out, I never would have known this, that there was a children's book, The Lake of Tears, and another children's book, the Faraway. What is it? The Faraway Tree.
The Magic Faraway Tree. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah. So I don't think
but even when they tell a story to the kids create a story about the tree and make the tree. So that's like kind of like a children's story too.
It is 100%. So I think it's not a stretch of the imagination to say that children's literature could be an influence on the story, including this book from 1975, Tuck Everlasting, and the man in the yellow suit.
Well, I mean, also think of the ages of the people that are making the show.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, and they're also their backgrounds like theater and drama, and this is a drama.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of talking, not a whole lot of action, not a lot of gore, just a lot of talking about, you know, time is like a wheel and philosophical things.
Right.
And do you want to be immortal or, you know, because there's, you know, you can live for eternity, but it's kind of at a cost.
Right. Yes. And he says that, you know, he wants to sell this spring water that gives immortality, and that it will be very expensive. And so again, you know, it comes at a cost. Now, I don't think it's just talking in terms of money. When he says it will be very expensive, you could look at it with a dual meaning. There's also a cost to the immortality. The Tuck family, they regretted it. They didn't want to be immortal anymore. There are all kinds of problems that go with it, and they didn't want to be immortal anymore. They lived in the woods, isolated. And so, yeah. I definitely think that there's an argument to be made here. So, yeah.
No, I agree. And I'm kind of trying to evolve the man in yellow theory. You know, in Tuck Everlasting, he was seeking out immortality, right? He was seeking out that water.
Right.
And so what if he did that here? He came to this town or whatever, and he was seeking out this, you know, this Shangri-La, if you will, this so to speak, this immortality.
Right.
Oh, and he found the deity, and the deity forced, you know, that on him, and then forced him to find others who would sacrifice the others for them and grant them immortality as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I guess that establishes somewhat of a hierarchy in that way under the deity. And that's why they're all like in the position they are. And that also, I'm still trying to figure out why that one monster girl from season 1, why she felt regret. If it seemed like she had regret or sorrow, it's that still hasn't, her right there. Yeah.
Yeah, Jasmine.
Yeah, Jasmine. That's it. It still doesn't. I still wonder why she was the only one that showed a bit of humanity.
Yes.
Out of all of them. Very odd.
100%. I completely agree. I got the same impression from this shot when she looked in that mirror. She the look on her face, it looked like she really didn't want to do what she just did, and that some force is compelling her. She told Kevin, I didn't choose to be this way, when she was standing outside the window. And yes, we know that these things, they lie and they say whatever they can to get in people's heads. So you could just dismiss everything she said, but something about the way she said it made me believe that one line. Everything else was nonsense. Everything else was manipulation to get him to open the window. But that one line, I didn't choose to be this way, it obviously has meaning because now we know they were turned into these monsters. That wasn't the plan. They didn't sign up for that. They didn't expect that. And so she didn't choose to be this way. And that part of the deal is being turned into these monsters. They are compelled to do this, and they I don't think they have any choice. They can't just decide to stop. It's so look at her face. She does have regret.
She looks purely regretful right there, and she even washes her face to kind of get the blood off of her or whatever. And I think she washes a bit off her collar at a point too. She just looks, she looks regretful for sure. But it's so weird because it transitions from that, and she's also the only one who seemingly was holding her end of the bargain, where she came in and closed the window behind her. Of course, she was playing the guy, of course, but then she, bit his tongue off or whatever it was, started biting him up, and then she did this in the mirror, and then after that, she was smiling when she got the other girl that came into the room. Like, yeah, we got you.
Trudy. No.
Yeah.
Old Trudy. Old thieving Trudy. Yeah, she got her good. You like stealing things. We're about to steal your life. But yeah, it's so weird because she was like that. And then all of a sudden she was kind of like deviously, joyful in what she's about to do now and kill this girl. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. And like you said, maybe it's the compelling of the entity making them like get past that little humanity that they had to go do what it demands of them. I don't know.
Well, in a lot of vampire fiction, there's a head vampire that will compel their minions.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be like that. No, I just want to say, something, backtracking a bit to the water, because when you're talking about the water and Tuck Everlasting, I just thought about all the times people give water to people and from, or to, get water out of the faucet.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It might be a little bit of a homage, if you will.
Yeah. It could be a reference to that. How many times do we see people being handed a glass of water and drinking water on camera? It's all the time. It could be a little reference for sure.
Yeah, like even Donna said on this episode, have some water to Tabby when she was tied up.
She did. Yep. You're right. That's a great point. Yeah, so I don't personally think that the water is, drugged. I don't think it is, but it could be a little reference to, if they're inspired a bit by Tuck Everlasting, it could be a reference to that. The water was what gave eternal life. So at the very least, it could be that.
A little wink. Just a wink.
A wink and a nod. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And she's trying to wash, like Umbra was saying, she tried to wash the blood off of her collar, and she couldn't get it all off. So again, that was like a metaphor. Like there's nothing she can do. Like she's forced to do this and murder these people, and she's stained in blood that will never come off. Like the blood.
So it's like Lady Macbeth.
I was just about to say that. Out damn spot.
Yes, Macbeth, Lady Macbeth. Yes, absolutely. It's like this show is just on another level in terms of like just the depth that you can go with an analysis like this. Like the references to mythology and literature, that it's. And I don't think that we're all just reading too much into everything. I really do think that there are deliberate references to literature and mythology, and that her trying to get the spot out. I totally think that was deliberate. They did that for a reason. It was such a long, lingering shot. It was so unusual. You don't normally see a monster in the aftermath of a killing just walking up. She walks up to the mirror and she's looking at herself and what she's become. Like her face looks, it does look regretful. It looks, like look at this, look at myself, look at what I've become from what she used to be, that what she transformed into.
Yep. She looks like, regret of what her previous life, and now she's this thing.
Yep, definitely.
I really hope they bring her back or somehow, or I don't know what she may have had a gig or something like that that prevented her from coming back, but I really hope they bring her back because I want to see that explored to kind of, dive into that and what these people were or what these creatures were before. I would love to
Yes,
see that.
me too. Me too. I want to see an origin story for how they turned into figurative monsters when they murdered their own children and the children of the town, because I don't think they were all parents. But I want to go back and I want to see a flashback, and I hope we can see that through Julie's story walking to how they became this. And because I don't think that people are born evil. We were talking about this on the last From stream, that I think, I kind of think about this philosophical concept of tabula rasa, which means blank slate. People are not born evil. They they become the way they are because of life circumstances, the people around them, the society and culture around them. And these people, even though they did something the most horrific of things that you could never justify, of course, child sacrifice is, there's nothing worse than that. They weren't born evil. So I would love to see how they turned into this. Like Doug Hughes gave the best quote, and I think it is so fitting for this show, and it applies to everyone, including what the monsters become, which is I'll read it again because it's that good. I have it here. It's from Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, which Doug Hughes cited in his interview with Tony Teflon. And he said, "The story of villains is much more entertaining than the story of heroes because monsters are not born, they are made. They do not emerge from the void or darkness by themselves, but they are shaped by circumstances, by the wounds of the world around them. They reflect the deepest of human pain, rejection, loneliness, misunderstanding. A hero is defined by his acts of bravery, but a villain is the result of a heart that was once pure and ended up corrupted. The monsters in their tragedy show us what could happen to us all if the world turned its back on us." Just amazing. Amazing. And
Absolutely.
it's just, it fits this show so well. Doug Hughes is a brilliant man. Listening to him speak just blew me away on that interview with Tony. And when he read that quote, I was just absolutely enthralled by it. And it's not something that we like to think about. It's uncomfortable to think that any one of us could have the potential to become evil, to become a monster. But it's true. It's true. I mean, we like to think, oh, I could never do this, I could never do that. Someone does something horrific, and you immediately say, oh, they're just evil, they're insane. But they're the product of circumstances, and so are these literal monsters in the show. There's nothing to justify what they did, but I would like to know what shaped them to turn into such evil people that they did this to their kids. And it's an uncomfortable thing for us to think any one of us could have turned out to be a monster. Any one of us is capable of horrific acts. But it's true. I don't think people are born innately evil at all. We're born blank slates. And so were these people that turned into monsters. So I think this show is like, it's kind of giving us that kind of it's turning them into literal monsters with these creatures. But yeah, so it's like a literal example of that quote that Doug read, which I just thought was genius. And it's the same with the man in yellow. He probably was corrupted. He wasn't innately evil originally, but something happened, turned him into this monster. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree. And then, you know, just looking at the whole idea of a hero's journey and all that, the whole tabula rasa thing that you were mentioning about the
Mhm,
clean slate. Yeah,
mhm.
what would have made them say, let's sacrifice our kids? What was that? Like, I wonder if it was a matter of a bargain where they had to do this or they would be killed by the
Right,
entity, or was it a case of, again, hey, I can grant you immortality, but you have to kill your kids, right? I just want to know
right.
how that plays out. I really
Mhm.
do. And you know, a lot of times in fiction and movies or whatever it may be, typically the immortal person always feels regretful. If you notice, they always seem like, you know, immortality is not all that it's cracked up to be. If you
Right.
notice that, so I think part of her regret is that maybe she wishes she would never done it, so she could have died by now.
Mhm,
Because they can't die, as we saw. Well, they can't disappear forever, I guess is the better way to put it,
mhm,
because Smiley died but he came back.
mhm.
So I guess, you know, maybe it's a longing to be what she used to be and a regret that she's no longer that, or maybe that she's now immortal and also a creature now from doing the things she did. I don't know how it plays. I really hope, and like you said, that having story walker Julie go through it, that would be perfect. I would love to see that.
Yes. That's how they can do it. That's how they can show us, give us insight, give us a little glimpse. I'd like to see a glimpse into the 1978 cycle when Victor was a kid.
Yeah, go
I'd
back
like to
even further. You know,
go even further back. Yes. We need to see more of that. I really hope we get that. Someone asked a question in my Discord. I forget who asked it, that how would you guys feel if we got an entire season that showed us the origin story of the place? Now, I would like that if it was just a bonus, but I wouldn't want to take a whole season away from our characters. I would love it if we got just one episode. Just one episode to show us what happened with Julie's story walking back there. Give us a whole episode of just that. That would be enough for me, but yeah, I want to know that origin story for sure.
or they
But
could, like, maybe remember I mentioned the last time we talked, since it's going to be a dry 2025, maybe
yes.
they can have like 3 episodes of that film to show that, with Julie's story walking, you know, from several different timelines to show that, and that
Yes.
could carry us over until 2026 when we finally get the next season.
Yeah. Oh, I would love that. They unfortunately doesn't look like there's any hope that we're going to get any bonus content like that because hold on, my Chromebook battery's getting low. Um, the showrunners were asked if if they'd consider doing any kind of bonus content for us, like even if it's an after show, after a show airs, like they did with The Walking Dead, or a podcast of some sort, something to hold us over. If they gave us something to hold us over until 2026, and they shot that down, they shot it right down. They said that they're more interested in character development than the overall, like, the mythology of it. Not that it doesn't matter to them, but that if they did do some kind of bonus content, it wouldn't be focused enough on the mythology, so fans might be disappointed in it. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that, anything like that, which is, yeah, that's too bad. But um, AAMM said, so if Jasmine is saying she didn't choose to be that way, she didn't try to sacrifice the kids, or do you guys think she was lying? I think she did participate in the sacrifice. However, she didn't choose to become this thing. She thought she was signing up to be an immortal human. That's what I think that means. So, yeah, it
Yeah,
was
it's possible. Yeah,
right?
they were
Yeah.
like, "You'll always be beautiful." She's like, "What? Say word?
Yeah.
Say no more." Then she woke up like, "Rawr." She's like, "What is this?" And then
Uh-huh.
that's not what I signed up for.
Exactly. That's what often happens. It's like the monkey's paw fable, or
Oh
where
yeah, I
Yes.
always think of the Simpsons episode with that one.
I love that episode. That's a classic.
It's a classic for sure.
Oh my god, I love it. I every year at least once I watch all the best Simpsons Treehouse of Horror episodes. The early ones are the best, and that one is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the monkey's paw. You wish for something, and it always backfires every time. So yes, it's a classic. It's been done many times in cinema and TV. That concept has been done and redone, and like David Ajil here says, object of desire, immortality, be careful what you wish for because it might come true. That's what the saying is. Yeah, exactly. Be careful what you wish for. And Catherine, I meant to highlight this and read it. It said, Jasmine, there's a quote in Buffy, humans that become monsters still have degrees of humanity / human weakness. For some, never completely goes away. That's an interesting idea, Catherine. Maybe there is still something inside them. You see like almost a little vestige of humanity in Jasmine here. There's something there that is still in there a little bit, just a little vestige of humanity that that can't be removed. So I like that idea. Because she did, I believed her in this moment. They were smart in that. I think she was not an extra. I think they hired her as an actress specifically for this, and she did an amazing job with this acting. Amy said, "Don't the monsters always smile?" Or she stopped smiling when she was alone, but put on a show when the other monster came in. That's true. Yes, they do always smile and put on a show and try to manipulate people. But it's not just that she stopped smiling. There's just something about the expression on her face and the way that she's specifically looking at herself in a mirror that to me, it feels like regret. It feels like, unhappiness in her face. Like, this is not what she wants. This is not what she wanted to become. The fact that they put her in front of a mirror and put that expression on her face, that to me, that's what it seems like. But yeah, it's this mirror stuff. It keeps coming back. I noticed something actually in let me see. I'll find the picture. I'm always pointing out when people look at themselves in mirrors on this show, and because it's a recurring thing, and I definitely think they're trying to convey a message with this. I forgot to mention this in the last stream when we were talking about this episode. After Sarah murdered Toby and left the door open at the clinic, she washed all the blood off of herself, and there was quite a bit of it. And this was kind of a metaphor also for how corrupted she had become. She's literally soaked in blood, pouring off of herself. She's now turned effectively into a type of monster, and that she committed murder. And that's a theme of the show, corruption of people, turning them into monsters in a sense. She's not an evil person, but what she did is monstrous. And she's trying to wash the blood off. But then she looks in a mirror, and no matter what, she couldn't wash away what she just did, though. She looks at herself in the mirror. Another deliberate choice. Like, this is who she is now. She's a broken person in a sense, and that she committed murder. She's a monster in that way. So I love that they, once again, the use of mirrors in the show to convey meaning. They do this a lot, and Elgin looked in a mirror too as he was helping the kimono lady. That was another one. And it was interestingly enough, Elgin looked in the same gold mirror that Jasmine Monster looked in. So it's just, you see the clear parallel. Elgin is also has been turned into a figurative monster by this place. What he did to Fatima, it's not as bad as murder, but it's pretty bad. And so he's being corrupted. It was the same thing. So they had Elgin look in the same gold mirror. Now, nobody can tell me that I'm reading too much into that stuff, because those are deliberate choices to constantly show people who are being corrupted by evil or monsters, in the case of Jasmine, looking in mirrors. And in some cases, you just have people looking in mirrors when they're suffering, like Boyd, suffering from the evil of the place. Boyd screamed in front of a mirror and scared the hell out of me in season 1. He just stood there cleaning himself up for dinner and just looked in the mirror and screamed. Which was, it was just, like, he was getting out all that frustration, all that pent up frustration and suffering from all of the evil of this place. And he looks in a mirror and screams. And then another one was, what was the other one who looked in a mirror? Oh yeah, Randall. 2 different episodes, he looks in a mirror at his face, all scarred up by the monsters. And yeah, he's another one where it's either people who are suffering from the evil of the place, they look in the mirror, or they're being corrupted by an evil force. And then another one was Donna sobbing in front of a mirror. So it's a recurring theme, and I love how they do it. It's just so beautiful. The symbolism of the mirror shots, and I think it's also kind of it could be a hint that this is kind of a I think it's a pocket dimension that mirrors like our dimension in a lot of ways. It's just kind of backwards. It's nothing is really as it seems, but it mirrors our world. At first glance, it looks like our world, but it's not. Everything is deceptive. Mirrors are symbolic of deception. And we know nothing is as it seems here. The creatures are not what they seem. They look like smiling, happy people that they come and rip your face off. So, yeah, the use of mirrors is extremely meaningful. I can't believe I missed this in the last stream and didn't talk about this. I think I accidentally skipped a few screenshots that I was trying to upload. But let me see what you guys have been saying here. Albert said they're also in a house with a talisman, so it's possible that maybe she just got a hit of it and maybe felt regret. That could be Albert. AAMM said, so from the quote Doug quoted, does that mean something significant happened that made the townspeople at the time feel like immortality was important enough to sacrifice their kids? It's possible, yeah. Something must have happened, and I hope that we get context, because while there's no justification for what they did, I do think that there had to be circumstances that shaped them that led to this point. Whatever it was, we need to see more. And yeah, I don't know, like something had to have happened. Now, as a parent, I'm not a parent, but I think any parent would say there is nothing that could make them do that. There was nothing important enough for them to do that. So these people must have, something huge must have happened to shape these people and drive them to that point. Again, I'm not defending it. There is no defense at all. But David said the void is created by desire. Albert said, and let's just hypothetically say they did want to do it and were evil. Do you really think they enjoy this life of everlasting? No, they don't. No, I don't think they enjoy this at all. I think they're doing this against their will, and most of their humanity is gone. They're kind of robotic. I noticed that during the ambush with the animals, the monsters were moving so robotically. The way they opened the pen for the animals to get out, this female creature did it, and she moved just like a robot, like something external was controlling her. And they had no smiles on their faces. They looked like robots. The milkman walked up, robotically opened the barn door, walked away. It's clear to me that they're being controlled, that they're not acting of any kind of free will at all. They're the tip of the spear, like Martin said. And there's some tiny little vestige of humanity in there, maybe, that doesn't want to do this, but they have to. They're forced to. A golden child said, oh, wait, did I miss one before this? I don't know.
And that makes a lot of sense, by the way. Just thinking about that,
Uh-huh.
And that's why I said the whole guilt that she had in her face, or at least regret. You also think, why are they even dressed in these clothing and things like that from back then? Or why do they gather items and clothing and put them down below where they're at and stuff like that to possibly change into? It's almost as if they're trying to, as somebody said earlier, LARP, right? So they're trying to do this live action role play, if you will, or
Mhm.
they're trying to role play as a human still in their mind. They're trying to retain some sense of humanity
Yes.
that they've lost, instead of just being this creature that they are now. Because what's the pretense of dressing up at like a normal person, or you know, or presenting yourself as such? They already know you're monsters.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. They're putting on a show. They're like Smiley. Yeah, it's a lot like dress up and imitating a person at this point. He would run his hand over the banister at a plant in Colony House in one scene. He looked like he was pretending to drive the bus in season 2. He was sitting there, and so it's like, yeah, it's like they're kind of putting on a show. And to me, when he did those things, it was that little vestige of humanity left in him that wanted to interact with the environment in that way, touching things, touching the plant, the banister, the steering wheel, like he's a human. But he's not. I mean, they're kind of like undead creatures at this point. They don't have a pulse. We found out this season that they don't even have a pulse. An EMT found that out the hard way. But I think that there's this tiny part of humanity still in them that wants to be human again, but they can't. Obviously, I don't think that can ever be reversed. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree. Is there something in them that still wants to retain that humanity that they've lost? And that's why they dress up and pretend to be normal town folk, because again, they're not fooling anybody. They can't come out in the morning, so when we see them at night walk roaming around, we know who they are. And
Hmm.
I guess initially those who come to the town without warning would be fooled, but the townsfolk now know. So
Hmm.
who are they dressing up for? Must be themselves.
Right. Yeah. That's what it seems like to me. And um, there's something you said earlier that it just stuck in my head. I really like the idea, circling back to this, that you said that maybe the Lake of Tears could be like the source of the immortality that these monsters received, and that would be fitting because it just kind of hit me. Yeah, like the name, the Lake of Tears, would be very fitting if that's if this is the result. The lake,
Absolutely. Yeah.
right?
And it's probably because people, once they got the granted to the immortality there and saw what they became, everybody began to wail.
Yes, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. So it, yeah, a golden child here said, what if everything we've seen was Julie's version of the past until the end, where the man in yellow appeared with her, who was the future version of Boy in White? Interesting. Interesting.
Mm, interesting for sure.
Hmm, it could be. Yeah.
So then, by Golden Child's thought, everything we've seen from season one up to this point, he's saying would have been the past, and the future Julie is just going back in time for what we're seeing.
Right. That could be. That could be. And I think that it's very possible that wherever future Julie came from, her body is laying there, her actual body is laying there, having a seizure, like we saw Julie in the ruins doing. And this is how she's traveling. She's decided, she's figured out certain locations where she can do this. Maybe it's always the ruins. It's probably always the ruins. And she goes there. She probably has a system, I think, where she has somebody there with her, and she'll say, "Oh, give me an hour and then pull me out," or something like that, because
Like,
somebody would need to help her and pull her out.
Yeah, I like that idea. Makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
it makes me think of again Hodor from Game of Thrones. Just that whole idea of it wasn't Hodor himself, but it was, Hodor featured in it with the warging that I forgot his name right now, that the young man could do, and essentially going back in time,
Mm-hmm.
and which caused Hodor to have the issue he had. And he had a seizure. He was having a seizure because of it. So maybe that, she's having that seizure, like you say, to story walk. That makes some sense.
Right. Yeah, because I can't think of another way that it could happen unless we find out that the faraway trees can transport people through time, which is another possibility. But we've been shown already a way that Julie was able to go seemingly back in time by quote unquote story walking and throw Boyd the rope, because that's an event that already happened in the past. You could say that was just astral projection, but she did something in the present that actually completed an action in the past. So it's some form of time travel. So I think they showed us how it works. So I think that's going to be how it works. And the future Julie is really just laying there having a seizure or something like that. And then she has somebody there with her to pull her out. And that's not even her body. She's just story walking. She'll probably try again a lot of times and fail, but gain, I think she's going to fail personally, but gain knowledge that can help them break the cycle. I wonder, it would be really interesting if they ever show us the time that she's in, wherever she's at, like what's going on there, but that would probably be giving too much away. I don't know. They might not ever show us that, but that would be cool. AAMM said, I wonder if there are cameras behind the mirrors, like in Silo. I don't know. I don't think they need them here because some entity could see and hear them everywhere they go. Yeah, I definitely think there's some omniscient entity that can see them regardless. They don't even need cameras. Let's see. Albert here said Lost did a lot in between seasons, stuff like the website moving company thing. Yeah, like I wish we got more stuff like that. Yeah, I wish From would give us more stuff like that. They did give us the Rendezvous website, which is cool. A lot of people enjoyed that, but to me it wasn't enough. I want more. Lost did a whole interactive thing. I know, which must have been a lot of fun. Let's see. With Alice said, now the boat monsters are the townsfolk, as they took the place of the original townsfolk, running their town, wearing their clothes, like the milkman, nurse, waitress, cheerleader, mechanic, teacher, etc. Okay, so I'm thinking now. Okay, so all right, I'm trying to think. So like, are you saying so like the monsters that we have right now are not like the original townspeople? They keep. I'm not. Yeah, how does that work? I'm curious if you could elaborate on that. Yeah, I'm wondering because that's interesting. Hi, Tanya Brown. Welcome. After Ellis had the blood transfusion, the camera turns to the mirror with the lamps. Oh, nice. I didn't catch that one. As I'm rewatching, I'm going to be paying a lot more attention to all this mirror stuff because I definitely think that it's significant. Like this with Sarah here. Tanya said, you can see some of the townspeople in the mirror, or am I reaching? Interesting. No, I don't think you're reaching. I think anytime they use mirrors in this show, there's a reason for it. So I don't think that's a reach at all. I've gotta find that. I don't have a still of that one because I haven't taken stills of season 2 yet, but that's super interesting. Albert said, Julie, when you're done with Lost, I want you to watch a video on YouTube. It's only like 8 minutes, I think, but I have a theory that something very similar is happening in From, but can't really explain. Okay. Yeah, if you want to tell me what channel that is on or something, like what I need to search for so I can find the video, I'll just find it and bookmark it to watch later. I'm curious. Thank you for that. Yeah, just let me know what I can type in so I can find this thing, and I'll bookmark it for sure. Let me see here. Let me go back up because I missed a bunch of stuff. Decipher said earlier, when the men on the chessboard get up and tell you where to go, and you've just had some kind of mushroom and your mind is moving low, go ask Alice. I think she'll know. I like that. Yeah, you were talking about Alice in Wonderland earlier. Let me go back up because I missed some stuff I wanted to go back to. Where is it? Wait, trying to find it. Where did it go? Where are the white rabbits in the rabbit hole, Jefferson Airplane? One piece makes you larger, one piece makes you small. Actually, the show 1899 used that song. I don't know if it was that song. It had that quote in it, so maybe it was that song as the theme song of the show. I really liked that. Let's see. Okay, with Alice. Okay, this is one I missed. With Alice said the townspeople were promised everlasting life in their belief, but for some reason they die at the hands of the new boat monsters. The townsfolk are confused by these events, not understanding their souls are what's eternal. Okay. What are the boat monsters? I'm confused on that. If you're still here with Alice, I'm not sure what you mean. The boat monsters. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm in pain, so my brain is not always functioning as sharp as I would like it to be. Doing long lives when I'm in pain. So if you're here, elaborate on that, if you would. Albert was saying, Cypher, explain how Alice in Wonderland has to do with the show. I can see parallels. Scarlett was talking about parallels to Alice in Wonderland. It's a vibe, Decipher said. Okay. I thought you had something maybe with the drugs or something. Decipher said, Julie P said rabbit hole, which made me think of Jefferson Airplane, White Rabbit, which has lyrics above that are chess related. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, I missed some stuff when we were talking, so I wanted to get back to that. Yeah, and Scarlett has been saying, and I've thought about this too, like for a while now, that there are similarities to Alice in Wonderland in the show. And like for example, Tabitha kind of when she digs the hole into the cave, it's like she's going down the rabbit hole, and it just changes everything for her, doesn't it? She goes down into the cave, and that takes her on this whole crazy journey, starting with that, and it turns out going down the rabbit hole, it's it's become kind of a symbolic thing in popular culture when you're digging for information, knowledge, enlightenment, like expansion of the mind, opening the third eye, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of what happened to Alice when she went down the rabbit hole. And so, yeah, I see parallels for sure. And then in season 3, I mean, we had what looked like a similarity to the Mad Hatter Tea Party. Yeah, with Jasper.
With Jasper.
So, yeah. Right. I thought you might pop it when I said I brought up that.
Yeah. My ears burn.
Huh? What?
You said my ears are burning.
Your ears are burning. Yeah, I knew that would summon you. Yeah, because Decipher was citing lyrics from Jefferson Airplane earlier.
Oh yeah, okay.
Where so like I don't know that song, but something about Alice in Wonderland and
and what was one pill makes you smaller, one pill makes you tall, and the ones that mother give you don't do anything at all.
Yes, that's it. And it talks about chess too, because he quoted that something.
Oh, yeah, probably.
When the men on the chessboard get up and tell you where to go, and you've just
Yeah.
had some kind of mushroom and your
And your
mind is
mind's
moving,
moving on. Yeah.
go ask Alice. I think she'll know. That's super interesting, Decipher. They could they could use that for the show. They should put that song in the show. It fits. Totally fits. And there's a theme of drugs in the show too. So there's that,
Oh
and
yeah,
Randall.
I think the rabbit hole and Tabby are really related, like going down the rabbit hole and
Oh
all
yeah,
that.
absolutely. Once Tabitha dug that hole, it changed everything. She went down into a hole, literally, and
Yeah.
look what happened as a result.
Mhm.
Down there winds up being like what looks like a little tea party. They're that was intentional. That had to be an intentional reference to Alice in Wonderland.
There
100%.
better be more Jasper in the show. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
He better show up somewhere.
I want more Jasper. But I'm obsessed with this now, Decipher. I'm gonna have to listen to that whole song. If it mentions chess and Alice in Wonderland, yeah, that needs to be in the show. That's so fitting. But yeah, I
You
want.
might have heard it before. It's really popular. It's been used in a lot of movies.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with the whole thing. Like I
Yeah.
think it was the theme song for 1899 because there's this the song goes one pill makes you larger, one pill
Yeah.
makes you small.
Yeah.
It's in 1899.
Okay.
So, yeah. So I need to listen to the whole song. I don't think I've ever heard the whole thing. Let's see. Wait, I missed something. Albert said it's titled Lost Flight 18 in real time. Thank you. I'll star that. That was a video he recommended to me to watch after I finish Lost. Albert said I also see it with Henry and Miranda being hippies dropping acid. Yes, drugs.
Oh,
yeah. And it led to her third eye being opened, enlightenment. She went down a rabbit hole figuratively. Yeah. The song is pretty much summarizing Alice in Wonderland. Cool. Very cool. I like it. I like it. Yeah, while you were gone, I was showing I finally got the stills that I missed. Sarah in her creepy scene where she
her weird incestuous relationship with her brother.
Yeah, I had to get these stills because that was too important not to. The visual of her rinsing all this blood off, first of all, it's really powerful. She's drenched in blood, and it represents the corruption of her soul, really. She can never wash away the fact that she's a murderer now, no matter what the reason was. Just she's trying to wash it all off, and she's soaked in blood, representing her guilt. And you feel sorry for her, too. Like, she definitely didn't want to do it, and she thought she was helping, but look how vulnerable she looks. You know, I do have sympathy for her. I do. Like, and then how fitting. Oh my God, I can't believe I missed this in our talk on Wednesday. She's looking in a mirror, like looking at what she's become. Once again, mirrors.
Because we didn't have photos for these.
Right. Yeah.
We had nothing for the scene. It kind of got skipped over, but we talked about it, but we didn't have the pictures.
Yeah, I missed it. I somehow I overlooked taking the screenshots. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, she's looking in a mirror again. Mirrors associated with evil
Through the looking
or
glass.
through the looking glass. She's suffering from, like this place corrupting her and turning her evil, and now she's looking in the mirror at what she's become, just like Jasmine looked in the mirror right after she murdered Kevin, and she looked like there was an ounce of humanity still in there that regretted it and didn't want to do it. So I just love how they keep doing this with mirrors. I was excited when how I am with mirrors on the show. I was like, oh my God, another mirror shot. Kind of stuff you don't think about on the first watch, but then you see it becoming a recurring theme. And Elgin looking in a mirror as the kimono lady was corrupting him too. It all just connects. But yeah, so like I'm gonna see if I can just play a tiny bit of the actual scene without getting the video pulled. I'm gonna try. But it was super weird. Yeah, I don't know what they were going for with this, but oh, here it is. It was super weird, her and her brother, for sure. I don't know if they were going for incesty vibes, but that's what I got from it.
Definitely is. They're kind of close.
Yeah. That was definitely intentional. They have her look in the mirror at herself, like, what have I done? What have I become? This place has turned her into a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Right after she's washing off the blood. Then, she
Those
comes out.
overalls. Those overalls. So good.
That's more symbolism. Her pure white dress,
Mm-hmm.
drenched in blood. That's her being corrupted. She's no longer pure and innocent anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful symbolism. And also creepy incesty vibes in that scene.
That was just pure brotherly and sisterly love. That's all.
Sure. Yeah, because it's totally normal to hug your sibling in just a towel. Like, it's so creepy.
I didn't finish of the Alabamian persuasion.
Yeah.
Sorry, anybody from the chats from Alabama.
Yeah. I understand she was very upset and emotional and everything, but yeah, it felt weird to me. Why would you hug your brother in just a towel? It's icky.
Did she tell him?
Or
was it just that metaphorical story that didn't really say, hey, and by the way, I'm like that story about the girl with the broken glass and I murdered 4 people. Well, 3 people. I'll also murder you later.
I don't know.
Because she never mentioned murdering people. She doesn't mention the monsters making her do something. But
yeah.
She told them.
She said at the end, I left the door open. But that's...
Oh, okay, yeah.
She did say
what
that.
did you do? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he said,
So
what
did
did you do?
that secret. He was keeping that secret for a while.
Was it right here that she said it? I forget.
It's way at the end of the whole glass thing.
Oh yeah, I can't play the whole glass speech because it's too long. But
yeah, she has this really long speech, and then he asks her like, "What did she do?" And she said, "I left the door open."
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just tell
I can probably find it if I cruise around. I can probably find.
It looked like it was the monsters.
Yeah,
it was the shape they used to make.
This was it.
Sarah.
I hear their voices. And it's just like the broken glass.
Yeah, this is the broken glass story. I can't play all of it.
I'm
but...
trying.
There we go. I was getting nervous, but I don't want to play too much and get pulled again. But yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I left the door
I was like,
open.
I can just recite it. I have the quote. I can act it out.
Yeah.
There's the door open.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Oh shoot. Jeez. Okay. I had another video start playing. So yeah, it's the broken glass story, and yeah, she did say I left the door open, but I wonder if she actually told him that she killed Toby with her own hands.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
And I made out with this dude, and then I stabbed him with a screwdriver. As you do.
Yeah. Screwdriver is apparently her weapon of choice. Yeah.
Calling cards.
Keep the tools away from her. Yikes. Cal Bishop said, yeah, it looks like Sarah and Nathan took baths together for a little too long growing up. I think so, Cal. A little bit too long. Yuck. And Nathan really, I swear to God, I thought they looked like they looked Amish, except her hair was down. That was the only problem. Him and his overalls. And her very, very old-fashioned outfits too.
Yeah.
But so Albert, okay, yeah, I've read that one. Alice said Decipher was talking to me because of my name here with Alice. Oh, cool. Yeah, see, I missed stuff. Alice in Wonderland is the reason for my screen name. Oh, cool, Alice.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Alice in Wonderland is, yeah, it's amazing. There's so many films and shows that reference it, and this is definitely, I think this show, you could argue that it's an influence for sure. They have a lot of influences, but I think that's one of them. Like you can never just point to one thing. Like a lot of people are jumping on the King in Yellow right now, and that could be an influence, but it's far from the only one. If it is, there's more.
I think that's just a lot of wishful thinking.
Yeah, probably.
People want that big Lovecraft thing ever since the first season of True Detective when we didn't get it.
Yeah. People did get a whole show though, right? Lovecraft Country. I've never seen it, but
yeah, kinda, but not at the same time.
not
Nobody's got that true. Nobody's gotten that true like Guillermo del Toro at the Mountains of Madness, like Lovecraftian thing that everybody's wanting.
Right.
But like I say before, there's the Lovecraft. There's a Lovecraft Society that has a Lovecraft Film Festival, and they have DVDs of all these short films that competed in the film festivals. They've done a black and white kind of 1920s version of both The Call of Cthulhu and Whisper in Darkness. And I think those are great. I don't think I have to rely on From to be my Lovecraft
absolutely.
source. I just don't think it's going to happen in a relatively high-budgeted TV show.
No, I don't think so either.
But you can dream.
Wasn't there a story by Yeah. There was some story by Lovecraft that was the subject of a Night Gallery episode by Rod Serling. What was it? It was Pickman. And he called it Pickman's Model. That was the episode title.
Oh yeah, it's either Pickman's Muse or Pickman's Model, depending, because there's been 2 or 3 different versions of it. It's about the same story. There's a indie film that's based on that. It's really good too.
Yeah, that was really, I liked that. That was a really cool story. I'm not familiar with a lot of Lovecraft, but I liked that. And Muncher Luncher is here. Hey gang, I just joined. Where is Jim? Well, he's gonna be 6 feet under soon, unfortunately.
He's in between life and death right now.
Dieter had like the best comment, the best joke of the night here earlier when he said, "Your wife is digging your hole for you, Jim, or digging a hole for you, Jim."
Yeah.
I had to star that one and save it.
She always knew, Jim.
That was amazing. Like it's so fits. Oh my god. Yeah. Poor Jim. Rest in peace, Jim. Sorry, Muncher Luncher. Don't mean to rub it in, but that was a funny joke. David here says, we haven't seen her brother return since he died, have we? It seems like some people return as apparitions or inner guidance, but others never come back. Right. There's no ghost, Nathan. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. It's like, I'm starting to maybe change my mind. Maybe Khatri is just part of Boyd's inner voice, inner conscience.
I always thought that's what it was, and I thought Tom was with Jade.
Yeah, I'm starting to rethink. I'm in between right now. I have to rethink and look back over everything.
Except the only thing that changes my mind on Tom is when you said he looked like kind of smirky and snarky in that one scene.
I swear to God, he looked evil, kind of grinning at Jade behind his back.
Yeah,
he looked evil. And Khatri was super sus, saying, I can't answer that for you, Boyd. When Boyd said, "What are you?" I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. And he just kind of smirks at him too. And it gives a look.
Yeah.
But it could be the show messing with us.
Mm-hmm.
It could be the show messing with us. I'm trying not to talk too loud, but I live in such a small apartment that apparently I'm waking my mom up, even though she's in another room trying to sleep. Like, Jesus, I guess I'm gonna have to really try to lower my voice.
That mic that you're being sent will help with that.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Let me know if I'm talking too low, but I'm gonna try to lower my voice.
Talk at whispers.
Yeah.
Like everything is a secret.
Yeah. Whisper.
How's Dad doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
Oh, she's yelling for me to feed the cats because they're waking her up. In the middle of the night, every night in the middle of the night, they come and wake her up to be fed now.
Yeah.
They start knocking things over until she gets up or yells for me to do it. So would you mind if I just go feed them? I'll be right back in a minute.
Sure. Let me try to think of something to talk about. So chat. I've been playing a game called Alan Wake 2. It's really kind of cool, and there's this like little bit of it called Night Springs that's kind of like Twilight Zone. And I was playing this game where there was this almost Twin Peaks like looking diner, and it looks almost exactly like the diner from Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. And you play a waitress, and you just go around doing waitressy things like talking to people, filling their coffee mugs with coffee, and picking up their empty cherry pie plates. And then all of a sudden you walk back to get some Alan Wake books, and you have a whole arsenal of weapons in a room. And your mission is to walk through town and try to save Alan Wake from his evil twin brother, apparently. And it's a really fun little piece of work. I mean, not to spoil anything, but I have to say this because there is actually a part where there's a motorcycle that is a werewolf. So there you go. And, it's a werewolf motorcycle. So, yeah, it is like, Justin, it is like Twin Peaks almost. I mean, it's very much like From 2 when you play it. It's like a book that's kind of writing itself, but there is kind of like there's a dark place that is kind of like a dream world, like a nightmare place, and then you have like a special light that you can see in between the two realms so you can get around, and basically there's kind of like a cult involved in it, and there's stuff that you have to find, and you have to write this kidnapped FBI agent out of the plot. It's very interesting, and highly recommended by me because I do like everything that's David Lynch, and I do like everything. I mean, it's just nice. It would be something great that I would recommend when From isn't going to be on until 2026 to play Alan Wake 2 or the first Alan Wake as well. So that's what I've been kind of doing on and off. I've had a migraine all day. I woke up and I'm just like, I'm not really with it. So, and I didn't eat anything all day. So I've been kind of muting my microphone and going and eating stuff and taking aspirin and coming back and almost falling asleep because my day was really busy. So, as it is. But I don't know. I don't know about the ghosts and apparitions. I think they might be all in people's heads, like Tom, like Father Cadre. I mean, I always thought, I definitely thought Father Cadre was in Boyd's head, as just because he needs kind of like a guiding force, kind of like a guiding angel, a voice of reason. Especially with that scene with Elgin, it was kind of like he was a voice of reason. And then Tom, I don't know, Tom's kind of suspect. He did do that little kind of like wink thing, that. Oh, thank you, Justin. Yeah. I mean, this is all going to be just spitballing like surrealness coming out of my mouth at this point because it's early in the morning and I got like 2 hours of sleep last night and some during the day, but not really that much. So, and plus I got to get up early tomorrow morning, so that'll be fun. So let's see here. Let's see about Sarah. Oh, Tom loves Jade. Maybe. I don't know. There's theories that Jade is either gay or bi, and I mean, I can kind of get the evidence that Jade, with Trudy, but I mean, there's evidence that Trudy just came on to him really super strong and scared the crap out of him because, like, she probably scared the crap out of most straight guys. But then there's theories that Jade and Toby might have been a thing. But that's really weird to me because Toby died, and then there's like one mention of Toby by Jade, and then there's no mentions of him, even though they were best friends since 4th grade. So that seems kind of weird. But I don't know. There's other bi characters in the show. Christy's bi, so I mean, why wouldn't Jade be bi? I mean, that'd be nice to have some bisexual representation on From. I mean, I don't have any problems with that. But I don't know. Maybe Tom did have something for Jade. He could have, and I think with Tom, I think just there was an interview with the showrunners that said that they really loved Trudy when she was in the show, and they really hated killing her off. And they also did it with the actor that played Tom. They really thought he was a great actor, and they wanted to keep him on more. And they just had the script, and they just killed him off way before. And where before you probably should have been, and the fans reacted. So I think they brought Tom back as a ghost or apparition or a conscience to Jade, So love never dies. Yeah. Yeah, I follow you around in the afterlife, I guess. I mean, we've kidded around with Jade coming back, and some people are like, "Oh, Jim, he'll come back and talk to Tabby," but I was like, "No, he'll talk to Jade, and he'll just be like, Jade will be haunted by Teacup. He'll be like, 'Stop haunting me, Teacup,' and getting really upset that Jim's always there." But I love that. I don't know. It wasn't you, Justin, to put the meme up on the Discord of the Spider-Men all pointing at each other, or was that someone else? Because they had these three Spider-Men that were pointing at each other. That's a meme, but it was Henry and Jim and Jade all pointing at each other. I thought it was hilarious. Let's see here. I don't know if Umbra is around. I think he might have fallen asleep. Let's see here. I can't do anything to the screen, so I guess maybe I'll skip through some these comments and just talk. Okay, with Alice says, and I can't even highlight your stuff and put it on the screen, but I'll say with Alice says, the Moat Monsters, the new individual that, oh, here it is. Are you back?
Scarlett, I'll be back in a couple minutes. We can't find one of my mom's cats. He's been hiding all day after throwing up all day, and she's scared that maybe he went and hid and something happened to him. So I'm just gonna go look under the couch and see if I can find him. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting this for me.
No problem. And hey, Justin White, I see you in the chat. Hey, my friend, thanks for stopping by. All right, okay, I'll be back.
Okay. So with Alice says, the boat monster is a new individual that arrive by boat, can look normal, or they can morph and cause harm if they choose to. They are the new rulers. They are in the charge of Frimville now. The boat monsters? What is the new individual that came by boat? Can you elaborate on that with Alice? Because I'm not 100% sure what you're saying.
I didn't really get that either. The boat monsters.
Boat monster. The new individual that ride by boat.
Yeah, I know we saw art from, I guess, from what was Tabitha's previous incarnation?
Miranda.
Right, Miranda, where it showed them on a boat going through the lake or whatever with the trees around them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that was the monsters or at least coming into town that way.
Mm-hmm.
Or was it them heading to go for immortality?
I still don't know what the boat monster, the new individual arrived by boat.
I don't quite get that either. The new individual that arrived by boat. You can look on.
We need more info. Please explain it to me so I understand.
Oh, Alice says individuals.
Yeah, that doesn't. The only people I know on the boat is the cave painting where they have the people in the canoes.
Right.
And they think that's how, there was a tree across the river, and that was how From got people to sit into the town before cars and the like. Okay, that's what she's talking about. Yeah, maybe. But I thought those were from old times. I didn't think that was new. I thought that was previous to car travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Justin says, I hope they bring Trudy back with that apparition. I hope so. I mean, I feel kind of good that the showrunners didn't I mean, said that the actress was so great, and they felt really bad that they killed her off at the massacre because I mean she was really good, and I don't think they've really developed red shirts as well as they did in the first season. Like a lot of them had little stories and they, had a little bit of background before they got killed, as opposed to Nikki, whose only feature was getting mad that Fatima was using the bathroom. So it wasn't much character development. So, do you have any comments about the cave drawing, Umbra?
Nothing that I can think of specifically.
Or anything?
I know. I mean, well, we know that they have obviously to show the depiction of the monsters gathered around, possibly the rebirth of Smiley, at least. Although that seems a little on the nose that it would be for Smiley in this instance. Maybe it was of them depicting them when they would when they first had their bout of I guess exchanging the kids for immortality.
Look at a different.
Yeah.
Yeah. What character do you specifically think the monsters were the ones that arrived by boat, or an individual character, or individuals characters, I should say. Yeah. Luncher Muncher, I kind of feel bad for Trudy because I think the problem with Trudy is Trudy really wanted to belong, and she finally got that sweater from Fatima, which was yellow, and I thought that was interesting. And then the way that the monsters killed her was trying, they were all talking in a room, and she just wanted to belong. She just wanted to be one of the popular kids, and that's what got her in the end.
Yeah.
So I felt bad for her. I just thought she was a good actress. I thought she really put her all into, I'd like to have the red shirts have more personality because I feel a lot of them don't. They're kind of just in the back now. And I'd like to have a little bit developed if anything bad happens to them. Like Dale was pretty developed before he passed on, but but not a lot of the other ones, not in the third season at least. Yeah, I agree with you, Lunch Muncher. I feel like that was really sad. I mean, she I mean, nobody really, like, everybody just treated her, not treated her like a freak like Victor, but just kind of treated her like she just was the unpopular girl that nobody really wanted to talk to.
I'm back. This is getting scary. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
We've looked everywhere we can possibly think of, and this is a small apartment, and we can't find this cat anywhere. And he spent the whole day throwing up yesterday. So, I mean, don't animals go off somewhere sometimes by themselves to die like cats? Oh God, please no! My mom will completely fall apart if that happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I will be devastated too, but my mom can't deal with that. So, especially right now, it's a hard time. Anyway, but I'm hoping he comes out. Maybe he's just got a really bad stomach ache. Cats can find really strange places to hide, tiny crevices.
Yeah.
You never know. I'm not physically able to crawl around that much and look, but I just did what I could, and even though it hurts. Anyway, thank you for holding it down for me.
Yeah, I tried my best without being able to highlight anything, and we talked about Trudy and the individuals coming by boat and the mural drawing in the cave.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know what Alice meant by boat monsters.
I'm not 100% still.
Yeah, she was saying that earlier, and I didn't know. Justin said kitty mission.
Yep.
Yeah. Justin said, I hope they bring Trudy back as an apparition. I would love that myself. I miss Trudy.
She could haunt Jade, and then Jim could also haunt Jade.
Yes. Oh, that would be great. Yeah, he's already got Tom. He could have a whole pack
Tom
of both.
Come back and haunt Jade. It's all just about haunting Jade.
Let's all just pile on Tom and Trudy, and like Jim and Toby should be haunting him too.
Yeah,
but
Toby, obviously. I'm sorry. Toby obviously should be haunting him.
oh
They're
god, yeah.
friends since 4th grade. That's
Right.
that's the choice. Except I was saying that like Jade said one thing about Toby is I never talked about Toby again, even though he's his best friend since they were 12. But whatever, whatevs.
I know, yeah. And then he's just never brought up
Kind of
again.
Gina'd him, Gina'd him out.
They Gina'd him.
Yeah.
100% they did. Yeah. Yeah, I miss Trudy. She was a really fun, quirky character. I think the writers might regret killing her off. I think they were asked about that in one of the
That's what I
interviews.
was explaining when you were gone. That the showrunners had that actress, and they really liked her. They felt bad about killing her off because they really liked her. And I was saying also when you're gone, they don't really develop red shirts like they used to on the show, because she was very developed and kind of had wants and desires and wanting to be popular and everything. And you don't really. I mean, I guess you kind of see it with Kevin because he's kind of like a horn dog and he just wants to let Jasmine in through the window. But you don't see a lot of development anymore of the red shirts.
Yeah.
Like personality
No, you
wise.
don't.
Because I was like using an example of Nikki, whose only characteristic is that she's mad that Fatima is using the bathroom.
Right. No.
Which isn't much character development at all.
No, nobody was sad. Nobody shed a tear for her at all.
Exactly.
They set her up.
I felt bad when Trudy died because I didn't expect it. Because I really liked her character.
With Nikki, you could tell she was set up to be cannon fodder. They made her unlikable on purpose just to kill her off. Golden Child said here, "I love your theory, Scarlett." That was nice.
Yeah.
And Scarlett has great theories and insights, 100%. Yes. But we're both deep divers. It's a perfect fit. So Justin said, "You're a champion, Scarlett. Thanks for pushing through it. You and Julie both." Thank you. Thank you, Justin, for saying that.
I was explaining that I had a headache all day and I didn't eat anything and I was trying to eat some food and then I fell asleep a couple times, as you do.
Oh, well, you're a champ. I saw you mention aspirin in the private chat. So you are a champ and I appreciate it.
I swear every time it snows and then it gets sunny, I have a really bad headache. Like migraine. It's just, and it won't go away.
Yeah.
No matter what I do. So I just go through the day being like that and just, I mean, I huff a lot of peppermint oil. I mean, I take some aspirin. I like just snort some peppermint oil up my nostrils. That kind of helps.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Little home remedy.
Whatever works.
No, I mean, when you have a headache, just get some good peppermint oil and just put a dot on your wrist and then just huff it as far up your nasal cavity as you can. And it usually takes the headache away.
Nice. I like that.
Scarlett snorts it and she starts turning into Scarface all of a sudden. Okay, I'm reloaded.
Just huff
it. Yeah, huffing peppermint oil. Well, it's a new one.
Say hello to my little friends.
I'll have to remember that. Yeah. Thanks, Muncher Luncher. Yeah, I'm getting nervous about this cat. Poor Timmy. Timmy doesn't usually hide this much. I mean, he hides sometimes when he's anxious, but not in the middle of the night. This is not normal.
Yeah.
Hi, Trey. Welcome. Thank you, AAMM. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Is there anything your cat likes that would coax him out?
I mean, they all love their wet food and their treats, and I just put out wet food, but he didn't show up. And I tried shaking the treat box, but he didn't come out then either. I don't know. It's getting scary, but yeah, Justin, I hope when he gets hungry he'll come out. Yeah. Thanks. Always nice to see you, Justin. Appreciate you. Justin is the one who's arranged for me to hopefully, if this works out, fingers crossed, hopefully interview Simon Webster. He's the one who made it happen. He's the one who's contacted Simon's manager and hopefully that'll finally happen next week. And it was good, actually. Hopefully if it does happen, it'll be good in the long run, because I really needed the extra time to prepare. I was not ready. I need to get my equipment set up. I need to get a webcam so that I feel a little more confident than I did in the Smiley interview, where I had my phone propped up against a makeup mirror. I was desperate. That was a last minute hack that I did. I didn't know what else to do. Just forget decent lighting at all, like any decent lighting I could get. So
where I was just doing lesson plans for kids when I was talking to Smiley, so real cash.
Yeah. I just wanted to. At the last minute, I decided to be on camera, so I did that, and it was incredibly kind of Justin to do this for me and reach out to Simon's manager and arrange for this. So I truly appreciate you, Justin. Thank you so much for that, and hopefully it works out. And but I know sometimes things fall through. That's why I say fingers crossed. And sometimes things happen. That's what Jamie told me. It's sci-fi vision. Like, actors can't always follow through, and things might get canceled, but it would be awesome if it does happen. The date is the 17th. If all goes well, if all goes according to plan, the 17th is when I'll record it, and it will be pre-taped. They confirmed that it wouldn't be live.
Yeah,
which I
can understand that,
because he's a child.
He's underage, so they probably want to be as protective of him as possible.
Of course,
and make everything comfortable.
Of course. Anything can happen when you're on a live, like he could see something inappropriate. Like it needs to be controlled for a child. That would be
you definitely don't have call-ins for a kid. God knows what would happen.
Oh my Lord, can you imagine what could happen? That would be terrible. That would be terrible. Yeah, even if they said something rude, like the caller who called into Elizabeth Moy and said, it looks like your plan is 2 cockroaches fighting each other and you should get rid of that. Just so rude. So rude.
Yes. And she's just so confused looking, and I'm like thinking that guy's high on something. I don't.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
I'm just glad that Tony didn't give up the live call-ins after that happened. I know he thought about giving it up, and that's understandable, because that makes him look bad and could screw things up for him with getting interviews. And but I'm just glad he didn't. He decided to stick with it, and Phil screens the calls, so normally he can filter out people that they're not sure about. You know what the funny thing is? The last time I called to talk to Doug Hughes, the man in yellow, Phil didn't even ask me who I was. I think he knows my number now. I call in so often that he knows my number. He already knew it was me. That was funny.
Well, they do everything by area codes too, so you might just be the only person under that area code.
Yeah, and another reason is, I don't know why, for some reason the last few times I've called, I'm flagged as spam now. And so every time he sees area code 401 flagged as spam, now he knows it's me. So it was, I was like expecting to have to say my name like every other time, and all of a sudden it kind of took me off guard. I was like, oh wait, I'm already on. He's like, we've got Julie on the phone here, and like, okay, he already knows it's me. So that was cool. I really enjoyed that, and getting to talk to Doug. That was really neat. Like, and yeah, he said that I said, I really hope we see a lot more Man in Yellow next season. I can't wait to see what you're going to do. That was a phenomenal performance of pure evil in such a short scene. Like, we're all going to be talking about it and obsessing over it for the next year and a half or however long it takes. It was nice that I made him smile and laugh. That was cool. But he confirmed, though. He said, as far as I know, that's the plan, that we are going to get a lot more Man in Yellow next season. So that's exciting. I don't know what to expect, but I think it's going to be a lot more. Diana said if the cat has escaped outside, putting their litter box outside will help them find their way home by smell. Good. Good morning, Diana, and thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it. He's not the type that tries to get out. That's why we're thinking he's hiding somewhere, because he's never tried to get out, but you never know. So that's a good idea. Do you have any catnip? That's scary if you didn't come out when you shook the treat box. I do have catnip somewhere. That's a really good suggestion. Maybe they can smell that. They have a good sense of smell. I should like get something with catnip and put it out. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that was good advice. So I'm gonna try that. Okay. So Kel said it's a possibility a new character will arrive by boat next season. They'll probably explore more of the different entities. Man in Yellow, Cannibal Village creature, new ones in undiscovered parts of the forest, and the main big bad and big bad bosses, the ones who manipulate everything to feed on the hope and fear. Yeah, Cal, I think we're definitely getting a lot more Man in Yellow, and definitely they set up Cannibal Village to be a big deal. I totally see that. They have to pay off all that build up, all that anticipation, the totems, Jade taking apart the totem tower, and the knocking at the cabins, the footsteps at the cabins. Unfortunately, they dragged that on and teased us with that, and nothing happened. But I'm sure it's setting up something for season 4.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so, because the whole totem thing, it was just there for nothing. We don't know what that thing was with Tabitha when she looked back and this, as a child, and she ran away from it. None of that was explained or explored any further.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just hoping they don't leave things like unanswered, because there are a lot of plot points that are still untouched.
I know. Yeah. I made a list. I'm compiling a list of all the unanswered questions, and I keep finding more and hearing more and more to add to make a video. It's a lot. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and they set up new ones. I know people are frustrated because there are a lot of old ones that haven't been answered, and they set up new ones with the village. What did little Tabitha dream about that made her scream? There's a lot. What's knocking around at the cabins, and now we've got the Man in Yellow, which opens up a whole new can of worms. So many questions, but I'm okay with it right now because they delivered on what they promised. They gave us some answers, which we did not have before. They gave us the origin of the town, the monsters, how they became monsters. We don't have all the technical details, but we know it's because of child sacrifice. We know what the Ankui children are. So we know what the Ankui children are. We know they were sacrificed. We know Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated, and one of them was theirs. That's a lot. Those are some huge answers. So I'm hopeful about that, but we need to know what was little Tabitha screaming at. A lot of people thought maybe it was something flying because she's looking up.
Flying spider.
Yeah.
Giant spider.
It's going to be Storywalker Julie coming toward her.
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
Right.
Hey, I'm looking at those episodes as we watch, so they don't like CGI some kind of future Julie like in the woods or looking around the diner, or
Yeah,
sitting in the back of the church.
All alone.
Yeah. Seriously. Don't play any tricks now. We are eagle-eyed in this fandom, so we know we're gonna know if they pull something on us. But yeah, but I'm really satisfied with a lot of the answers that we did get for now, because they were big ones. If they had just given us the backstory of the truck and the pool, things like that, I'd be ticked off, because nobody cares.
So is that a rabbit or a goat?
I think it's a goat based on the shape of the ears, but they're so long. That's why I originally thought it was a rabbit. Such long ears. Maybe it's just drawn weird.
Well, I mean, because of the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, it might be a reference.
Right.
And the song. And the song.
Right. That's why I thought it was a rabbit to begin with. Maybe it is. The ears are long.
Yeah, it looks closer to a rabbit, if anything.
I think so
Mhm.
too. I think so too. If it were a goat, the way that they portray goats on the show, it's always a goat with horns.
Mhm.
What is that? A ram, I guess.
Technically,
No,
yeah.
no, that's a sheep.
No, what I think well,
A
yeah,
sheep
would
and
that
a
be a sheep
ram.
with the ram? Yeah, because the sheep would be
A
what they
goat's
call the
with a
female
goat.
version.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's a
both
female.
female, both female and male goats have horns.
Okay. And this thing does not have
So it
horns.
doesn't have horns. So it might be
No.
a rabbit.
What am I thinking
Deductively.
of? Is it the goats or the what's that? It's one of them that doesn't have horns. The females doesn't have horns, but the males do. What is that? Is that
That's probably sheep.
is it the sheep?
Mm.
Because
It's
even
one of
like
them. I know that
even the
for sure.
reindeer on Santa's sleigh are all females because the males lose their horns and the females keep their horns
Mm.
in the winter time.
So you're telling me they lied to us and Rudolph was a girl all along?
Yep.
It was actually Rudolpha.
Yep.
Rudolph the
Nixon was
red-nosed
correct, I
reindeer.
guess.
Now it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Rudolpha.
Yeah, I think it's what I originally believed, which is a rabbit. Now that we look at it again, yeah, there are no horns. This is what was on Julie's shirt in the first two episodes, which we've been going over, so it's relevant. And it's definitely a hint that was planted that's supposed to give us a clue as to what's going on in the show and the meaning behind it.
I kind of thinking what Diana says here reminds me of a cat. This is kind of like an animal that's in between three different animals, like a rabbit, a goat, and a cat.
Yeah.
It doesn't look exactly like a rabbit because the rabbit's ears would be a little bit more on the top of the head.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really look like goat ears either because a goat's ears would be a little bit more curved down to the bottom. I mean, I draw a lot of animals, so I know what they look like. And the eyes would be those weird goat eyes with a horizontal pupil. And this does not have the weird goat eyes that make them look like they're like made like robots with the horizontal Blade Runner eyes, pupils.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I'm talking about, Chad.
I know. Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, the eyes would be actually a little creepy, the goat eyes. So yeah, I see exactly.
They are a little creepy, yes.
They are. Yes.
It could be a rabbit. Could be a cat with long ears. I don't know. Could be a whole bunch of animals put together.
Hey, LP Punk. LP Punk said lamb, maybe. It could be. Could be. Lamb to the slaughter. There's that that reference. That would be fitting. Justin had said, yeah, we still never found out what jumped down in front of young Tabby. Could have been what jumped down and dragged the tent. It could have been.
Giant spider.
In
both cases.
Also, too, you'll notice this rabbit or lamb, whatever it is, has the third eye in the middle of the head, of course.
Oh yeah.
So what do you think that could be?
Well, I think it represents that the enlightenment, the opening of the third eye. That's what Tabitha and Jade needed to do to remember their origins. Miranda did it through acid, opening her third eye and seeing all the visions of her past selves. I think that's what that represents. Yeah.
And there's also like tenets in various religions that say life is illusion. Like the concept of Maya is that's Maya means illusion and everything, and this life is illusion.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, the word illusions, that's huge in the show. Illusion, I mean, an illusion is something that is not as it seems. It's deceptive. There's so much that's not as it seems in this world. So you have to, there's something you have to keep in the back of your mind when you're watching it. Sometimes things are not as they seem at all, including the events that we're watching as we're watching them. Like the whole thing with Boyd and Julie throwing the rope, like it wasn't the way it seemed as it was presented to us at the time. It seemed like it was really happening. And then we find out later that it was kind of some kind of strange dream state that Boyd was in, which Randall, Marielle, and Julie wound up trapped in at the end. Their spirits were there, but their bodies were somewhere else. So yeah, like things are very deceptive on the show. Like there are a lot of illusions for the characters too. The monsters give the illusion of smiling, friendly people. You know, everything's deceptive.
Yeah, it could be that they're saying the third eye, which is typically to see through, like it's to have intuition, right? To see deeper level of perception, to see through. Maybe it's to see through these illusions.
Yes.
So it's saying like she would perceive that and jump through those or dispel those illusions to get to what she needs to get to.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's what it means. Yeah, that's what they need to do. They need to become enlightened, open their third eye, be able to see through the illusions all around them in order to figure out the way out. So like nothing is as it seems on the surface. Obviously, like the little Ankui kids are no longer alive, and they have to figure out like what all of it means. Nothing is straightforward here. And yeah, so I think that's the key, seeing through the illusions. You have to be able to perceive things beyond ordinary sight. So, you know, Jade and Tabitha had to be able to see visions in order to eventually figure out now they're reincarnated. Tabitha had to become enlightened in that she saw her past life as Miranda. She saw through Miranda's eyes. Jade has had all different types of visions, and he's going to have to see like what they mean. Are they his past selves? Are they something else trying to send him a message or warn him? So that's going to be key too, seeing through that. But yeah, I love how they planted this. I think this is one of the things when they say that they planted major clues in the show. This is definitely one of the in the first 3 episodes. This is definitely one of them.
Yeah,
and they
I like that Chris Smalls has a comment that says it's a lamb, a Google illusion t-shirt with animal, and it popped up. But did you keyword it with lamb too? Or did it say it was a lamb? I mean, I'm kind of curious to who designed the shirt too, because they have a lot of people that are friends of the actors. Like the woman that created the totems was a friend of Chloe's, the actress that plays Christy. I wonder if this is some Canadian artist that they know on the show, or it's a friend of one of the actors. I'd be curious to interview those people. You know, like the woman that made the totems, or the person who designed this, and see, you know, what the process is.
Yeah, I'd be interested to do that too. Yeah. I wonder how people reach these people. That I would be curious to know that myself. Like somebody told me in another stream that this shirt is something that you can buy online.
Well, you could probably buy it on Redbubble or something. Somebody's probably taken it and made their own.
Right. That's the thing I was wondering. I thought that they designed it specifically for the show, but then someone said no, they didn't. Someone, I forget who it was, but it was a while ago. They were kind of rude about it. Actually, they were like, you know, saying it in a snide way that it's, you know, this, you can literally buy this shirt. They didn't make it for the show. It was said in a rude way. And
well, I mean, I don't know how you'd even tell anymore unless it's like some artist on Etsy that has it as their own design, and it isn't somebody who just took this picture and went to Redbubble and now they're producing those shirts.
Exactly. Yeah. Someone could have easily made this, like, just like people 3D print the talismans. So yeah, it doesn't mean that it existed before the show. So,
but it would be cool if I knew the name of the person who designed this graphic on the, you know, this graphic right here.
I would like to, same. I would like to know that, and finding out if it was designed for the show would really confirm how significant it is too, because it was so prominently featured. And if they designed it for the show, then that suggests it's got to be significant, or they wouldn't have designed it this way.
So you think it's a Bender design then? Because didn't he do all the paintings?
Yeah, it could be, since it's such an important, I think it's such an important clue. He probably did it himself. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. They make a point of showing us a lot of shots of Julie with the shirt, facing the camera. Like they want us to take notice of
Yeah,
this.
it's always right in shot.
It's always right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's from episode 2. It's always prominently featured.
Mm-hmm.
And when she was tied up in the chair, she's sitting there, and it's like they want us to look at it. Like, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's right there in our face.
There's one even when she's lower in the shot, but the shirt is right there.
Right.
The graphic is right there.
Exactly. Yeah. They want us to notice it. Chris Small said it says three-eyed lamb. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, rabbit would kind of make more sense because Justin's saying this, the symbol of the rabbit.
Right.
And White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, because Alice chases the rabbit and all that. But lamb kind of makes sense too because of the innocence thing, like with Sarah. It could be like an innocence animal.
Yes. That could work too.
Yeah, it works either way.
Justin said rabbit symbolizing dreams, fertility, innocence, agility, trickery, vulnerability, a messenger that something new is on its way. Interesting, Justin. I like that. Yeah, Justin has a lot of knowledge. It's always interesting to hear his takes too on the symbolism behind things in mythology and stuff like that. Mythology and religion. So it could work either way, a rabbit or a lamb for sure. Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, I love how they plant things for us to dissect, knowing that we're gonna do it. When they first made the show, I mean, they didn't know they'd have a rabid fan base dissecting it like crazy, but now they sure know. So, but either way, they put this in here for a reason. And look how she's leaning back. It's like, so you can really see the whole thing. Yeah, there you go, viewers. Look at this. Like they might as well just shine a spotlight on it.
I would say something about looking at Julie's chest, but no, let's not.
No, let's not.
She is 21. Let's not.
Let's not.
Just stare at her chest here.
Right. Yeah. At least I'm glad that since they wanted this to be a focal point, they made it a nice modest t-shirt. It's not tight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's important.
It isn't low cut or anything.
It's not low cut. It's not tight. So it's like, okay, we want you to look at this, but don't look too hard. Don't look too much. Like, she's supposed to be underage. The actress is not, but the character is. Yeah. So let's keep that in mind, people. But even this shot here from the side, they make sure you can still read illusions right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
I think even when they go to tie them up, you can still see it the way that she's angled, even though she's bent over. It's still the image is still there. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is. So that jumped out at me before I even did this rewatch. Obviously, this was something I already had my eye on, but looking back at it, it's just even crazier how much they put it in our face.
Well, plus in this scene, Fatima, I don't know. Fatima seemed kind of like snotty and condescending.
She was to Victor.
But she was like, take really your peaches and shoo.
Yeah. Shoot out, yeah.
He's creepy, but he's harmless. I'm like, have you guys talked to him at all? Maybe you could ask him some questions about getting out of weird predicaments.
Yeah, like everyone just writes him off. Like he's just, just ignore him. He's slow or something. Something backward. The way that they look at him, it's putting him down in a way, like infantilizing him because he is stunted emotionally, but
like not being understanding of him and what he's gone through.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And this shot too is something. This is something that I didn't clock until I watched this the third time. The fact that she's cutting an apple and eating it and offering it to Julie. Julie declines. The symbolism, the biblical symbolism is right there.
Mm-hmm.
The forbidden fruit of knowledge.
I thought it was interesting. Each person came in there, offered her fruit.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like, you want some peaches? Okay. You want some apple?
Yeah, you want some. Yeah,
You want to
and
look
she
at
says,
some erotic art in my boyfriend's bedroom? Uh-huh.
yeah.
He wants to draw you like one of his French ladies.
Yeah.
But I'm not creepy at all. Victor's the creepy one.
Yeah, Victor's the creepy one, and that's totally normal. Yeah, but yeah, and you can see like right in the shot, she's got the apple that's been bitten. It's like she's trying to show us. It's pointed right at the camera, the apple with a big bite taken out of it, showing that she's she's bitten from the forbidden fruit, like in the Bible, and she is compared to Eve in this show with the art that's been done. She and Ellis, Adam and Eve. And we know what happens to Fatima. I mean, she may not have been killed off, but she will never be the same. And now she has paid a huge cost in return for getting knowledge, just like biting the forbidden fruit. She had to, against her will, carry this monster pod and murder a woman, which was completely out of her control and will now scar and traumatize her for the rest of her life. If she survives a lot longer, who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all about knowledge comes at a cost. Knowledge is the forbidden fruit. We already had a little bit of foreshadowing right here with that. Because she only got that revelation about the monsters because she had that smiley pod inside her.
Because she gave birth to a snake. The snake in the garden. Which would be Smiley.
Oh my god, yeah.
I was looking for a snake the whole time and it came to me. That's where it would be.
That's what it would be. That's what it would be.
Snake is like a worm. Ta-da.
It is like a worm. Yep. It all connects. It's all connected. Yeah, we're piecing it all together. It fits, right? Because she got this revelation somehow, like telepathically, like from carrying him. Because we didn't actually see how she got it. We didn't see a vision.
Yeah, it was a bummer.
I wish we saw a vision, but
yeah,
we didn't.
I'm a fan of showing, not telling. Even if they would have had little glimpses that she would have had,
Yeah.
If she would have saw something when Kimono Lady took her baby or in that process and saw like people standing around their children ready to kill them and kids screaming and stuff and would just know that those were the people that loved them or whatever, that would just, that'd be great. It wouldn't take too much time.
Yeah, give us just like a few moments. Like, I don't think it would totally give too much away because they were going to give us that exposition anyway. So just give us a glimpse into what happened. You don't have to even show us how they sacrificed the kids. Maybe they want to keep that a mystery.
I don't know. Just have like Smiley and his wife hovering over the kid or something.
Yeah.
I know Smiley has a wife now. Was a librarian.
Yes, Smiley the librarian.
I'm matching up all these monsters as couples, and then I'll match up the Kui kid. Maybe I'll make a chart. I'll be like, this Kui kid belongs to these two monsters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Little monster matchmaker, like to see what they,
It would be really interesting to see if one day, like if one night when the monsters are out, the Ankui kids actually come out and you see them interact with each other. Like you're the ones who murdered us, our families. Oh my god. Imagine.
Or some really weird one if they weren't like raised in the caves, them playing like that one drawing out on the merry-go-round. I mean, just like some kind of playground. I mean, I don't know how far back it goes, but playing as kids. I mean, I'd love to see Smiley in, pilgrim hat, like I say, but just having them out having fun and then having the original monsters where whenever they, just a normal day in the life.
Yeah, that would be so entertaining. I need Pilgrim Smiley. I need just a glimpse of Pilgrim Smiley.
I imagine him in my head all the time.
That would be awesome. And now they got the actor back, so they totally could do it now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That would be great. Just give us a glimpse. I want to see. I think there's hope for it. Maybe next season. Now, since they gave us that origin story, it was a very short little bit of exposition from Fatima. She basically just said, I saw them, I saw what they are. They sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. That little bit of exposition was just a mind-blowing revelation right there. So maybe they'll show us just a little bit through Julie's story walking. Now they have a vehicle to kind of make it integrate into the show better. Julie could actually go witness something back then.
I feel like it had to happen in that first cycle too, when they're like the cannibal village and the colonial people and everything, because Tabby saw herself in that as a kid.
Yes.
Like that's like Tabby Prime or Miranda Prime or Tabby Miranda Prime.
Right. Like maybe Tabitha and Jade, the OG Tabitha and Jade Prime, maybe they grew up there. That maybe this is where they grew up and she was literally there as a child. But in all the the subsequent cycles, she gets there as an adult. I can totally see that. I don't think we're going to go any further back than Puritan times. I think we've seen the oldest that we're going to see.
It would make sense there was a child that grew up into a person, and
Yes.
then that soul would go into the next person outside of it, and there had to be a start, a seed.
Right. Right. Like I was originally thinking like maybe she wasn't born there, the original one, but why not? She probably was born there and grew up there. And just before I forget, this shot right here, I just thought, like the stuff that you can analyze the hell out of when you look back, it's amazing.
2 fridges.
That I don't know about that. I didn't notice. I mean, I did notice that, but yeah, why are there 2 fridges? Anyway,
there's always a lot of bread.
It's a lot of bread.
I noticed in the first episodes, and I'll probably see it in 3 or 4 too. There's just copious amounts of fresh bread at Colony House. I'm like, why would I want to live there? It was like in the early days when all you had to do was dodge the monsters, and I was like, they always have so much food there. People are always eating fruit. There's always bowls of fruit. There's always fresh baked goods.
And it was perennial, eternal. It was eternal summer. It was an eternal summer. So not perennial, eternal. It was kind of like living in the Garden of Eden if you just followed the rules.
Yeah.
Like if you think of it that way, this is a hellhole. Of course, it's Fromville, but if they just followed the rules, like in the Garden of Eden, there were rules. Oh my God, this fits so well. So this fits so well because in the Garden of Eden in the Bible, you couldn't bite from the forbidden fruit. That was the only thing. Like you couldn't seek out that forbidden knowledge that you weren't supposed to have. And once Eve does that, paradise is lost. And so it's all about seeking that forbidden knowledge that you're not supposed to have. And then look what happened. As soon as people in this town started seeking answers, that as soon as that happened, as soon as Tabitha started digging that hole, Boyd and Sarah went out in the woods, they built the radio tower, everything went to hell. And it's like they were cast out of the Garden of Eden. It turned to winter. And look at this bowl of apples. Like it seems like the apples to me symbolize, other than the fact that not a bad place to live. I think it symbolizes all of the knowledge that was just waiting for all the revelations that were just waiting to be uncovered, the forbidden fruit, because we know what huge revelations were yet to come when this aired, episode 2 of season 1. And like they put that right in front of the shot. It's like maybe that was unintentional, but it's the same thing as with literature. Not everything may have been intentional when the author wrote it, but we can analyze it and find meaning in it that might have just been a happy accident. And this is one of those things where maybe they did it on purpose. The bowl of apples. I think her eating the apple was deliberate
especially in the time frame, because it's when Tabby and Jade are coming into town in the 2 cars and everything, and she's symbolically eating this apple.
Exactly. Like I think that was intentional for sure. Because of the Adam and Eve symbolism in the art of her and Ellis as Adam and Eve, she's biting the forbidden fruit of the apple. But this bowl of apples here, now maybe this was unintentional, but I feel like it definitely symbolizes all of the revelations yet to come as everyone eventually everyone is seeking answers more and more. Even Victor is now seeking answers. And it's always going to come with a cost. Knowledge comes with a cost, as Jim saw as he learned the hard way. So, yeah, it seems like a really dominant theme in the show, and I love the symbolism they used here. Just genius. So good. This I didn't think I could be any more obsessed or hyped up about this show until we started this rewatch. I swear to God.
No, what you talked about earlier just kind of reminds me of David Lynch and his films. That he's always said that his films are up to an interpretation of the watcher, and I always feel a lot of things are up to the interpretation of the watcher.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can have a lot of people figuring it out but really From's whatever I wanted to be from my perspective because of the watcher.
Okay.
You know, and maybe they didn't, mean like to put all these apples out and all that, but my interpretation is that is, a really good representation of knowledge.
100%. Especially knowing the giant revelations that were yet to come that their characters are going to dig up. It's a perfect metaphor. It's a perfect reference, even if the bowl of apples wasn't intentional. Yeah.
But in David Lynch movies, everybody's always trying to figure out the mystery, but he never tells you what it is. So it's just up to your interpretation. You don't have a showrunner going, and cooey's a made-up word, because David Lynch wouldn't tell you if it was or not. It would just be up to your interpretation forever.
Oh, see, that would drive me absolutely insane. I don't think I would like David Lynch's stuff.
You probably wouldn't like it just because of some of the themes, but
I don't like, there's nothing I hate more than an open ending. I don't like that. I want to know, tell me the answer by the end. I am going to riot.
Completely agreed. Completely agreed. I don't like that either.
Yeah.
Tell me what Mulholland Drive was about. Tell me what the blue box meant. Tell me what the mystery man is.
Yeah.
Never.
That would drive me out of my mind. And I know that Jeremy Ice and Fire has talked about how apparently David Lynch originally never planned on revealing who killed Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks. He was going to leave that completely open, but he was pressured to reveal it.
Because, much like the showrunners of this show, it's about the characters. It's not about the mystery. That's what they've said.
I don't like that. I'm just gonna pretend they never say that. But every time they say that in an interview, I'm like,
I want to pretend that they didn't make up the word Ankui, and it's actually got an Inuit, heritage. But
me too.
Hey, Sarah, Sarah, as the song goes.
Yeah. See, this is why I get nervous every time the showrunners are interviewed. It's cool and it's exciting, but I get nervous. I worry when they say things like that. It's not about the mystery. There isn't going to be a big reveal at the end. Those are not quotes that a rabid fan base want to hear when we're obsessed with the mystery. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's okay. I'm still gonna. I don't care. I'm gonna analyze the hell out of it and deep dive into it. And if it turns out to be less complicated than it seems, then I enjoyed the journey, so that's okay. But honestly, what they just revealed, that's pretty damn complicated. So I think the mystery is important. Maybe it's just not their priority above everything else. Like that's not what they care about the most, I guess. But I
guess in Twin Peaks it wasn't so much Laura Palmer's death, but the way that the characters reacted to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
And how parts of her backstory were revealed by said characters.
Okay. Yeah. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you for the support. I always appreciate you. Thanks for popping back in. And yeah, guys, if you could hit the like, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kel Bishop said, I believe you are onto something with Garden of Eden theory. I believe From existed before the first settlers came and was probably akin to a paradise until maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it was.
I think there's going to be some parallels to Noah too in the upcoming seasons because of those flood drawings.
Yeah.
Especially the one that looks like Donna and Boyd on a roof. There's two figures, and one looks like the way Donna dresses, and then there's a guy laying on the roof that looks like Boyd. There is a picture that almost looks like the ruins with water in them and a boat which is where I get my happy ending of Boyd on a pony on a boat sailing through these ruins back, to the real world.
Yeah.
But I feel there's going to be some kind of flood imagery going on. Like there's going to be a flood.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's coming for sure. And I hope we still get an eclipse too. That would be cool. There were little hints in Victor's drawings that maybe an eclipse could happen. We thought maybe this season, but that didn't happen. But maybe so that would be a really smart device.
And the flood could also be the Lake of Tears.
No, Timmy. Hold on one second. I'm gonna mute myself for just a second. I have to tell my mom something.
Okay, well, I'll talk for a little bit because I was also going to mute myself for a second because I thought my boyfriend was coming up the stairs. So everybody hit the like button and subscribe. We are having Severance watch parties on Thursday nights in Julie's Discord at 10 p.m. EST. We'll be watching episodes 3 and 4. So if you like From, you'll probably also like Severance. They're very thinky kind of shows, and Severance has a lot of dark humor. So if you want to join us with that, you can join the Discord, and we also have a lot of fun things in the Discord that you can do. And I'm also trying to get maybe Yellow Jackets in there. We do have a From Book Club that maybe we will do. I'm not 100% sure now that the showrunners have told us that half these books aren't really, super inspirational to the show. So,
yeah, nice promo for
okay, so that's the only thing I could do.
That's good.
I gotta mute myself now.
Okay. No problem. So okay, this was the scene where Victor comes in and talks to Julie briefly, and I think the whole reason why he says this is about the two cars being special. It's Jade and Tabitha coming back. Wait, sorry, I wasn't sharing the right tab. Here you go. Earlier, and how comfortable he was with her. This is something I took notice of that I never noticed on the first two watches. This is not normal for Victor to open up to somebody and talk to somebody so comfortably. He leaned over and said, "It's special. The two cars arriving. What do you think?" And he's so comfortable with her. I think Storywalker Julie met Victor in the past, and he doesn't remember, but he instinctively feels comfortable with her as a result. I think that may be.
Remember one of my thoughts were maybe Storywalker Julie may have come back to save his sister or something like that in the past.
Yeah,
couldn't remember her, and so maybe she was taken out of time, so to speak.
That's entirely possible. Because she disappeared. Victor doesn't know what happened to her. He thinks that he buried maybe her, but he's not sure. He said, I think this was her, but there were only pieces left. She was so small.
They left themselves, I guess, either an open way to handle it. Either they can say, yeah, that was the case, that was her bones or whatever, or that it wasn't, and he just found something and he assumed that must have been it.
Right. No, it could be. Yeah, I think the fact that he said I think is her. It's her. That I think she's alive. Either that or she was reincarnated, but more likely she's alive somewhere.
Yeah, I think so too. Because they would have been more decisive if that was the case.
Yes. At this point, they've left that open for too long. They would have just closed the book on it right then and there. That was, if she was dead, that was the moment to do it. And they didn't make it decisive. They didn't make it clear.
And that would have been the biggest nothing burger of them all.
Right.
They would have created that character and said, she's dead now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. hook up a forgotten sister just for the hell of it. You know, she's dead. String us along for over how long? Like to the middle of season 2 up until now. String us along. Oh no, she's dead. I'm sorry. No.
I wonder though. Let's assume that she is alive. What significance could that play in the story? Right? Like, what would she have done all this time to survive? Would she be in another From community, maybe?
Hanging out in the cabins, eating that lake lettuce.
In the cabins in the woods?
Yeah. If you went
The Cannibal
feral.
Village.
She's the one that actually dragged everybody along and dragged
Mhm.
Boyd in his tent.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
She could be feral living out there now. Yeah. You know,
What? That would be crazy if she really is out there. Just, "Rah." Then she sees Victor and she's like,
yeah. Forgets how to
Down girl.
talk. Forgets how to talk.
Werewolf.
Yeah. Like, yeah, by now maybe she forgets how to even talk like a normal person.
Yeah,
Doesn't
maybe she's a Wendigo.
maybe. I'm frustrated. It's interesting, but I really wanted the mystery of Eloise to be settled by now. I'm tired of the Eloise stuff. No, they strung us along for so
Or
long.
it needs to have a major playback, major payout now. Because it's been so long.
Exactly. I thought we were going to get that by the finale, and we didn't.
Yeah.
Frustrating. I was excited when I saw what looked like her grave, because at least it would be closure, but nope. No such luck. Still, so the Eloise theories live on, but I'm just relieved. At least the showrunners confirmed. They said it in the show anyway, but they confirmed it in the interview that Tabitha is not Eloise. At least we can rule that out. So that's something. Gave us something.
Can I ask you guys, why do they keep saying or at least theorizing that Donna is a mole?
Yeah.
Where is it coming from?
I think it comes from Randall, because nobody thought there was a mole until Randall said there was a mole.
Oh yeah, good point. Right, he did do that. That's right.
I didn't read much about people thinking there was somebody watching or whatever. There was an idea of an entity, but like there was nothing like specifically saying mole until Randall was going off on it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I heard about that. I wasn't in the community at the time, but I heard that's when it took off, when he started with that. And then people looked at Donna's conversation with Tabitha in this episode, and they concluded, yeah, maybe Donna's a mole, because her story was such a long exposition, and then that's very unusual. Why didn't they just show us a flashback? People thought like maybe she made it up, and she said that they ripped her sister's face off. But at the time, we had never seen the monsters touch anyone's face. So they leave it intact. So that's another reason why people thought.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I also think that Epix at the time, that MGM, didn't have enough money to do these flashbacks. And plus, with the background of the showrunners being theater, they probably would love those monologues. Those are like award-winning monologues that both, like Donna has one, Kenny has one, Sarah has one. That whole episode is full of those.
Yep. Absolutely.
It would be like they were taking place on stage. They're not taking, place with a lot of action.
Right. Yeah.
You could imagine just a stage show with Tabby and Donna sitting there on a stage by themselves in chairs talking.
Right. Yeah.
And I love those. I'm really in on those.
That makes sense to me. That's good enough for me.
Stood in front of the car.
No, I
wouldn't get out of the way. Just stood there, smiling. I thought my sister was going to run the son of a bitch over.
Yeah. I believe her. I believe her.
Skinning her with his hands in the street, just like we used to skin those deer.
And that's ironic too. That sounds like something they would do. They used to skin the deer when they hunted, and then they skinned her like they skinned the deer.
I just feel bad that Liz Saunders doesn't get this much to chew on in like season 3. She's underused. I mean, this is a great scene and great acting.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
I wish they just had more of these.
She's a phenomenal actress. I just love her work. Absolutely. And I meant to say this, I highlighted this a while ago. Chris Smalls said I took notice of that. I also pay attention to all Victor's dialogue with Julie and Ethan. Yes, me too. Always. I mean, I always pay attention to Victor in general, but if he's talking to Julie or Ethan, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, Justin, we have our Severance watch parties every week. If you want to join sometime, Thursday nights, 10 p.m. Chris Smalls thinks Donna is a mole, aka Eloise. Think about it, Donna and Victor are super content with being in Fromville. That's true that they are. That's true, and she always supplied Victor with his peaches, too. I would think that would be an awesome twist if she's... I don't necessarily think she's a mole. I don't think she's a mole, but if she were Eloise, I would be on board with it. I would like that. That would be a cool twist. I don't know if we're going to get it, but Chris Wells said, I was thinking Donna was a mole since season 1 before Randall arrived. Okay.
Chris Small says he thought it before everybody thought it was cool.
Yeah. Before it was cool. Yeah. She's too comfortable. She had Victor in check for years with just peaches. She doesn't like when Jim was trying to figure things out. And when her and him heard the voice on the radio, she tried to keep it quiet. Yeah. That's
but
true.
he's also been there for 3 years, 6 months, and 17 days.
Yeah. Yeah, she counted.
You're gonna get comfortable eventually. I mean, you're gonna fall into a pattern, you know? You might be scared for the monsters for a while, but then Boyd finds the talismans, and you're like, oh, this is like New Eden.
Right. That's true, you know? I think we don't know her backstory, but she said at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. She said that in near the end of season 1 when they were getting ready to
she said in an interview that the showrunners basically told her that she was a survivalist living with not a survivalist like, you know, a conspiracy theorist, but somebody lived off the land with her mom and her sister.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the way I see it. They were just, you know, that's why she has the knife. She knows how to hunt. You know, they live out in the country. They got some country skills. And, you know, I believe she's not a mole. But, you know, who knows? I could be proven wrong.
Right. And I think in addition, she probably had something. She must have had some kind of really bad experience with, you know, figurative monsters, people who treated her really poorly because of that quote about at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. So I just took that to mean, yeah, she had a tough life in there that, you know, dealt with some monsters that were more deceptive in the real world, not literal monsters. And so she kind of found this little Garden of Eden type atmosphere. As long as they followed the rules, everything was okay. So she built a little family there. She said it was like a family. So that's why I believe what she's saying. But hey, we could be wrong.
Fromly, if you will.
Yes.
But I would ask this though of you, Chris. If that's the case, then and then she was trying to stop him or whatever, then why did she acquiesce and say, "Yeah, go ahead and build that tower on top of the house, that little construction of whatever with him and Jade"? Why would she even allow that?
Right. You would think she would try to discourage it more than she really didn't. She just kind of hung out in the bar and lamented what was going on, but she didn't discourage it. So that's true. Chris said,
I think a lot of people think she's a mole too, because much like Clara, Donna shows up a lot before she was taken over by Clara.
Right.
She was always there. She would just walk into a scene. She was always conveniently there, you know. So it did kind of be like she was watching everybody, but it was just. But I would explain it like, yeah, she has like clothes to take to somebody, or she has, you know, this food to give to somebody, and she has a function. She isn't just showing up.
Yeah.
But I thought it was funny because there is a period of time in the show where she tends to be there in every scene, kind of like Clara is, just in like every scene.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's true. It's a good point, you know. And she pops up another thing is she tends to pop up at interesting moments. She pops up like, hey, what's going on here? Like she does it in season 2 and season 3. She just happens to pop up when major things are going down. She popped up in the church when Boyd had Sarah down in the basement. Like she popped up in season 3 in the sheriff's station. She's like, what the hell's going on? I forget what was happening at the time. She pops up at interesting moments. I will say that much. It's like somebody told her, like, something's going down there. You got to go check it out. Or, she's snooping around. But I don't. I think it's just coincidence myself. We could be wrong. She could turn out to be. There could be a big reveal, and she's a mole. But this right here on the screen. Oh, and Chris said she came up with hiding in the holes. That's true. Which was helpful though. When they were hiding.
Speaking of which,
Yes.
the monsters were not blocked from getting them while they hid in the holes. They surely would know where they were at, right? Why did they play along with them to let them hide in the holes?
Well, that's the thing. If they can see, if the big bad could see everything and it knew Tabitha was digging in the basement, then it could have just taken out everybody from the holes at once. It could have just found everybody. There shouldn't be a way to hide from them if the big bad could see Tabitha was digging in the basement. And I do think the entity that knew she was digging the hole is in control of the monsters, which now we know is the man in white. I do think that he's and the actor himself said he thinks that he's management. He's like in management over the monsters. So it was a game. It was a game. They could have taken everybody out at any time, but the man in yellow and or maybe the big bad above him, if there's somebody above him, they feed on fear and pain. It's more about terrorizing people than just killing them all. So they would pick off certain people and then everyone else would have to suffer the terror, the loss, the grief. So, and then eventually they just milk it until they've milked all the fear and pain they can. And at some point just massacre the rest. Like, wait till everyone is broken down completely to their lowest point. You've milked all the pain you can out of them, and then that's the way I look at it. Then they wipe them out. But I think they could be taken out at any time, even with the talismans. I think that's just part of the game. It's psychological warfare. It's a way to torture them. Like, they're all so protective of those talismans. They touch them when they hang them up. Like, it gives them a false sense of security. But then people make mistakes and people die. And I think the talismans are all part of the game, and it's never been about just killing them all. That's why food showed up. Instead of letting everyone starve, food just randomly appeared. And it's just because it's not about killing everybody. It's that's not the only goal. It's milking their suffering for all it's worth first. It's feeding off of it. Anyway, but this picture here on the screen was another reason people thought Donna might be a mole. This was scrutinized heavily because there's a picture. I mean, there's a corner torn off. For one thing, that's part of it. There's a corner torn off in the top right corner, and people were suspicious that what's missing from the photo? Why is that torn? And why does she have a picture with her when she was on a hunting trip when she arrived there, according to her story? And there's a frame, but she could have found the frame in town somewhere. So people thought that was sus. I don't know. I don't really think that's really suspicious, to be honest, but you never know. Maybe she just happened to have that picture in the RV. They travel a lot. Maybe she just carried it with her. So I don't think it's that sus, but who knows, Teflon thinks she's the mole. Yeah, Tony Teflon thinks Donna's a mole for sure. I know he does. He's 100% team mole. They both work for the man in yellow. Could be. Yeah. Hey, anything's possible in terms of that. It could absolutely be. And welcome back, Dieter. Eloise is alive, else the whole story we got until now was useless, like Julie said once. Yes. Like I said, me. Okay, yeah. For a second, I thought you were talking about Julie on the show. I get confused sometimes. That's what I was saying. The whole story we got about a forgotten sister would be useless if Eloise is just dead. The only way that would make sense is if they told us at that time when he remembered her, I had a sister and I found her body. Then it would be, I could understand it for the emotional impact, but for him to remember it and then just never say what happened to her, and drag it out like this. Nah, she had to have a purpose. She was a Chekhov's gun in a way, because she was introduced for a purpose, like a Chekhov's gun. So I still believe that. AAMM said Donna probably didn't think Jim was smart enough to make the radio tower work. That's probably why she agreed after saying no. Could be, yeah. Yeah, maybe she knew it wouldn't work anyway. I don't know, but she seemed like she thought it might. She was upset at the bar, but who knows? Chris says Donna is sus straight up. Only Randall's smart enough to dig it. It's a game. No, I'm not gonna lie. I see the evidence. I see the argument for why she could be a mole, or if she's a mole, it would have to be in some kind of a supernatural way. I don't think the big bad at Fromville needs a mole to go report to them, because it can see and hear everything. But it could be that she's just there to kind of keep control over things. She does control Colony House, so you never know. You never know. That's why Abby went against the grain. She popped in her game genie, and they made Boyd take her out.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Her game genie.
Her game genie.
Yeah. Go on, Chris.
That's good. Yeah, I see the argument for it for sure. But incidentally, that her sister really does look a lot like Swing Coat Lady. That looks a lot like Swing Coat Monster Lady.
Beth Rogers. I just call her Beth Rogers because that's her actress name.
Oh, really? Beth
Yeah,
Rogers.
Beth Rogers.
She looks a lot like the monster that said to Victor, "If you keep coming down here, one of these days we might make you stay."
But she wouldn't have a face unless that monster took her face and put it on her face.
Right, yeah. It's a fun theory, though. They could be connected somehow, but I don't think so. I think it's a coincidence. But yeah, I enjoy this stuff, though. It's fun. The connections people make, the stuff people notice. It's neat. It was interesting, though. Donna said that my sister, she was a real character. Yeah, I don't know. You could argue that maybe that's evidence that she was not. This is all made up. But no, I think that she's legit. Personally, I do. Let me see.
Yeah, I feel like it's a Eugene O'Neill monologue, because I see that kind of. I feel like it's kind of like a Streetcar Named Desire kind of monologue. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof kind of deal, even though those aren't Eugene O'Neill plays. It's early. I'm getting all my plays mixed up, but it feels like that. It has that feel.
Right. And honestly, what we saw in season 3 lends credence to her story, because she said this.
Mm-hmm.
They like to hunt. They like to play. So they were making it last.
Mm-hmm.
And I just left her there.
Yeah, and she said,
they were torturing her.
She said this, yeah, they weren't just killing her, they were torturing her.
There I was, crouching in those bushes. And when the blood stopped pounding in my head, I realized I could still hear my sister screaming. They weren't just killing her. They were torturing her.
Yeah.
Because that ties into Kenny's mom.
Exactly. They were torturing her. So we see now that they do this kind of thing, and they ripped a piece of Tan Shin's scalp off.
Yeah.
So
it is very similar, yeah. That's why I think her story checks.
I think it checks. Yeah. This hero is like one of the most important scenes, I think, in this show, and part is still kind of a mystery, but yeah, the spider theorists can jump on that. Like, we're gonna get a giant spider. Somebody screamed because the spider came down from the ceiling.
That's why it's coming down towards Tabby. It's coming down from the sky, which is God's ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be. I kind of felt like when I saw that scene, it seemed like something was flying down at her. There was a weird sound effect, and she was looking up. She's also a very little girl, so it could have been just a tall person, maybe the man in yellow who was there, but who knows, you know. Let's see. A massacre
But
would.
I was gonna say something funny, but
Oh,
it's
go
the man. It's the man in yellow, but he's in a yellow pilgrim hat.
ahead. Yeah. No zoot suit. It wouldn't work in the Puritan times. Yeah, he'd be in a Puritan hat. Um, Chris Walls said a massacre used the restart. Abby almost restarted the game, but there was no boy in town yet, so no restart. Right? Yeah, the cycle can't start again until there's a boy in town and Tabitha and Jade come back. So yeah. AAMM said, I don't think the mole is there to necessarily report back. The mole is there to keep order. She literally runs Colony House and keep people in check. I think she's there to make people not want to dig. Yeah, I mean, she does encourage them to drink and do drugs as much as possible. So it's kind of like, you could argue, I can see the argument for that, like to dig too deep. She's, distracting them with all that decadence.
That's a good point. That one.
Yeah. So I can see the argument for that. Wait, so Donna said she was hiding in the bushes. Yes. Did she hide after she said they tore her sister's face off? I'm confused. She said, let me see. Wait, what did she said? Where is it? Okay, yeah. This was the monologue here. She ran and hid after. I think Donna was still there in the car.
Smiling.
In the
Tell you
bushes.
which direction I ran. You seem to.
Yeah, then she ran and hid in the bushes after that. And while she was hiding in the bushes, she could still hear her sister screaming as they tortured her. So that's the order of things there. So I don't know what was going on. Why didn't she just drive and run them over? Why did she go run in the bushes? That part I don't understand. It didn't make any sense. I would stay in the car and just start running them over. Cal said, I don't think the mole theories are likely, mainly because the writers haven't used a character doing mole-ish things off screen. We've seen the people who collude with an entity. We have seen people who are deliberately, who are manipulated right in front of us by an entity, like Sarah and Elgin. That's true. Good point, Cal. Yep, a plant. Yeah. Yeah. It's such a great episode. It's just so much that they set up in terms of foreshadowing and setting up the mysteries, putting clues in that more and more of them are going to jump out. Maybe we'll see even more with season 4. When we get season 4, like with every season we get, as we do rewatches, this becomes more and more meaningful. And maybe what Ethan said will make more sense once we get season 4. Who knows if he was story walking when he said, I saw the Lake of Tears, and he saw Victor drawing all of them. He had a seizure. Maybe he was story walking too, but it could have just been a vision in his head, like a dream. I think it's more likely that it was a dream. A dream that was a vision of Victor drawing the whole family. And the whole thing with the spider, well, I don't know. It could end up being symbolism, because I don't personally think we're getting a giant spider, but you never know. You never know. Yeah, just so many iconic scenes. I think these were this was the first. I mean, I think the best introduction to a series ever that I've seen. These first 2 episodes, they kind of go hand in hand. So I'm glad we get to dive really deep into them like this and just explore it, because there's so much there. There's so much there. I mean, so many memorable scenes. The scene with Ethan that we went over with the vision that he had. The scene with Victor and Julie, the scene with Donna and Tabitha, and of course, I mean, this iconic scene, that's such a memorable line. And the nightmare theme, of course, but I'm glad we got confirmation that this is not a literal dream. Showrunners told us, now we know, which is great. The nightmare theme is just it's not a literal nightmare that they're all having. It's that this place induces all kinds of nightmares in these people. Nightmares, visions, you know, just the nightmare creatures. They're called nightmare creatures. So, and there's the manifestation theory where there could be things pulled from people's fears and nightmares, like cicadas, Nathan's fear of cicadas. Things could be manifested by people's nightmares, fears, emotions. So like the nightmare theme is everywhere. But yeah. We'll never see that Fatima again. That positive Fatima. I don't think she'll ever be the same. And I thought when they showed us a flashback to that scene in season 3, I thought they were going to kill her off. Usually a sentimental flashback means she's a goner. But no, she made it. She survived, but Randall has said there are things worse than death here, and what happened to her, I don't know what she's going to do. She killed somebody, and she's not going to be able to deal with the guilt. She couldn't help it, but she's going to suffer because of it. I don't know how she's going to deal with that, but Justin, hey Justin again. Justin says, not that she's a mole, but Donna and Dale definitely could have met the man in yellow before, hence why she knew who was on the radio. Donna also warned Jim about asking questions. True. Like Donna and Dale seemed like they had a little connection going on. Like they had some kind of knowledge that other people didn't have. I got that sense too. So yeah, like not that they're literal moles, but it's possible. That's a great point, Justin. That maybe they met the man in yellow before, or they got some kind of knowledge about what's going on here, and they're just keeping it to themselves. She's trying to protect people, not ask too many questions. Just don't rock the boat, because asking too many questions, trying to seek knowledge, that's what costs you here. You push hard, this place pushes back, knowledge comes at a cost. So yeah, I think that makes total sense. Maybe she has some knowledge of it. I could see that. I could totally see that. And like the reason people connect her with Dale too is like, they were both there like around the same time. They were there the longest after Victor, of course. And there was a scene where they were talking about the radio tower. She said, these people need something to hope for, or something like that. And he said, well, oh, sure, let's play make-believe. I'm game. It seemed like they were kind of looking at each other, in such a way that it made you wonder, do they know something? Like, they know that this is nonsense and that radio tower is not going to do anything. When Donna was in the bar too, she was lamenting that they were doing this. And she actually said to Tom, the bartender, that she was so worried about what was going to happen when they fail. She didn't say if, she said when they fail. She said, what is this going to do to these people? That they wouldn't be able to handle the disappointment. They're getting their hopes up. She said, what happens when it fails? She knew it was going to fail. So, I don't know. I don't think there's a literal mole, but maybe she might have some kind of information that other people don't have, and she's keeping it to herself. I could see the argument for that. But I don't think it's like she's going to report to somebody like, oh yeah, here's your weekly report, Mr. Man in Yellow. Here you go. Here's what everybody's been doing. What are my orders for this week? Dieter says, I don't believe there is a mole. Yeah, I don't either. Yes, Dieter. Justin is the one who's arranged the interview with Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, for me. Yes. Yeah, Justin is an awesome friend. I'm so grateful for that. It's amazing. So excited. And hopefully it works out. Yeah. I know nothing is can be completely definite until until we have everything ironed out with the technical details. But it looks like it's a go. It looks like it's a go now. So I'm really excited, and so kind of him to do that for me. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm just a new channel. I popped up. I never expected to be starting a channel. I never planned on it, but I just took the plunge and did it. And I know how lucky I am to even have the opportunity to interview anybody with such, so little experience as a person with a channel. It's been, how long has it been now? October, November. It's been almost, I would say it's been 3 months since I started the channel. 3 months. And I got to interview Smiley with Jamie on Sci-Fi Vision, which is amazing. And to have the opportunity to do my own interview myself is just mind-blowing. So I'm so excited about that. I'm grateful to Justin for his friendship and for doing that for me, arranging that for me. It's amazing. Even if something happens and it doesn't work out, I would understand and just be grateful for the amazing effort, because I know sometimes things happen. But yeah, hopefully this does happen. I'm really excited. Chris Small said, has anyone ever checked out The Myth of the Lake of Tears? It's a quick Google search if you're interested. I know Scarlett dropped off, but Scarlett she found a children's book called The Lake of Tears. So a children's book called The Lake of Tears. So yeah, I wanna check out. So there's a myth too. I wonder if that's a different thing. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Chris. That's interesting. I'm gonna Google that. Maybe it's connected. Yes, Justin. It was Justin. I was confused though, because your avatar isn't there. I was like, wait, there can't be a second Justin White. That's a unique name. So I was like, it must be the same one. I was like, where's your avatar though? Your avatar is gone. Yeah, Justin is an incredible friend. He's one of the first friends I made in the fandom. And we talked a lot in the Discord, and we just we did a lot of fun theory talk for the first few months I was in the fandom, and then I started the channel and things got crazy, but yeah, he's such an amazing friend. Yeah, he's so cool. To do that for me, wow. I appreciate it so much. And that he understands how busy I've been with the channel, and I don't mean to be a lousy friend. I take too long to answer messages sometimes. I get overwhelmed, and I wasn't used to see. I had a trial by fire when I started my channel. I started it right when the new season of From started, so it's been insane trying to figure out how to do everything. It's in a semi-competent way, and while the season was happening, it's been overwhelming. It's taken up literally all of my time. I haven't even had time to watch Lost anymore in months. I still have to go back to watch the rest of it. So yeah, I've neglected too many friends. I want to get back in touch with my friends a lot more. Spend more time in the Discord, having great conversations and reconnecting with people. And Justin is one of those friends, so he's terrific. Yeah. Justin and Dieter, Dieter, you are the GOAT too, man. You are amazing. I appreciate you so much. Like, mind blowing. The amazing friends I've made in this fandom. It's just, I've never expected that. Never expected that. Who would think a TV show could introduce you to so many kind people? And I'm hearing my mom walking around. I wonder if she found. I'm so worried about Timmy. I hope he's okay. He is a hider. If he's not feeling well, he's probably hiding because of that. But we took this suggestion, and my mom is putting catnip around, so hopefully that works. But yeah, I gotta look up the Lake of Tears. That's really interesting. I'm curious. Scarlett was looking up the Lake of Tears book too. Like, there is a children's book called The Lake of Tears, so there's that too. No, Yeah, so I think we've dissected the hell out of this over the last 2 lives. But this was one thing I wanted to play. I'm gonna wrap up soon because I probably should get off. But this was a clip I wanted to play because it's something that I noticed on the second watch this third watch through. It's the third time I've watched, and I never picked up on it before. But Mr. Lou definitely is hearing voices in this scene. Like Sarah heard. Notice the graves behind Mr. Lou, foreshadowing very sadly that he would be a casualty at the end of this episode. Amazing foreshadowing. He said Kenny changed his name because he said he wanted to be America. Oh, that didn't work out so well for him. By being in America, he winds up getting pulled into Fromville. But anyway, then he starts talking to voices.
Don't understand.
I want my son.
He went from smiling and being perfectly content, just no issue at all, smiling, talking to her, playing chess, and then all of a sudden he looks from side to side, speaks Cantonese, and freaks out and says, "I want my son," knocks all the pieces over. The voices had to be talking to him. I'm certain of it. And he knew something bad was going to happen, but he couldn't articulate it. So sad. But yeah, I definitely think the voices were speaking in Cantonese. He said apparently he heard his brothers. They said he heard his brothers outside. He thought he did. He kept wandering off, so that's why they moved him into the clinic to keep him safe. I'm sure it was the voices out there speaking Cantonese, like we just saw in that scene. Justin said, "Thanks, Dieter. You guys are incredible. I love you so much here. You are the best. You're incredible, Justin. You are too, Dieter. You're both incredible friends. This community is the best. I appreciate you guys so much. I really do. I can't thank you enough, both of you, Justin, Dieter, and everybody else who's supported my channel and befriended me or followed my content or anything. I just appreciate every one of you so much." Let me see. Justin said, "Has anyone seen Tony eat the hot chip yet?" Is alien theory basically out the window? Yeah. I think the alien theory is done. I think Tony has some really good theories currently, but they don't really line up with the alien theory. I like his Jinn theory. There's a Jinn that promised eternal life, and I like that. But a Jinn, I don't know if you could really call a Jinn an alien. Maybe he's saying it is. It could be. Could be. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I hope he doesn't go ahead and eat the hot chip if he's wrong. Don't do that. You can actually hurt yourself. Don't do that. But we'll see. Right? You never know. Maybe the man in yellow is an alien. Anything's possible, I guess. Tony will not be eating that chip. I think he's right, said Chris Smalls. Okay. That's very interesting. You still think he's right? Yes, Justin. I do. Okay. A Jinn is an alien. All right. I mean, maybe it is an alien. It could be considered an alien. Yeah, it's like he never did say it's like little green men, literal little green men. So who knows? You could say that. Justin said Kenny's dad for sure. Yeah. He was hearing voices talking to him for sure. Hey, Fletch. Aliens. Snuggy's alien theory. He likes his aliens. Chris said Fatima saw it, not him, not her. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see about the alien thing. And yeah, maybe a Jinn is an alien. Who knows? You could say that. You could say that. He did say that he thought that the humans had the aliens captured and were undergoing an experiment on them, undertaking an experiment. So I don't know about that. I don't know if he still believes that part, but if there's any kind of alien, I guess that's good enough, and he shouldn't eat the chip. He shouldn't eat the chip anyway. I hope he, even if he's wrong, I hope he doesn't do it. Justin said, I thought about Jinn was a demon or spirit, but that's cool to know. Yeah, demon or spirit. Yeah, I don't know enough about these things. You guys are so knowledgeable about, in this community. There's so many knowledgeable people about mythology, religion, philosophy. I mean, I know about certain things, but not stuff like that. I don't know anything about jinns. All I know is about like all I know about genies or jinns is from Aladdin, and I know that's not accurate. Like, what is a jinn? I'm curious. I'm Googling it. It's a supernatural spirit from Islamic mythology. According to AI is telling me, a supernatural spirit from Islamic mythology, often described as a being that can appear in human or animal form with the ability to shapeshift. Oh, and is believed to be made of smokeless fire. In popular culture, they are often associated with granting wishes, similar to the concept of a genie in Western stories. Okay. So supernatural spirits. Yeah, I mean, it's like a type of god. It's like similar to an angel, it says. Could take the form of an animal or a human. It's a shapeshifter. Well, whether or not it's an alien, I think it's a great theory. I like the jinn theory. Yeah. I like the jinn theory a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care honestly if he's like, it doesn't matter if it's an alien or not. I like the theory that it's a jinn. It's really it makes a lot of sense, and Tony's theories are on point lately. He predicted Tabitha would come back in the ambulance, and she did. He was right. He convinced me. Made me change my mind, and he was right about the monsters like seeking immortality, turning into monsters because they saw immortality from a jinn. He thinks it was from a jinn. Who knows? But I like his theories a lot, and he also explains how the electricity works in town because of the manifestation theory, that it's things are pulled from people's nightmares. He agrees with what I think too, is that it's a nightmare realm that they're in. Things can be pulled or manifested from people's nightmares. And so when you dream something, Tony was saying that you only see the electrical cord, you don't see what's inside of it. So it's why nothing makes sense here. Things seem impossible because they're manifested from nightmares. You've got the lamps and they work, but the cords don't go anywhere. You got livestock popping up in the woods that shouldn't be there. You got water that's coming from the sink that shouldn't be there. So hell yeah, that gin and juice. Yeah. Yeah, Tony is a good guy. No. We like Tony a lot here. Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Tony's channel. I love his streams. I hate when I have to miss them. Yeah, I try to catch all the streams I can.
I'm in the classroom.
Sorry, it was my mom. Yeah, Tony's terrific, and we send our deepest condolences, as always, to him for the loss of his brother. So tragic, really. It's devastating. I can't even imagine. So I hope he's hanging in there, him and his family. And yeah, he's a great guy, and I hope he gets to interview the showrunners soon, because he deserves to. Angela Rock said jinns are supernatural. Okay. Yeah, they are in the Muslim religion. Yeah. Based on what I just Googled, that's what it says. I had no idea jinns came from the Muslim religion. That's news to me. I literally just Googled it. I love gin once in a while. Gin tonic, says Dieter. Yeah. So I don't know if Justin Justin is here. I don't know if he got to see this these cameos that Dieter that Dieter got for me. I'll play them. Wait a minute. Let's see if I have it here. Dieter was so generous, got me these 2 cameos. 2 more. He already got me this cameo from David Alpay, who plays Jade, and Hannah, who plays Julie. And then I got, let's see, I got this one here. Let me close that. This one from Chloe.
Hey, Julie. I hear you have a YouTube channel called Julie B Deep Dives, and your pal Dieter reached out to me to tell you to keep on going. Yo, I know it's hard, and even when you feel like you're trapped in a nightmare land and there's just crisis after crisis, there's always something to learn from it. I mean, at least that's what I keep telling Christy, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Yeah, so that was amazing. So thank you again, Dieter, for doing that for me. And she got your name wrong. She got your name wrong, but it is Dieter, not Dieter. But Chloe messed it up a little bit. That was so sweet of her. I loved her message. I don't know why she said it in such a sexy way, but
I wouldn't be mad if she said my name like that. I'll just say that.
yeah, well, somebody, I played it in the last stream and someone was like, "What is this, OnlyFans? Like, what the hell?" like, "Hey, Julie." She's like, "I hear you got a YouTube channel called Julie B Deep Dives."
I want to deep dive with you.
Yeah, I don't know why it came out so sexy.
Incidentally, that's the only time her mullet has looked really cool. To me, it was that image right there, that video.
Yeah, it looks good. They actually, I don't know what they do to it to style it so awful on the show, but it's very cute. It's cute off screen. It's cute. I've seen her in interviews and it looks cute there too. So it's like they're deliberately trying to butcher it for the show. I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah. it was oddly sensual the way she delivered that message. Very sweet of her. Let me see. Yeah, it's the Dieter. She said Dieter. And she has Belgium roots. Oh, I didn't know that, Dieter. I didn't know that. I'm gonna die because of her. Yeah, she just is sexy. I don't know why. She always talks like that. Julie's voice, OnlyFans.
Only froms.
Yeah. Only froms, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that one was like, yeah, I thought that on the first watch. I'm like, wow. I'm not into women, but wow, that was a sexy delivery, gotta say. It's not my thing, but yeah. And then this one from Avery was more in a normal tone. This was Avery's cameo.
Hi, Julie B Deep Dives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlett of Many Names. Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Well, that was sweet. That was a normal one. It was not being all seductive. Like, I guess Chloe's just naturally seductive, apparently.
Nothing she can do. It's the power of the mullet.
It is the power of the mullet. Yeah.
It compels her to speak sexy.
Yes. Seriously. Dustin said, "Oh, you're talking about me? She does have a phenomenal voice for sure. You should have seen Tony melt in his seat. She could do ASMR." Justin, you're making me blush over here. Jeez. Well, thank you, Justin. I I didn't even like the sound of my own voice until people started saying these things. I was like, what? I didn't like my own voice. I honestly didn't. So it's been very surprising, to be honest. I used to, back when we had answering machines, which I'm dating myself. Those are so old now. But when I was like maybe 10, well, yeah, I'd say when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, we still had answering machines. I hated the sound of my own voice on the answering machine. I hated it. I don't know why. I hated my voice. And for years, I hated my voice on a recording. So why people like it, I don't know, but I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
I always got compliment from my voice, like from the ladies.
Oh, you
So
got a nice voice. Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, I always got compliments, so I was always kind of full of myself. I was like, yeah, I got it. I got the magic, the
You do.
vocal magic.
You do. You do. Your voice is so smooth. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. No, but
Yeah.
I think it's just I think maybe it's a subconscious thing because like I hear your voice, it's just nice to me. I don't hear any, and I've heard other people say that before, like, oh, I don't like hearing my voice. I'm like, why? Unless you maybe Fran Drescher, there I can probably hear you not wanting, you're not wanting to hear your voice then, but
Right. I know. That, yeah. The nasally tone. Ugh.
right,
Then her laugh. Oh my God. It's awful.
right.
We're here to talk about from season 1.
I'm like, oh no, you might be here to talk about it, but I am not here to listen.
Right. Yeah. It's making your ears bleed. It's so bad.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I guess I just had insecurities, but I've gotten over them a lot. People have been really kind, so it helps. Hearing kind words has helped a lot. So I feel a lot more confident now. But yeah, now you have a voice like you should be doing voiceover work. You should be doing like audiobooks. Like you have the magic voice for sure.
Funny enough, I want to get into both of those for sure. Yeah.
No
voice
kidding.
acting.
Oh, do it.
Mhm.
Do
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you need to.
I got to put together a demo reel, and you know how people put like little demo reels when they do commercials or something like I don't know, like try TGIF Fridays, blah blah blah, stuff like that, different scenarios, and so I have to put together like a minute or whatever have demo reel, and I might get a professional one done by using like Fiverr, the app Fiverr,
Mm-hmm.
and having someone professionally mix it and put little music whatever with it, and I might do that.
Oh, you got to do that. You got to do that. Yeah, like you would, like anybody would jump on that. Like you could totally make a lot of money doing that. I'm sure of it. Like people would love to hear your voice. So you should absolutely do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I will.
It's soothing. It's soothing. It's just like it's chill, it's relaxing, it's smooth. Yeah, definitely. You got a voice for that. But Dieter here said my favorite is still David's, then Hannah, and then the rest. The tighter one is at the bottom, though. It was sexy because she screwed up your name. Yeah. Well, David's is definitely the most amazing. It's very long and it's incredibly kind. And he watched one of my videos, which completely blew my mind and had a lot of kind words. Yeah, David's is my fave for sure. And Jade is my favorite character, so that was really cool. That meant a lot.
Was his also the longest like reply?
Yes,
It seemed like it, right? From what I remember.
Yeah. Jade's was the longest one. It's like 2 minutes and change.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was very encouraging too. Like you could tell he wasn't just like, let me just get your money and just say whatever, right? Like he, was really trying to hype you up.
He was. That was the most amazing thing about it.
Yeah.
He actually took the time to watch one of my videos and was talking to me. It wasn't like he was reading a script. He really meant what he was saying. It was genuine.
Yeah.
That meant the world to me.
That's
absolutely dope. Like I will treasure that forever.
That really is dope. Yeah, I'm glad that you got that to have that experience, and I could tell it meant a lot to you too. Just but that's dope. I mean, hell, if you gave me I don't know, Beyonce or somebody saying something nice to me, I'd be like, hey, you can't tell me anything anymore. I'm good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and especially for a series where you're pouring your heart into, and really covering as the way you do, to have somebody from the show respect you enough to check out your work and then say something like that. Oh yeah, it's got to be good. Got to feel good, I would imagine.
It's amazing. It's an amazing feeling, and especially since I went into this with a lot of deep insecurities, and I did have some very negative experiences with some really nasty comments and attacks directed at me and accusations that were not true. So it got in my head, and I'm a very sensitive person, so it meant a lot that he gave me a pep talk in that video and told me, just don't listen to all that. Don't listen to the negativity. It's just noise. And keep going. All of the kind words he said, like that's exactly what I needed to hear. And he said, keep going. Keep working hard at this. Like you're doing it. It matters. He said it matters, which meant a lot to me because this channel has given me a sense of purpose that I didn't have before in my life. And the fact that he said what I'm doing matters and he had kind words about it, that's everything to me. So
that's beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, Scarlett, what happened?
Oh, I just got bummed off. Every once in a while, StreamYard will just bump me off for absolutely no reason.
Oh, yeah. Stupid StreamYard.
I left you a couple of messages in Discord that you kind of need to address. They're kind of businessy.
Oh, okay. I'll check that.
Live business.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
I just thought it was stuff you didn't know. I was relaying some stuff.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, I was just, huh?
I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm pretty much sleepy, and my cat's loud.
Oh, I just heard your cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off soon too.
You hear the cat? The cat is like, that's enough.
Wow. Your cat has some things to say. Your cat wants to weigh in on this rewatch.
Yeah, the StreamYard went out and the cat took all my attention.
What if the cat is secretly giving us the answers to From, but we can't speak cat, so we don't know what it's saying?
Mm-hmm.
We can't.
It's our version of Aunt Cooey.
Right. We're like, what are you trying to say?
Yeah.
That's great. I love it. I love vocal cats. They're so much fun. Very entertaining to have around. Yes, Justin. Yeah, that was awesome. Chloe did that. That was a really cool video she did, and it felt genuine too. It didn't feel. None of them sounded like they were reading from a script at all, which is amazing. That's amazing. Sometimes they look like they're just reading from a piece of paper, and they don't mean anything that they're saying. But it's all genuine. Hannah's was too. Where's Hannah's? This one.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin. I hear that your YouTube account just hit 1,000 subscribers a few weeks ago. Round of applause, congratulations. I hope that your YouTube channel just continues to grow and get bigger and bigger because I hear that you talk about From on your YouTube account, which is so awesome to hear. I'm so happy that the show has resonated with you enough to talk about it and analyze it, and that's just so cool. It just blows my mind every time that people love it so much that they do stuff like that. It's still so cool to me. So I really wish you the best with this account, and thank you so much for watching From and enjoying From and making your videos. Keep it up. We need answers, and I feel like you're going to be one of the ones to help us find those answers, because it sure as hell not going to be me. I don't know what's going on ever. So thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Sorry, Scarlett. I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't know you were about to say something.
I was gonna say something to the guy named Dieter. Is
Oh.
that how you pronounce your name? Dieter?
Dieter. Yeah.
No, he left me a message. Where is his message? Oh, Scarlett, is this your final name? No, it is not. No, it is not, Dieter. It is not my final name.
Oh.
I was waiting for somebody to see if I would change my name, and that didn't happen, but I may just change my name anyway. It was going to be like a surprise reveal, but now it's not happening, so it might just be a regular reveal.
Like your actual name?
A version of my name integrated it with Scarlett, perhaps in the future, but not just right now.
Oh, intriguing. I'm intrigued.
Oh, yeah. What's the cat think?
Justin took it. Oh my god. Wow.
What do you think?
Your cat is very chatty right now.
Oh yeah.
Justin thought that was funny. Scarlet of many names.
I think it's great.
That was great. Yeah. Dieter said I heard it and thought, damn, on other YouTube did that too in the past, and I looked up a website where you can enter words and how to pronounce them. He never said it like that again. Yeah, I thought it was fitting not to laugh about Scarlet. It is what it is. It's just what it is. If I pick a name that she doesn't like anymore, that would suck more. Yeah. Oh, you really think I can do stuff with my voice? Like,
Don't mean sexual stuff.
Not sexual stuff. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that.
I don't know. I think you could, Julie. If you really wanted to. I'm sorry, it's early.
Yeah, we're not talking sexual stuff. Okay, good. Yeah, I would feel awkward as hell.
This week on From.
Yeah.
This week on From.
I'm not good at that kind of thing. I mean, I could imitate how Chloe was doing it, but
do it, Julie. Let's hear it. Let's hear the sensual take of From.
Well, I mean, the way she said it, it was like, "Hey, Julie, I hear you got a YouTube channel called Julie B Deep Dives."
That's what I said. It was flirtatious. Like when you showed me on Wednesday before I had to leave, I was like, "That's flirty."
It was flirty. I don't know why she did it like that, but it's funny though.
I think it's just her personality. I think she's just she's got a flirty personality.
It could be it.
She's
Yeah,
also a film
like
director.
that.
I got her YouTube channel up, and she's done a couple short films and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they look really cool.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah, it's under her name. It's right on YouTube, so I subscribed to her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. Cool. Yeah, I really like her a lot. Yeah, I think it's just her natural thing. I've seen her on interviews, and she's always kind of sensual the way that she talks and her facial expressions and the way she leans into the camera and looks into it. It's just kind of her natural state. She's a very sensual person. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. Belated goodbye, Fletch. I'm sure you might hear this later because you're gonna watch the replay. So have a good day to you too, Fletch. Thanks for stopping in always. Dieter says gonna try and make a video from the cameos where every time they say Julie after each other and ending with their goodbyes. That would actually be really cool to use for the channel. That would be cool. Like them saying my channel name and stuff. Yeah, that would be awesome, Dieter. If we could figure that out.
Yeah, nice little outro for you, right?
Yeah. And I don't have an outro, so that would be perfect. Yeah, we got to figure that out. Would love that. For sure. You know, Jeremy got somebody sent him a cameo to Jeremy Ice and Fire saying it was David Alpe saying something about, you know, you better watch Jeremy Ice and Fire or you're going in the box. So, like, yeah, so he uses that. I don't think he uses it a lot, but yeah, yeah, we could totally splice something together with them saying my channel name and stuff. That would be fun. For sure. Yeah, Hannah is super sweet. Justin was happy to see you're back. say Scarlett is back. Then it says Scarlett.
I had to look up some stuff online too, and like if I didn't want to get kicked out of StreamYard a second time because I'm on an iPad, so if I go out of StreamYard, it sometimes kicks me off, and I have to get up early. So I was looking at like where I would needed to go and the weather and everything. So,
wait, you have to get up early today?
I'm gonna get up in like, what's it, 5? I'm gonna get up around 11 and do some
Oh,
stuff.
okay. You gotta get some sleep. Jeez.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Justin said, wait, what?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking funny things about the never mind the sexual stuff.
Peter's always joking about how I should have like I have an OnlyFans voice or something, but he doesn't mean it in a sexual way.
Sure, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It's like he's thinking like ASMR kind of thing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Like I should do ASMR stuff, but I don't know what the hell I would say. I guess you get a microphone and you like talk into it. Sometimes people whisper into a microphone. It's interesting. There's a whole ASMR trend on YouTube that's fascinating to me, and I like some of it. It's very soothing to the ears. I don't know. Maybe I could try it. You know, I'll have a microphone. I don't know what the hell I would say though. I'm awkward, so I don't know. But maybe if I had like a script of something people would say normally when they're doing that, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. I'd feel it. I don't know. I would feel weird doing it, but
well, you could do audiobooks.
Yeah, people have suggested that to me. The only thing is, well, I guess you have to make sure you stay hydrated and take breaks and then edit it together. You're not going to sit there and read the whole thing.
Yeah.
I have a video I have to read the script for. It's going to be my longest one yet. I think I might have to break it in two. I can't do the whole thing at once. Man in Yellow versus Boy in White. This thing is going to be like
Ultimate Smackdown.
Yeah. It's
who would I put my money on? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Yeah.
Your thumbnail is just like the Boy in White with boxing gloves and the Man in Yellow with boxing gloves.
I can picture that. Yeah. I'm picturing them as like the robot, those like Rock'em Sock'em robot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Man in Yellow has the power, but the Boy in White is sly, so it's hard to choose.
Indeed. This video is just it's wearing me out making this thing, getting ready to make this thing. I'm hoping I can at least finish it by later today. I already gave away a bunch of stuff I'm going to say in it during these lives, but that's okay. But yeah, it's gonna be. I think I'm gonna have almost 200 images in it. So, and it's long. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. People have said sometimes they can hear me drinking a sip of water in the video. That doesn't sound good.
No, like, we need to get you some editing stuff.
I need to learn how to edit stat. Seriously, this is not good. I can't keep.
I mean, it's probably not too hard. It's probably just an app for Chromebook. This gives you the most basic stuff. I mean, you don't have to do some Final Cut Pro action here. You're not dealing with the tints and stuff like that. So all you need is something to be able to clip things out and edit them together. I need to put things together.
Yeah, because I need to be able to stop and take drinks of water, and if I make a mistake, cut it out. Instead of having to leave in mistakes, I have to learn how. Sitting there reading, you have no idea what a pain it is to sit there for my longest video was like 46
Yeah.
minutes long. And I had to sit there and read the whole thing without stopping and try not to screw up. I've gotten better at not screwing up. I will say that. I've gotten a lot better. I have less screw ups, but it's really annoying and taxing, and I get dehydrated. I can't win. Somebody complained when I sounded like my voice was too dry. They didn't like the dry mouth noises. And then I tried taking a sip of water really quick in between sentences, and someone said they could hear me swallowing a sip of water. So I can't win no matter what I do with this until I learn to edit. Yeah, it's annoying. So I got to figure it out. And here I was thinking, oh, sure, when season 3 ends, everything's going to slow down. I'll have plenty of time to learn how to edit videos. I dove headfirst into this rewatch instead, and now we're doing Severance rewatch and covering it. So nothing is slowed down at all. Nothing's ever going to slow down. Apparently, I'm too far down the rabbit hole, obsessed with this stuff. So I'll have to just make time. That's all. I'll make time, and I'm gonna make time for actually having a life and having, hanging out in the Discord with friends and talking to everybody in the Discord. I want to do more of that, and I've been talking for months about talking to getting together with Justin and Robert Saunders and in the voice chat and talking with them. I gotta make time somewhere for this. Maybe if I learn how to edit, it'll simplify things and actually save me time in the long run. So, okay, I'm gonna wrap up. I just want to read a few more comments so we can wrap this up and get off. And Justin said Hannah was right at the very beginning of filming that we would get the origin of the monsters. Oh, did Hannah say that? Cool. Yeah, she was right. I never would have thought we'd get that in season 3. That was a big answer. That's awesome. That would be awesome. Her actual name, said Justin. I think he's talking about like if Dieter, if we figure out how to edit together those clips with my name. Justin said those late night, early morning 1-800 numbers on From. like those dirty phone lines that people used to call for phone sex. I could work for one of those then, maybe.
Yeah, no, like Sarah, she's like, I got my screwdriver.
That's fantastic. Oh my god, I forgot about that. People used. Do you remember there used to be commercials on TV? I don't think they are anymore.
Yeah.
It would be commercials like late at night. You would see it, and it would be for phone sex lines.
Yeah. Call 1-800 From, and we can both make you. I'm not going to finish the rest of that sentence.
Oh my god!
I can stare at you across the room holding a screwdriver.
All I know is I can also make you Nkui.
Oh my god!
Have you ever been jabbed by a screwdriver?
Oh, it's fantastic.
request Sarah.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know how people do that. Like they even put that in a cartoon when I was a kid. It went over my head at the time, but it was in Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh, yeah.
He got a job as a phone sex person. Like
Rocco's or something else. Cartoons back then had they applied to like kids, but also to adults who knew better, right? So we would see some of those things later on in life. We like, oh, that's what they were saying. Okay.
Yep.
That's funny.
It's crazy. I watch it as an adult, and there's so many things that went over my head. So many adult jokes. I can't believe they got away with putting that in a children's show. That's crazy.
Yeah. Look at Ren and Stimpy, or look at The Simpsons did it sometimes, but like look at Ren and Stimpy and things like that, or Beavis and Butthead. They had all those crazy, innuendos that people didn't quite catch.
Right? Yeah. They had a lot of that. Ren and Stimpy definitely did too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they got away with this. How did the network sign off on this? Like, sure, this is okay to put in a children's show.
Right. Heck, even some of the Disney movies, if you look at them, like there are people that broke down where they put like secret messages of sex and things like that into the movies that I never noticed until I saw the steal.
I just saw a video about that.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably actually look it up on my YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They inserted stuff in
trying to debunk the theories in the 90s and then the ones
they inserted stuff, Julie.
As soon as I said that, I was like, wait a minute, pause.
It's not too late to call 1-800-FROM.
They inserted
I'm Donna. You want to come to my sex parties? We have great sex parties at Colony House. I'll be watching in the corner. They'll also be watching.
Oh God.
Tilly be watching.
Yeah. But they, no pun intended, they inserted stuff into Disney movies that they shouldn't have.
That's what I'm saying. There's a video essay on it. I should look it up and send you the link. This guy
send
did
it to me.
Yeah, I could do it right now. I don't know if I'll follow StreamYard, but I can do it.
Yeah, well, no, you don't have to. Yeah, I don't have to do it now, but yeah, I want to see that. I know certain things like
Well, I'm doing it now.
The one of the most famous ones is the Lion King, when a bunch of leaves fly up in the sky, and you can see they form the word sex right there in the sky. And then I think the most egregious one, and the one that's completely undeniable, is in, I believe it's The Rescuers. There's like these two little cartoon characters driving a car down a hill, and they literally pass by a building, and in the window for about 1 or 2 frames of the cartoon, it's very quick. You wouldn't, unless you pause it at exactly the right instant, you wouldn't see it. But there is literally a live action naked topless woman in the window.
Oh wow.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's intentional. Because good artists do that. Apparently, watch this video. I'll send you this video. It's Fredster 2000. It's got 35K views. The 90s subliminal scandal that shook Disney.
I just saw it with The Rescuers. I looked it up. I just saw it.
Yes, it's real.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Oh my God. And I heard that the reason for it is because the animator that did it knew he was getting fired. So it was a disgruntled employee.
Oh wow. He's like, hey, I'm getting out of here. So take this.
Yeah, let's put this explicit material in a children's movie. The hell, so screwed up. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it when I saw that, and it's real. And eventually Disney caught it, and I don't think it's in the DVD versions of it, but it kicked her off. I knew it was gonna kick her off if she looked up that video. Yeah, but Javon Keys, hey, what's up? He said the Little Mermaid had inappropriate things. The original VHS poster, the poster for the original Little Mermaid, it did have what looked like a phallic symbol in the castle. A lot of people thought of that. It looked like a phallic shape, let's just say that, as part of the castle. And Javon Keys said the priest in Little Mermaid had a boner. It looked like he did. It looked like he did. I've seen that too. Yeah. Scarlett, I knew it was going to kick you off.
I just put the link in there in case.
Thank you.
Well, I gave it to you in Discord, but I didn't know if Infinite Umbra wanted to see it. So the link's in there. It's a video essay. It was pretty good. 35K views.
Wow.
No, about the scandal, about the 90s Disney scandal.
Oh, interesting. Is this new? I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, it was some kind of like tricks and stuff that like cartoonists used to do before people had VHS and DVD and they could pause every frame.
Right. Yeah. And now it's like you can find these things. So you wouldn't have ever seen that if you were just watching The Rescuers. It was only like one frame of a cartoon, so you're not going to see it. But now they can find these things easily. So yeah, you can play things in slow motion until you find that exact frame. And Mackie said, it did say the word sex. I swear to God, it looked like the word sex in the sky on Lion King. And by the way, when did this turn into the from live stream after dark? Now we're doing an after dark.
Yeah, that's what you should call it from now on. From After Dark.
Tony has his after dark streams, and like apparently now we're doing our own from after dark stream. It's from themed though. I don't know how we got here, but it's fun anyway. Justin's Donna will be watching with Dale and Tilly in the corner. Yeah, like Scarlett said. Yeah, sex parties with an audience. You know, Kenny's gonna fit right in there. Not, he so does not belong there. So much 18 plus stuff. Where are the mods? From Morningwood. Oh my god. It technically is morning, so but it's still dark because it's winter. It's dark where I am anyway. Oh, she posted the link in the chat. Yeah, the link is there if people want to check out that essay. It has nothing to do with From. I don't know how we got on this, but it's fun to go on tangents sometimes, off on tangents. That's awesome. I need to go back and watch The Rescuers, Justin said. Yes. Yeah. You got to check out these YouTube videos that show this stuff. There are some on YouTube that actually they reveal this, but it's fun watching kids stuff even as an adult. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not ashamed to say I watch Rocco's Modern Life. I think it's even more fun as an adult because I understand the jokes now. There's so much adult humor. And I watch Ren and Stimpy. I watch Are You Afraid of the Dark? I still indulge in some of that sometimes.
Yeah, it's classics. Rocco's Modern Life. I remember that.
Yes.
Rocco's Modern Life.
Hell yeah. I love it. It's one of my all-time favorites from when I was a kid, and it went over my head, all the jokes. It was okay, but nowadays you would never see that. Everything is squeaky clean for kids. Nobody would ever get away with that now. But freaky From hour, Mackie said. Lion King is sound. What is that? Sound effects? Dieter, everyone is leaving to their rooms for some reason. Oh man, that's funny. Someone has, hey there, a city's burn 41. Someone has the 5 in the morning giggles.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to point out in The Lion King, the letters are SFX for special effects.
Okay, so it's not sex.
It was a joke from the to thank the special effects department, but then they didn't think anybody would see it, and then people saw it, and then they misinterpreted it.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
And that's in the video, but I knew of that before, but that's in the video. I dropped the link on.
See, that wasn't a good idea because that looks way too close. The F could easily be seen as an E, so they should not have done that. They shouldn't have done that.
Whoops.
You frummers frumming around. Yes, we are frumming around. The city's burned. Yes, we are.
Hey,
indeed.
I didn't say sex parties. Donna said sex party. Oh wait, Kenny said sex parties.
Yeah, he did. He's the one who brought it up.
Blame Kenny for all this.
He is the one who brought it up. It's Kenny's fault.
Exactly.
Yeah. Honestly, it's almost like he's low key interested in it. Like you're not still doing those sex parties, are you?
My cats. I'm lonely.
Yeah. Yeah. Kenny could have a whole world open to him now.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll be in season 4.
Right? He's already on a really close first name basis with Acosta all of a sudden. All of a sudden she's Danny to him. Mm-hmm. So something's going on there.
We all know Danny is short for danger.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yep, yeah. Something's going down there. Yeah,
Mhm.
he's stealing Tony's girl, as he likes to say. Sorry, Tony.
Mhm.
Kenny's getting your girl. Like that's. It's almost like the writer saying a "screw you" to Tony, because Tony, he's been saying, all along, the whole Kenny's not getting no ass. Kenny's never getting no ass. He's been saying that since day one, and now he's gonna get Tony's girl. He loves Acosta. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna introduce a hottie to the show, and yeah, Kenny's gonna
I
get
hope
some.
there's a lot
There
of
you go.
romantic scenes.
There you go, Tony. Yeah, in
Just so
case
Tony
somebody
can be
gets
like,
some.
uh.
Yep. Yeah. It's almost like they're trolling Tony now. I think that's hilarious. Let's see. Oh yeah, Justin said, yeah, we could like turn it into an outro song. We could include like their when the actors were saying my name. That could be neat. Like have an outro song and then splice that into it. That would be so cool. Totally need to do that. Oh, Mackie said we always miss Scarlett when you drop off. That was nice.
Aw, that's sweet.
That was nice, Mackie. I'm going back and looking at any comments that I missed, so that's why.
Yeah.
A City's Burn said, did y'all see the interview with the two main writers proving that it's a dream of a drunken Australian who got into a fight with a kangaroo? That sounds like something Tony was talking about. Something about a drunken guy who was fighting a kangaroo. Is that legit? If so, poor kangaroo. Don't be hurting kangaroos. We love animals.
Kangaroos are horrible.
Kangaroos are horrible? Really?
Well, first they overpopulate, and then they like punch people. Have you ever seen the thing of the woman? The woman she's just nonchalantly putting clothing on a clothing line, and here comes a kangaroo out of nowhere and hits her dead on and knocks her over.
No way! I did not know that.
They're a nuisance animal in Australia. The Australians can probably agree if you're on here.
I had
kangaroos.
Oh, too bad we don't have any Australians in the chat right now. We usually do.
Oh, even if you watch this for later, if you do a replay, put your information in the chat. We'll know that you listened this far.
Yeah. Write me a comment if there are any Australians listening to the replay. Tell me your kangaroo
They're
story.
kind of like the equivalent of deer in Michigan. They're just like a nuisance animal. They're all over the place. Except kangaroos can kill you with a kick, and deers can't really kill you with a kick. I mean, they have a powerful kick.
Damn. Jeez.
Guys, you got to be going to watch out for Data, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He likes to know if people like to go down under.
Yes. We just had an Australian guy on the panel.
I just saw Timmy's face
last night. Oh, you found Timmy?
The catnip.
Oh, thank God it worked.
It took a long time, but I got it. I put it all over the place.
Oh, thank God it worked. He's
whoever said that. Thank you.
Oh, I will. I don't remember who said it, but we found the cat. He's okay.
The catnip?
Okay, just stuck his head up.
He just poked his head out. The catnip worked. Thank God.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was scary. At least we know he's breathing. We don't know if he's sick or not, but okay.
Yeah.
That's a relief. So I don't remember who it was who said we should put out catnip, but thank you so much. I'm gonna have to go back and see if I can remember who said that.
I was trying to look through things to see.
Thank you so much to the kind person who suggested putting catnip out, because that's what made him come out. My mom put catnip all over. Well, see, this community is amazing. This is why we're
It's a Friday the 13th miracle. Well, it's Saturday the 14th miracle.
Yes. Saturday the 14th miracle. Yes. So this is what makes us Frumily, because we're there for each other. It's not just about a TV show. If someone has a problem,
about subliminal Disney 90s stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kangaroos and lost cats.
Yes, and and dirty Nickelodeon 90s stuff too.
Oh, I don't know. That's beyond me. I never got this Nickelodeon.
Oh well, yeah. They literally. I was talking about Rocco on Nickelodeon, Rocco's phone sex job. So yeah, Nickelodeon was kind of freaky in the 90s.
You call that a knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Mm-hmm. And then a kangaroo comes up and hits him on the side of the head.
Yes.
Out of nowhere at like 60 miles per hour.
Yes. I always joke with my Australian friend who I podcast with on Fridays, and the way they say no, right? I think in a specific dialect in like, I think Western Australia, they'll say it like nar. They don't say no. It's like nar, like NOAR. Nar.
Oh.
It's like it's like ice picks to your ear. It sounds terrible. It's like, do you want this? Nar.
It's so weird. Yeah.
It sounds very weird, but it's very true.
That's so weird. Oh my god. You do accents really well. You can do like voiceovers with accents too.
Why don't you guys come here and watch From? With the Fromily.
That's so good. You could totally fool me into thinking you're from Australia. We had a guy on last night who was on the live with us who was from Australia for a few hours. Actually, he was on the panel. What is his name? He has a channel, Mr.
Dennis.
Mr. Grant Gregory. That was it.
I was close. It's literary, just the same way.
Yes, it is. You were close.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You could totally have like fooled me. It made me think you were really Australian with that accent yourself. But sorry, I didn't acknowledge you as Cities Burn earlier, but I did later. It's me, John Sanders. Okay. I'm sorry. I did not mean to ignore you. I am so sorry about that.
So somebody's been watching WWE. They said, acknowledge me.
Yes.
The tribal chief right here. I see you.
Yep. I see you there. I see you. Let's see. Sex sells. People watch a lot of nature movies. I think a lot of different fans are going to join this stream. Yeah, I don't know. We went down a strange road with this. I don't know how we got there, but it's fun to go off on tangents sometimes. I enjoy it. I think everybody does. Like I don't know. There's no need for lives to be so strictly formal and structured. I like kind of free flowing and going off on tangents and stuff. It's fun. Why the hell not?
I agree.
Yeah. So we're here to have fun. Sick minds. Yeah. Back to From. When is Kenny gonna have intercourse and with who?
Right after he said sick minds.
That's great, Dieter.
I think Acosta might be the one, by the way, that Kenny, goes and finally gets some from, and it might cause that rift that you were talking about earlier. That she might cause him to choose between her and backing Boyd.
Yep, I think so too. Yep, I think he might. Yeah, you could. That could really rock his world, change his his whole his whole worldview. It's gonna open up a whole world to him.
Right.
He'll see everything differently. Yeah. He's gonna reassess his loyalty after that one. Yeah, Kenny nonchalantly asked about sex parties as if he wasn't interested. Cut the crap, Kenny. Right, Javon? Yeah. I think somebody protests too much. For sure. Kenny just wants to use those handcuffs, Justin said. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. That's perfect. She still got the handcuffs right there. So, hey, yeah. Why not? What's your Kenny and Acosta? What's your theory on this, Tony? Right? I did not know about this, Justin, about kangaroos. I had no idea. That's crazy. I've got to look up videos now. I'm really curious. Yeah, Justin said, "Wow, that was really good. I thought you had a fourth person on the panel with the accent. It was really good." Yes. Oh, Mackie. Yeah. She sounds cute. Glad the cat's back. Yeah, I'm relieved. Yeah, that was my mom. You could hear her. Yeah. Yeah, she's relieved. We're relieved. That was scary. Dieter said, if a kangaroo sees you with your morning wood, watch out for a head kick. God. How did we get how do we
I would be terrified of a kangaroo running up on me to whatever. It's like they're little muscular marsupials. Like, get away from me. And they're big. Like, they get up on their hind tail, like it back up on their hind leg and tail, and they just kick you. I do not want to feel that.
Yeah. Damn. I had no idea about any of this. I'm learning all kinds of things tonight.
Yeah. And they got like claws too. They like, you would think they don't have like claws like that, but they got little claws too.
Wow, well, you learn something new every day. That's fascinating stuff. And I thought they were just really cute animals with the little pouch with the baby kangaroo. That's what I picture in my head.
You're right. Next thing you know, they're drop kicking you, back to America from Australia.
Yes. Well, I gotta look into this. I'm intrigued now. I'm looking up at these old ones that I missed. Dieter said, whispering or cameos and say, "Hey, Dieter, I'm gonna kill you in From," in a sexy way. Very unique.
Hey, I'm here to kill you.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Hey, if there's a market for that, if somebody wants to pay me for doing that, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It seems like easy money to me. Hell yeah. Yes, A City's Burn. I saw he did a few interviews. I saw the one with Tony Teflon, the man who plays the man in yellow, the guy who plays the man in yellow. Doug Hughes did an amazing interview with Tony. He also did one with What Is Fromcast, which I have to still check out. I haven't had a chance to. I saw some of it, but I need to see the rest.
I haven't seen either of those. I got to check that out.
Oh, you got to. They're so good. This guy is brilliant. He's so smart, and he has a lot of interesting ideas. And he gives away some stuff about how the man in yellow is going to be an important role. Is going to have an important role next season.
Okay, yeah, I got to check that out. Did you check the one? Did you catch the one on that? I think it's what's his name, Emmanuel, from when he interviewed the showrunners and such.
E-Man, yes, Emmanuel, yes, that was a really good interview.
Yeah,
wow.
Very insightful. They were very careful, not to give too much away, but they definitely cleared up some things. Like the one thing I was very happy to hear is like, this is not a dream or some type of simulation. I was like, good.
Hell yes.
I could not imagine having that and be like, oh, this was just a dream. I would have been so disappointed at the end of this if that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah. Dieter. Sorry, Dieter.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That would have been horrible. So I was so relieved that they said that. They said it's not a dream. It's not purgatory. Purgatory would be the only thing that would completely ruin the show for me. So I was so relieved. It was a great interview. And yeah, the stuff that Doug Hughes revealed, really interesting stuff, that he thinks the man in yellow is management over the monsters, and he's going to have an important role next season. That's why they made him audition in person. So, and he read a really interesting quote by Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein, all about how villains are not born that way, that they're created through circumstances and the world turning its back on them. It's
I heard you mentioning that earlier. That's what you were speaking about. Okay.
Yes.
I see. Mary Shelley's quote. Got you.
Yeah. It's fascinating stuff. He read this entire long quote, which I read earlier. It's beautiful. He reads it he knows it from memory. He just said it in the interview. It was beautiful. It said, and it ends with the monsters in their tragedy show us what could happen to all of us if the world turned its back on us. Just really fascinating stuff. I loved it. So
highly recommend everybody check out that interview if you haven't already with Tony Teflon and Doug Hughes. Hey, Scarlett.
I just came back on to say goodbye. I think I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to.
I sent you a gif of 2 kangaroos fighting.
Okay. And I'm looking at what else you sent me here. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I see the kangaroos fighting. Oh, my God.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, my God.
I couldn't find the one with the clothesline, but the clothesline was classic. It was like a lady putting up a clothes, and then out of nowhere, this high-speed kangaroo just comes up full bore and just kicks her as hard as she can. She just falls over. He just keeps going. He just keeps hopping.
What the hell?
Like he had a vendetta.
Oh, my God. That's crazy.
Yeah. Are you gonna show it?
It's right here. It's not moving anymore. Wait a minute. There it is.
Yeah, see how they balance themselves on the tail, and then they just start going at it.
What the hell? Oh my God.
I saw a dude boxing one of them one time.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, they do balance on their tails. That's insane. That's insane.
They can break bones. They can break bones with a kick.
Wow.
I bet they can.
Yeah.
They're huge too. Oh my God. Look at the size of their legs.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
It's like a nightmare creature.
Yeah. Okay, now I understand. Like, I didn't understand why Tony was bragging about how he could fight a kangaroo. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, now I get it.
A kangaroo can stand as tall as 6'6".
Wow. Are you serious?
You're serious. They can stand up to 6 feet tall, 6'6". 6.6 it says. That's terrifying.
That is terrifying. Damn. We want to get on its bad side. Shit. That's crazy.
The eastern gray kangaroo, 6.6 feet, it says.
Wow.
This has become like Wild Kingdom. I love it.
Look over there. That's a kangaroo. That right there is the eastern gray. Watch out for him. He's a fighter.
Oh, it's fantastic. Wow. Yeah, I don't know how we got here. It's been a long, strange road. We've meandered from to Phone 6 Lines and Rocco's Modern Life to Disney dirty Disney stuff to fighting kangaroos and everything in between. I don't know how we got here, but it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. So it doesn't matter. We can go off topic. It's always a good time. Angela Rock said there's a movie from the 80s about a boxing kangaroo. That's funny. Julie watches different nature documentaries than National Geographic. Dieter, thank you for the fun. Love it. It's hard these days. Glad we have the same humor. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, glad we can be here for you. That's what this family is all about. Kangaroo Jack. Kangaroo jacking. Oh my God.
Kangaroo jacking.
Oh my God.
Call now for kangaroo jacking. 1-800-JACK.
Yikes.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm going to bed now. See you guys.
Bye, Scarlett.
You can talk about kangaroos jacking. Now let's go to bed. Bye-bye. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Scarlett.
Talk to you later.
Yep. See ya.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So now we've melded together the tangents from Phone 6 Lines and kangaroos all in one. It's even better. Oh, it's fantastic. Oh, I love it so much. Like, this is the best. That's why I love this community. We have a lot of fun here.
Acosta, Justin said Acosta is Kenny's best chance. They will both be shooting guns. Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's gonna happen. So anybody who said Kenny's never getting some, yeah, no, it's gonna happen. I believe it. I have faith. Mackie said me and my boy called one of those lines last year. I can make you angry. You did? Wow. That was great. There was a scene where Marge said to Homer, slow then fast in a very sensual way on The Simpsons. Oh, okay. Okay. At least that's not made for kids. Jeez. Um, the stuff that they got away with, it's amazing. But it's the best. Even SpongeBob. SpongeBob had inappropriate jokes too, just not quite as bad. But let's see. I just want to hit all these comments before I sign off. Kangaroos can whoop people's asses and fight. Yeah, that's. I'm gonna be looking up more of those videos because that's very entertaining. Timmy went on an adventure with his fairy cat parents. Yeah, yeah, Timmy, our cat Timmy, just like the Fairly Odd Parents. Yes, he went on an adventure. Now he's back. Thankfully, that was scary. So thank you to the Frumley for being so supportive and kind. We couldn't find him and helping out. The catnip did the trick. So appreciate all the kindness. You guys are the best. You really are. The best community. I don't know what I would do without you guys. It is like a family here. And I just never want us to break up. Even From is over, we got to find some other show to come together around. So we never break up this family because it's just the best community I've ever been a part of online. Like, hands down, I've never seen anything like it. Oh, I missed this one from Justin. I wonder why the man in yellow shakes his head no almost constantly while he's talking. Jim barely even knew if he could take the guy serious. I didn't catch that. That's interesting, Justin. I'm going to have to take another look at that.
I didn't watch that either.
That's really interesting.
I was talking to a buddy of mine who is what do they call it? He is Sikh, I guess, Sikh, and he told me that I don't know if it's I guess Indians and not Native American Indians, but Indian Indians from overseas. They actually shake their head when they talk to you, and I was like, "What?" He's like, "Look," he said, "Look up some videos, you'll see it." I never did look that up, but that's funny to me to think of this when he's saying that.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take another look at that scene. I never caught that. Yeah, I will definitely take a look at that, Justin. That's an NBA kangaroo. Yeah. Javon said this is perfect for my wake and bake. Nice. Enjoy. Enjoy. These two kangaroos going at it fighting like they in Walmart, Justin. Yeah, that was crazy. I've never seen anything like that. I learned some new stuff tonight / morning. Now it's morning. Yeah. Scarlett is awesome. She's the best. So I'm lucky to have her as my co-host. I really am. Yeah. And thanks, Justin. Yeah, I think it's been a really fun one. I've really enjoyed this. Naki said we'll find a show even if we have to make it ourselves. Yes. And indeed. And in fact, Justin and I have talked about that, Justin and I have talked about like what if we just create our own show? He does screenwriting and stuff. So we could create the show, all the kind of gripes that we have with the shows we watch. Sometimes I think really hardcore theory crafting fans could just put their energy into making our own show. So hey, who knows? Maybe we could. That would be cool. Even if we have to make a show ourselves, we got to stay together as a community. 100%. And just put our heads together and do a think tank, make our own damn show if we have to. We can't ever break this up. Dieter said, with this context in mind, Julie, can you open this GIF? It's not nasty, but you do wonder what SpongeBob is doing. Okay. I trust you, Dieter. Good night, AAMM. See you later. Thank you for being here. Okay, I gotta and I gotta, before I sign off, I gotta remember to promote a few things. Scarlett sent me a few things. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna open Dieter's GIF. I trust him. I know he's not gonna he's not sending me something dirty to show, so no worries. Hold on, this is really slow. Okay. And so I think the Discord link is still posted at the top of the chat. So if you guys haven't joined my Discord yet, we're doing Severance watch parties every Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Next week we'll do episodes 3 and 4. And I'll either go live right after that, like I did this week, and we'll discuss it right then and there with a call-in panel. Either that or I'll do it Friday night. I haven't decided yet, but definitely going to do another live for Severance to discuss episodes 3 and 4. And so that'll be Thursdays at 10 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. The link for that is at the top of the chat right now. And it's a good place to have great conversations. You know, we're getting more and more people as time goes by. It's still new, but we're going to have lots more watch parties. And I'm going to stream Severance Season 2 in there when the episodes drop. So when they drop, I'm going to stream it right then for people who want to watch in January when it starts, January 17th, Severance Season 2.
Guys, you know, I missed you guys. Episode 1 and 2 watch that this week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. To join you. What I'll do is I'll watch the first 2 episodes and then I can try to join you all for 3 and 4.
Oh, cool. That would be great. Yeah, that would be awesome if you want to join. Yeah, we would love to have you. So, yeah, and anybody else that missed episodes 1 and 2, if you want to join my Discord and you don't have a way to watch episodes 1 and 2, I can direct you in my Discord to a place where you can watch it. So if you want to do that, if you don't have access to it, just join my Discord, and I'll put the information in there. I thought I pinned my Discord link. I guess I never did. Wait, what the heck? Wait a minute. Where is this? Okay. Is this okay? Yeah, this is the right one. Here's the Discord link. I don't know why I thought I pinned it, but I didn't. Here it is. So if anybody's not in there, there it is for you. And Sunday night, I'll be on Sci-Fi Visions live again with Scarlett. Also talking about From Season 1, Episode 2 with Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision there. So come check us out over there if you can. That's 10:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night. And then I'll be live again next Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern as usual. And we'll be diving into episode 3 of season 1 of From, or Rewatch. So that'll be then. And then tomorrow, hopefully, well, not tomorrow, later today, I'm hoping I can finally drop my video on the Man in Yellow and the Boy in White, all my theories and thoughts on that. Okay, I finally found the link, Dieter. Let me see. Okay, wait. Yeah, it's okay, yeah, I can. That's funny. It's SpongeBob. I'll share what he sent and what he put in the chat. And then I'm gonna finally wrap up and get off of here and get some rest. If I can. Okay, wait. No, this is it. Yeah. Yeah. I love SpongeBob. Old school SpongeBob is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The older. Yeah. I love it. Yeah. And yeah, there's some
There's some racy stuff, like some jokes that are kind of a little bit inappropriate on SpongeBob, but not as much as Rocco and Ren and Stimpy though. It's starting to get more tame. Nice, Jeter.
You know another one that
Okay.
does that?
What?
King of the Hill.
Oh, really?
Damn it, Bobby. They do a lot of that too. Where they do
Oh,
like
yeah. Yep, yep. Yes.
Dieter said, great sound effect. Did I do that before?
Yeah.
Many times, Dieter.
Yes.
many times.
Oh man. It sounded like it. Yeah, apparently you're good at sound effects too. Yeah, you can make money off of this stuff. Scarlett had said before, I guess kangaroo attacks are rare, just don't go into their territory. Well, I've learned all kinds of stuff. It's fascinating. I missed this one. Kenny gonna get some and turn into Asian Aladdin, a whole new world. That's great. Yes. She's gonna open up a whole new world for him. Yep. It's happening. I can see it coming. 100%. Oh man. Oh god, there was a video of a kangaroo trying to drown a dog. Oh, I'm glad the dog survived.
Oh wow.
Jesus Christ.
I do remember a guy fighting a kangaroo to save his dog one time. Like he literally started like boxing him.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's news to me. Wow, I had never heard anything about this before. Wow. Yeah, Scarlett said I would just fear the ones in the wild if I got in their territory. And with this, I slumber. Good night, everyone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overlook your kangaroo comments. I'm sorry about that. Wasn't ignoring you. Justin says Indian people don't shake their head. Do they?
He meant do. He meant they do. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, I like this, Javon. How about someone create a show about a group of fans' lives becoming consumed by a TV series that drives them mad, trying to uncover deeper mysteries of the show? Yeah, that would hit home. We're living it now. We're living that right now. Yes. Yeah, we're all completely down the rabbit hole. I'm proudly saying I'm one of the crazies when it comes to this show. I'm not ashamed of it. Okay, yeah, you gotta stop talking kangaroo and sleep, Scarlett. Definitely. Good night, Scarlett. Thank you so much for sacrificing your sleep again to be here. Yeah, I'm gonna be hopefully getting out that video by the end of the day or the evening at least. Didn't go to bed in time. That will haunt my nightmares. Dog nightmare creature. Yeah, it was a little disturbing for sure. That gif was a little bit disturbing. Justin says Infinite Umbra is awesome. Please be back. You're incredible and hilarious. Yes, I second that. 100%.
Thank you both.
Yes. You are welcome anytime you want to be here. You are terrific. You're so much fun to have here. You're so insightful and you're entertaining and hilarious too. So
you're making me blush.
Well, I mean it. You know, it's great. You know, you're the whole package. You know, you got the deep insights and you got the humor. So yeah, anytime you want to come on, you are always welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, it's the truth. I just I mean it. And cities burn from frummers frumming around this morning, frumming until the sun comes up. Yes. Sun's probably gonna come up soon here. Yeah. I gotta get out of here before that happens. It's been 7 hours and 13 minutes. Oh my god. Is all this kangaroo talk from what I said? I don't know where it started. I don't even know. We went down a complete rabbit hole with it. I have no idea. I don't know. I love random tangents, so I don't even know where it started. Scarlett says, must detach myself from technology. It hurts. I must be part cyborg. You and me both. I'm surgically attached to my Chromebook and phone. They don't go anywhere away from me. Like, it's a sickness. Yeah. It's really difficult. Like, look at me. I'm still on here when I should be getting something to eat and going to sleep. I've eaten next to nothing in the last day, and I'm like depriving myself of food, water, and sleep so I can be on here. It's really bad. But I will get off and take care of myself now. So yes, good night, Scarlett. I know you were just kidding. I know your humor by now. People that go to sleep now and wake up later think this stream was a dream. Yeah, Dieter. This was an interesting one. Yeah, we went down some interesting, unexpected paths, and yeah, I'm gonna. I hope to God that YouTube doesn't pull this stream for copyright, because I hope not. I just played very, very brief little things, and maybe I'll put a fair use disclaimer in the description or something just in case. This is a fun one. I want this replay to stay. I don't want this going anywhere. Yeah. So, yeah. You need to sleep, Scarlett. Yes. Must sleep. All sleep and no play makes Scarlett angry. Yes. Go to sleep now. Good night. Good night, Scarlett. Justin said Ed, Ed, and Eddie was another one with jokes for adults that went over our heads. That one I never watched. I was never really a Cartoon Network kid, although I did love Cow and Chicken and Two Stupid Dogs for a little while. Cow and Chicken was basically a ripoff of Ren and Stimpy, completely. Like, I'm not completely, but Cow was Stimpy and Chicken was Ren. You had one like really fat cartoon character animal and another really skinny one. Skinny one was a bully. The fat one was, of course, stupid, and this is, of course, terrible to teach kids, like fat shaming and all of this stuff. Terrible. It shouldn't be in kids shows, but they got away with it back then. And yeah, but I liked it. It also was really messed up. Cow and Chicken had like the devil as a character, and they just called him the red guy. He was, and you could see like his naked butt from the back too. It's like, what the hell? This is a show made for kids? Very strange. Yeah, we grew up in the best time, honestly. Like, you could never get away with this stuff now. Justin, now I want to go back and watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie, because I never really did as a kid, and I'm curious. Because there are shows that you can watch now that you can still appreciate that were made in the 90s for kids because of all this adult humor. I'm going to watch it now. Dieter said, do I need to create an 18 plus tab in Discord? Yeah, maybe. We need it at like an 18 plus mature content tab. Who knows? Okay, wait, Dieter. Yeah. Wait, you posted another thing. Where is it? I'm trying to find it in my YouTube tab. Show these two pictures and then I'll stop. Okay. I will do that. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me see. What is this? The racket on your... Let me see if I can make this bigger. When the racket on your tennis trophy breaks, and now it looks like you... Oh my God, Dieter. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, this looks this looks like something that's very wrong that it's not. Apparently that was a tennis trophy and the tennis racket broke. Oh my God, Dieter. You want to go upstairs? Sure. You got protection? Why? What's up there? Nice, Dieter. Yeah. Yeah, we ventured into some strange territory in this stream, but I'm here for it. I need the distraction. It's been a very good diversion. What did Javon say that I missed?
About the show idea. Yeah, that shit is hitting good right now. Seriously, it is. Yeah, we're basically living it. Like this was what he was talking about. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. We're already living it, so yeah, we could traumatize it into a series. Glad I'm not at work now, Dieter says. Oh man. Yeah, Justin knows what he's talking about too. He knows a good idea when he hears one. He does screenwriting. So, you know, he knows what he's talking about. We gotta make our own show. He's lucky when I blush I turn purple and look like I'm holding my breath. Wait, oh really? Jeez. I don't blush. I'm really pale, so it would be very noticeable if I did, and I don't know how to blush. My face will get hot if I'm embarrassed, but I don't blush. And Cooey can be used for a lot now. Yeah, Dieter. Right? Those Cartoon Network shows were crazy back then. Yeah, Javon. What the hell? Yeah, I went back and looked at a compilation of some stuff from Cow and Chicken with the red guy, aka the devil. I can't even believe this was a kid's show. Wow. Wow. And it was just so obviously inappropriate. Just the fact that he was even in the show at all, it was super inappropriate. Teeter says, no, I can't. Your rules say no porn. I don't know. I took that one out actually because I thought it sounded silly. Like, why would anybody post porn? Unless someone actually goes ahead and does it, then I'll put the rule back in there. And I was like, I trust people. I don't think people are going to post porn in my Discord. I put that in a little bit because of KP, because, KP was at a strip club and posted some clips of some scantily clad women dancing, which is fine. Although he shouldn't have posted it in the From channel. Didn't really fit in there, but, that's okay. I don't know why he felt the need to do that, but he's KP and he's entertaining. So, it's just another day in the life with KP. I knew when he joined my Discord that it was going to be an interesting ride. You never know what he's going to say or post. He'll come out with really intellectual things, fascinating theories, and then you never know what you're going to get. You could get that, or you could get clips of naked, half naked ladies dancing at a strip club that he went to with his wife. So, yeah, he's a wild card. You never know what you're going to get with KP. But Justin, oh man, you guys make it so hard to sign off. Damn. I need to go eat and take a walk on the treadmill. My treadmill is fixed, guys. I forgot to even tell you. It's fixed. Finally. Hallelujah. I've been complaining on these streams about my broken treadmill for like a couple months. It feels like an eternity. And it's just in time because it's like 16 degrees outside right now. It's freaking freezing. So thank God my treadmill is fixed. I can do my walks for my therapy. I need to go suffer through that. As much as I would love to stay on here, like just never get off. Type it up, Justin. You could use it if you can, bro, said Javon. Yeah. Yeah, we should I don't know if you're in the Discord, Javon, but yeah, we could brainstorm some ideas on that for sure. Yeah, I took it out, Dieter. I took it out not because I'm saying go ahead and post porn in my Discord, but I took it out just because I thought it sounded silly. Like, why would anybody? I don't know why anybody would do that. I doubt anyone is going to, but if anyone ever does, I'll put the rule back in. Okay. I don't drink enough on these lives because I don't like to pause and have dead air, but now I'm dehydrated. So going incognito now. Yes, it's fixed. Nice. What's fixed? I don't know what you mean, what's fixed. Yeah, go ahead, Javon. That would be great. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Yeah, you can join the Discord, and we'd love to have you. Absolutely. And I don't know if you've ever seen Severance, but you can join our watch parties if you want to. It's anybody that wants to watch it. If you've never seen Severance, or if you want to rewatch with us, then every Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be streaming it. I'll stream it for everybody in the Discord like I did last night, and then do a live out here on YouTube and talk about it. And then I'll stream the brand new episodes when they drop at midnight. January 17th will be the first one. That's going to be fun. And I'm not going to stop covering From. I'll still do a weekly From live every week. We'll do the rewatch. Every week we'll do a new episode for that. And it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm so glad there are still people who still want to show up. So thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for still wanting to come out and talk some From, talk some other random wild shit at 6 a.m. Eastern time about boxing kangaroos, cartoon characters on phone sex lines, like Disney dirty shit, dirty Disney. Yeah, I appreciate all of you guys for still wanting to hang out, even though the From season is over. I was worried. I didn't know if anybody would want to, and because these are the best conversations, this is the best community. So I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be here every week with Scarlett, and whatever guests would like to come on, like Infinite Umbra, who's a terrific guest, and lots of other fun guests. We'll have Smitty Snippets on again, and Cyborg Queen Media, I'm sure, will come on again. Anybody else is always welcome here. Any other channels that want to collaborate, always welcome. I love collaborating with people. So yeah, we're not going anywhere. So thank you guys for still coming out, hanging out with us, being in the chat, or even just, the people that are just listening. I appreciate all of you. If you're listening, lurking, thank you so much. People on the replay, thank you. And if you're on the replay, my Discord link is in the chat. If you haven't joined, it's in there. Everybody's welcome for our Severance watch parties. We're going to do some other fun ones too. We'll do like some movie watch parties. Maybe we'll try to watch that. I got to watch that Dr. Maboose movie. I keep hearing so much about it, how it could be an influence on From. Maybe I'll see if I can dig it up and we'll watch it in the Discord. That would be fun. Like anything else we could think of that like the From fans might like to watch, we'll stream in the Discord. Maybe some movie nights, some similar shows that send me the ASMR videos first for approval. Yeah, Dieter, yeah, you can edit. You can be like my editor, and you'll get the first listen. Yes, the treadmill, Justin, the famous treadmill. I was always in people's live chats on the treadmill, trying not to fall off and drop the Chromebook off the thing, which happened a lot. And then it broke. It broke on me, and somebody told me that I could stream on the treadmill and get some software that could edit out the noise, which is amazing. If I could do that, I'd be in less pain when I'm doing these long streams. So I'm going to look into that. That might just work. Yes, hallelujah. My treadmill is fixed. It's a miracle. It's an early Christmas miracle. It really feels like it, because the guy said he did not think that he could find a part that could replace it. They don't make these treadmills anymore. So I was thinking it's hopeless and I need this thing really bad, but he found it. So it's a Christmas miracle. Yes, KP is a character, indeed. And is a really fun guy. He's been on my panel before. He's a riot. I really like KP. He's the best. Lurking. Hey, Jehovah Sins. Yeah, I appreciate you too. All of you lurkers, anybody that's not in the chat, nothing wrong with lurking. If you just listen, thank you so much for listening. You're part of the, you still count. You're part of the numbers of people that are watching and supporting, and I really appreciate it, truly. Dieter says, had a lot of fun, looking forward to the video, and I know we are your therapy, and it's hard to sign off, but eat and drink something and sleep. Yeah, it's hard when I got such awesome friends in the chat too. I don't want to get off of here. I don't want to leave my friends. It's too much fun. But I know I need to take care of myself. I appreciate you guys. Well, thank you for still being here. I didn't know if people would still want to come, like I said. So, I know a lot of people only show up to lives when a show is airing and from ended. So, but a lot of people still turn out. That means the world to me. This is my therapy. This is my escape, my connection with kind people that I really needed in my life. So I appreciate you guys. Scarlett just can't sleep and needs to. I'm just seeing that now from 20 minutes ago. Oh, I didn't even see this one from Mackie. The Bubble Bowl episode of SpongeBob is the best. Yeah. That's a classic. That's a classic. They should have played it like when the creator of SpongeBob, when he passed away, everybody heard there was going to be a tribute at the Super Bowl, including that, but they hardly showed any of it. It was kind of a letdown. They should have shown the whole SpongeBob clip where he's playing at the Bubble Bowl. But Mackie said, "I'm glad you don't got to go in the cold or walk in the house." Thank you. I appreciate that you guys care. I was out walking in the cold and in the dark every night, which is really not smart. I had mace in my pocket, but it's not a smart idea. Alone, female, out in the dark. It's not like I live in a bad area, but it's not like the best. There's some sketchy people sometimes. So I was going out in the middle of the night walking for therapy because it's the only thing that can lower my pain a little bit. It's not easy. I have to push through it. It's really hard, but now I don't have to go out in the dark anymore and in the freezing cold or pace back and forth in the house, which really sucked. Try walking back and forth in a small kitchen for an hour. It's not good. But yeah, thankfully I don't have to. So thank you guys for being here. I am going to get ready to, oh my goodness. See, this is what makes it hard to get off. Hey, Jay Sleek. I was just about to say goodbye, but hey, just woke up and saw the live is still going. Always nice to see you, Jay Sleek. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been going for a pretty good marathon length this time. Now I need to get off and eat something and get some sleep. But thank you guys so much again, and maybe I will sign off with one of the cameos since I don't have a sign off again, but anymore. Or yet. I can't even come up with the right words. I'm so tired. I don't have a sign off yet. Took me 3 tries. So thank you to Infinite Umbra for being an awesome panel guest yet again. Appreciate you. And yeah, it's what makes it so hard to get off of here is people keep popping in and I want to keep talking to you guys. I feel like you're my extended family now, so it sucks having to sign off. I don't want to. We got Justin in the chat, got Mackie in the chat, Dieter, Jay Sleek, all of you awesome people. I appreciate all of you so much. This has been my lifeline this year. You have no idea. This has been the worst year of my life. So this channel has been the only bright spot in my entire life. The only thing that's brought me any happiness or joy is this community of people. Not just this channel, but the community of people when I'm hanging out with you guys on other channels too. So it means the world that you guys actually want to show up for my stuff too and support what I'm doing. It's given me purpose again. It's given me purpose, and it's given me a source of joy and laughter that I didn't have for years. Literally. I'm serious. So yeah. This community is the best. Let's never ever break up this community. We stay together. The Frumleys got to stay together. Even after the show ends, we stick together. Yeah. Night, Mackie. See you soon. Thank you for being here. You've been here quite a while. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Jay Sleek. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I am going to sign off with one of my cameos. I think I'll play. I think I'll sign off with the one I haven't played in this stream yet, which is from the one and only Jade, David Alpay, of course. And thank you again for being here. And until next time, keep on deep diving. Let's see what we can uncover together. Have a great day or night, everybody. Thank you again, Infinite Umbra. You're welcome here anytime.
Thank you.
And yeah, I appreciate you. You're an awesome guest as always. And you guys have a great day or night, whatever time it is for you. I'll see you next time.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay, coming at you here on a quick little cameo to say hi from your friends who wanted me to congratulate you on reaching 1,000 subscribers. So I went on the YouTube to check out your channel, your Julie B Deep Dives. You've got over 1,000 subscribers, number one. B, your stuff is really good. I just watched the episode 3 recap today, the Mousetrap one. I suddenly got very quiet because people are walking by. I shouldn't be screaming out loud in public. I am not actually Jade. I have to remind myself of that sometimes. The episode 3 recap was awesome. The Mousetrap was awesome. I really like your theory about how the medallion reminds you of the four bodies and the sort of the little, you know what I'm talking about, the little X pattern. I think you're onto something there. I can't confirm or deny anything because I don't actually know what happens next or where the story is going. So your guess, I wouldn't say it's as good as mine. It's probably better than mine because you're catching things that I don't catch when I watch the show. I have to be honest. Your insights are so perspicacious. They are so insightful. Your insights are insightful, Julie, is what I'm trying to say. So keep doing the amazing work that you're doing. It matters. I'm going to keep watching your YouTube channel for more insights and secrets revealed and all that good stuff. Keep building that fan base. You're doing a great job. Don't listen to any of the negative comments. That's easier said than done. It's part of the reason that I'm not even on Facebook and barely on Instagram. You know what? Sometimes people say toxic things. Just ignore it. It's just noise. It's more a reflection of them than it is of anything about you or what you're doing. Just remember that. It's more about them. And that makes it a whole lot easier to, get rid of from your mind. Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.